Good morning, everyone, and welcome to members of the public. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. We take note that a full complement of the board is present. Our Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Interim Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit our website. Our invocation this morning will be led by Juzer Bai Jamali, Dawadi Bora Ezi Mosque from the 3rd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Carolina Hernandez, former Senior Chief Petty Officer, United States Navy from the 4th District. If you are able, please stand.
Good morning, members of Board of Supervisors and esteemed guests. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for this opportunity to lead us in reflection. In the spirit of unity and shared purpose, let us begin this day with gratitude and a moment of reflection as we stand together in the heart of Los Angeles, a city rich in its diverse communities and shared dreams. As we embark on the work ahead, we seek strength, assistance in fulfilling our duties to the people of this vibrant city. Grant us the wisdom to prioritize the needs of our diverse communities, the energy to persevere through challenges both local and global, and the clarity to act with integrity in all our endeavors. Guide our steps, fortify our will, and let us serve with compassion and competence, ever mindful of the common bond that unites us all, our love for Los Angeles and its people. May the decisions made in the chamber pave the way for solutions that uplift and restore the dignity of every individual from every walk of life, every neighborhood and faith. In every task, large or small, let grace be our companion so that we may fulfill our responsibility not just with success, but with excellence and virtue. May this day be marked by righteousness, prosperity, and a fulfilling end for all Angelenos. May we be shielded from fear, stress, and pain, both within our borders and across the world. Let justice flow like mighty river, quenching the thirst of those who seek equity and fairness. We hold in our hearts the well-being of our city, its leaders, and all its residents. May hope, transformation, and peace prevail in Los Angeles, and may our unity be a beacon of light for all communities worldwide. Let us give thanks for the bounties we enjoy and the unity that strengthens us all. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I will ask you to place your right hand on your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I would like to thank Juzer Jamali, the senior religious leader and instructor of the Los Angeles Dawoodi Bohra community and the Ezi Mosque in Woodland Hills for leading today's invocation. The Dawoodi Bohra community is guided by values of hard work, education, and giving back to the local community. These are values Mr. Jamali has put into practice as an experienced theologist who has held classes on religious instruction for youth and adults for more than 3 decades. He comes to Los Angeles from Pakistan via Canada and has been part of the Dawoodi Bohra community since 2003. He also helps to administer the national nonprofit organization that manages the U.S. Dawoodi Bohra community. Thank you for being here today and for all you do for all of your members and the Woodland Hills community to strengthen community ties across Los Angeles County. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And again, I extend my invitation for.
I would.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I want to thank Senior Chief Carolina Hernandez for leading us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Carolina Hernandez is a resident of Downey and was born on January 3rd in Mexicali, Mexico. She came to the United States to pursue fashion design at the age of 18. However, her path led her into the United States Navy. In 2005, she joined the Navy because she realized she would be able to travel and see the world at the same time experiencing different cultures and customs. My own father was a Navy man. Yeah, go Navy. Served in World War II. He was a captain of a ship, a refrigerator ship. Well, we don't have to go on. Yeah. In the Navy, she was on the USS Pearl Harbor and based in San Diego. While on the USS Pearl, she would travel to the Middle East and South America while on active duty. She took a break to focus on her studies and decided to go to school for fashion design between 2010 and 2014. Carolina earned her bachelor's degree in fashion design, and in 2010, she was in the Navy Reserves, and she has been until present time. However, in 2012, she was recalled and spent 7 months in Dubai. Carolina Hernandez has 19 years of combined service from active duty and Navy Reserves. Some of her accomplishments and medals are that she received the Navy Marine Corps Achievement Medal 3 times. She also ranked Senior Chief in the Navy Reserves in 2023 after being awarded Chief in 2019. Thank you for joining us this morning. You have so many accomplishments, and it's great to have you with us. Please give her another welcome applause. And on behalf of the County of Los Angeles, we wanted to give you this certificate of appreciation. Did you get a chance to work on the Navy's uniform?
And now I have a doggone cute pet that I'd like you to meet. This is Brandy, a 14-week-old Labrador who would like to make a great addition to your home. She is, I know, she's adorable. If you'd like to adopt Brandy, you can call the Downey Animal Care Center at 562-940-6898. And if you're not ready for a pet, I would tell you that we have opportunities to volunteer at our care centers, and I would encourage you to consider doing so. It's something that you will not regret doing. We need help with grooming, fostering, community events, administration, daily operations, and more. So please, if you want to either adopt or volunteer, visit animalcare.laccounty.gov/volunteer-opportunities to learn more and sign up. This is Brandy, I know. Brandy's going to be big and beautiful little paws. But yeah, very, 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 very sweet. And now I'll direct your attention to the screen above. We have dogs up in the Antelope Valley, and this is a sweet 1-year-old German Shepherd mix. And if you'd like to adopt Cookie, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. You can also drop by any of our care centers Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me.
Such a sweet little one. With that, we will move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 36. On item 2, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 3, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 5, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 6, Supervisors Barger and Horvath would like to revise Directive Number 3 of their motion to include greenhouse gas emissions as part of the assessment. On item 7, Supervisors Barger and Horvath would like to revise Directive Number 2CI of their motion to report back to the board in 45 days, instead during supplemental budget, and Directive Number 5 to include the Chief Information Officer to help define veteran status as a demographic and risk factor that impacts the 5 social determinants of health domains and provide recommendations where feasible. On item 8, Supervisors Barger and Horvath would like to revise Directive Number 3 of their motion to report back to the board in 45 days instead of during supplemental budget. On item 11, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. This item relates to 95C. On items 14 and 15, Supervisor Solis requests that these items be held. On item 18, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 20, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to June 4th, 2024. On item 24, Supervisor Barger would like to abstain from the vote. On item 26, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 27, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 29, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be referred back to her office as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 31, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 34, Administrative Matters, items 37 through 97. On item 37, Supervisor Barger is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Jeff Palmer, who is a party participant or agent of a party participant in the proceeding. Item 42 relates to items 76 through 81. On item 44, Supervisor Barger is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Lindsay Elliott, who is a party participant or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On item 48, Supervisor Mitchell would like to amend the item to instruct the Director of Mental Health in collaboration with the Executive Director of Racial Equity to report back to the board in writing in 30 days on the feasibility of expanding wolf therapy Power of the Pack to other high-need areas of the county, where youth have higher rates of depression, anxiety, crime, and gang violence, including strategies to examine how Wolf Connection could provide transportation and hotel stays, if needed, for children and youth from outside of Service Planning Area 1, and include youth with disabilities and those with limited English proficiency. On item 63, Supervisor Horvath is recusing herself from the vote. On item 70, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On page 70, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 95C, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. This item relates to item number 11. On page 71, Ordinance for Introduction. On page 72, Separate Matters, items 99 through 103. Item 99 is a recommendation to appoint Edward Yen to serve as the Executive Officer, Board of Supervisors, at an annual salary of $328,894.49, effective May 21st, 2024. On this item, Supervisor Mitchell would like to abstain from the vote. Item 102 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of various legal documents related to the restructuring of the Los Angeles County Capital Asset Leasing Corporation Note Program in order to provide for the issuance of lease revenue commercial paper notes in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $750 million. Item 103 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of the 2024-25 tax and revenue anticipation notes in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $1 billion. On page 75, Special District Agendas, this is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On page 77, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District. The requests for continuance and refer back through 1P are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items. That will be the order. Executive Officer, please play the Code of Conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Today we'll begin with item 27, then item 70, which will be taken up when the sheriff arrives, followed by items 3, 5, 11, and 95C, which will be taken up together, then items 14 and 15, and finishing with item 18, followed by the remaining items not held by the board and general public comment. So that is the order if you're waiting on any of those items. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain our speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by supervisors and up to a total of 3 minutes on all remaining items and general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please note, once your time is expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you're signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Please remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item on which you would like to speak. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium, though, until you're directed to do so. We will begin by calling in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
We'll now begin with item 27, financial health of the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, which I held. If there are no objections, we'll hear the reports, followed by any remarks by supervisors, and then public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. And we have many presenters with us here today. I will make reference to them, and I thank them all for being here this morning to have this conversation, which is very important about the financial position of LAHSA and its contracted service providers. Today is about transparency and having a public discussion about a challenge that has long impacted our homeless services delivery across Los Angeles County: payment to the network of providers performing the critical work of our homeless services system: outreach, interim housing, encampment resolution, and intensive case management services. The system is structurally flawed. This is no one person's fault. I want to be clear, today's exercise is about fixing what is broken, not about pointing fingers, because this isn't any one person's fault. It is a system failure. We've all been here long enough to understand that this is a problem and it is time to fix it. No one should have to scramble to make the system work and get our funding out, and the burden can no longer be carried by our service providers. Last December, I met with a coalition of providers who raised this issue, and since then, I've raised concerns with the same message. Something has to change. We are in a state of emergency. We have to do things differently and urgently to deliver results, and too often, we have conversations that are siloed, but with each of you all here today with us, we can have an opportunity to fully understand the problem with everyone at the table so we can fix it. The problem, as I see it before us, is twofold. First, we know our payment system is broken. Our homeless services system has grown astronomically to solve this crisis, and now our payment system needs to be fundamentally reformed to keep pace with the urgency of the state of emergency we're in. The second part of the problem is that not all funders provide funding for the system in the same way, which contributes to the problem and creates issues for our providers. And because the county and the city of LA are both significant funders of LAHSA, we need to understand the city side too to get it right. And Mayor Bass did send a letter to all of us on the board last night, reaffirming her commitment to addressing the payment model and getting funding to the providers that they need. If we name a problem, we can solve it, and that's what we're here to do today. First, we will hear from our director of the county's homeless initiative, Cherie Todoroff. Then we'll hear from LAHSA's CEO, Dr. Adams Kellum. Then our region's largest homeless service providers will speak, and our provider's perspective is essential to understanding the scope of this issue. With us today, and with great gratitude on my part, I want to welcome John Masseri, CEO of the People Concern, Kimberly Roberts, Chief Program Officer, LA Family Housing, Jennifer Hart-Dietz, CEO of PATH, Veronica Lewis, Director of HOPIX, Herb Hatanaka, Executive Director of SSG, and I know others are joining us as well, and we thank you all for being here this morning. As I said at the beginning, we'll have the presentations, and then if we can hold questions until after, we'll all have a chance at that time as a board, and so I will turn it to our Director of the Homeless Initiative to kick us off. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today to talk about this very important topic. The financial health of LAHSA and our nonprofit homeless services providers has always been a priority for the Homeless Initiative. We have demonstrated that in a number of ways, while we also need to acknowledge that the situation has continued to evolve over the years, as has been stated by Supervisor and Chair Horvath, with the increasing investment in our homeless response system, the scaling up of our service providers, and the need to keep up with payment methods that support that scale up. As a quick summary in terms of the county's support as it relates to the financial health of LAHSA and service providers and that support for cash flow for our service providers. The county since 2017 has provided working capital to LAHSA, and that working capital is on top of the annual contract amount that we have with LAHSA. So that means that LAHSA is able to invoice the county for the full contract amount in each year's contract and has the working capital on top of that. That working capital stays with LAHSA and is intended to support cash flow as needed in the system. That working capital currently represents 27% of the Homeless Initiatives Agreement with LAHSA in the current fiscal year. At your board's direction, we also made a very significant step a couple of fiscal years ago, and we moved back the funding recommendations for LAHSA. LAHSA has historically, and service providers had to deal with the very difficult situation of not having the funding amount or their contract executed with the county often until after the start of the fiscal year. We were able to move that back to May 3 fiscal years ago, and then for the last fiscal year and for the upcoming fiscal year, your board approved those funding recommendations in February. That has allowed LAHSA the opportunity to be able to get those dollars into contract and execute those contracts before the start of the fiscal year. We also are very supportive of frequent invoicing by LAHSA. It had initially years ago been quarterly, it moved to monthly, it's now bi-monthly, and we've extended the opportunity to LAHSA to invoice us weekly as well in order to support that reimbursement. We hold ourselves accountable for the timely processing of invoices that we do receive. It is a priority for me and my office to pay those in a very timely way. We've put even more emphasis on that in recent weeks and are seeking to expedite all payments, and a number of those have gotten down to a matter of days at this point in terms of paying invoices. However, one of the most important things that we have done, also with your board support and also reflected in the funding recommendations that you approved, are rate increases for our service providers. We know that our providers are dealing with a gap between costs and reimbursement rates. As our rates have stayed stagnant over the years, that has continued to be a challenge that has grown. During the current fiscal year, we have increased reimbursement rates for interim housing. We're also increasing those reimbursement rates for interim housing again as we go into the next fiscal year. And we've also, your board approved rates across the board for a range of other types of services, including all of the case management services. We've already had done rate increases as it relates to our outreach workers. So we are seeking to address that gap between reimbursement rate and costs. However, we are still dealing with challenges. We will hear about them today from LAHSA. We will hear about them from our service providers. And we are committed to working with all of them on alternative payment methodologies in order to address those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Adams-Kellum, welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, supervisors. Dr. Adams-Kellum, LAHSA CEO. Thank you for inviting me here today. My presentation will show how our current payment model of cost reimbursement is a huge part of the crisis we're facing now. I've inherited many problems coming in as the new CEO of LAHSA, and I'm working hard to fix them. You've heard a lot of promises over the years, and I know you're frustrated. This moment must be about action. And I promise to be about action. Going forward, I will be communicating directly with you on urgent matters and issues of this nature. And if the board allows me, I would be happy to come back every 30 to 60 days to report back to you. Next slide. My first slide sets the stage for this conversation. We're sharing this information to be clear on how LAHSA is funded. We want to make sure that all know that the vast majority of our revenue is cost reimbursement, and to show that we work with very small overhead rates. As you can see, our total sources are $850 million, 85% cost reimbursement, 5% admin rate, 123.3 million operating fund, which is made up of 43.7 million administrative and 79.6 million direct program. LAHSA does not start the fiscal year with this revenue. Instead, we must submit invoices to funders to receive the money we need to reimburse providers for expenses they incurred an average of 3 or 4 months before. Next slide. While we're here to discuss challenges, I want to point out that Measure H funds have effective oversight provided by all of you, CEO HI, including my colleague Sri Tordoff, and the Citizens Oversight Advisory Board. Measure H is the single largest source of funding within the county's homeless response system. And I thank you, supervisors, for working to provide this vital source of funding. There are lessons that we can take from how Measure H operates that can help us solve this crisis. Sri Tordoff went over many of the aspects of this operation and funding process that are effective. One is that LAHSA is able to invoice twice a month to ensure timely and efficient provider payments, and the willingness to allow us to invoice weekly has been profoundly helpful. I'll address other solutions to the crisis we're in later in this presentation. Next slide. In terms of LAHSA's financial position, as I said, about 85% of our budget comes to us through a reimbursement model, meaning we don't get the money until we invoice the appropriate funder. After the providers invoice us, and we verified and approved their submission. Similarly, about 85% of our budget goes out to service providers, as you saw on my first slide. As soon as we receive cash from our funders, we transfer it to providers. Normally, we pay providers within 1 to 3 days of receiving payment from our funders. Next slide. This is LAHSA's current cash balance as of May 21st, today, 2024. Next slide. As you can see here, while LAHSA collects millions each month from funders, the vast majority of these funds are paid to providers to reimburse them for services. LAHSA's month-end cash on hand is a fraction of the funding passed through to providers. As a result, when providers experience acute cash crunches, LAHSA has limited cash on hand to quickly reimburse them. Next slide. As of last Friday, LAHSA owes providers $60 million. Of that amount, approximately $48 million has been owed for more than 30 days. LAHSA typically reviews and approves invoices for payment and packages them in cash requests to funders within 2 weeks of receipt of invoices. As stated before, LAHSA typically pays providers within 1 to 3 days of receiving funder payments. Next slide. As you requested, this is our payables by funding source. Most of our funding comes from the city and county, and therefore the bulk of what we owe providers is due from the city and county. We know that under the cost reimbursement model, it takes 45 to 60 days from when a provider invoice is submitted for LAHSA to receive funding and pay providers. Please note that the $43.4 million figure for the city is outdated. Since May 17th, LAHSA has received $17.2 million from the city of Los Angeles, reducing the city amount to $26.2. Next slide. In addition to contract execution timing, which I mentioned earlier, some internal systems at LAHSA have definitely contributed to delays. This is especially an issue in our grant management system, which prevents invoices often from being submitted while a contract is in the amendment or budget modification process. LAHSA currently has 14 contract amendments that have impacted the payment timeliness for 6 providers. The chart here highlights the providers that are impacted and their status. We're addressing this in 3 ways. We've had to override that part of the system that blocks payments to get providers paid. We're working to reduce the number of amendments and budget modifications, which for a long time have been identified as extra red tape and bureaucratic steps that are unnecessary. We're updating the system itself so providers can continue to submit invoices even while they have amendments in process. A budget redirection in the past caused a pause to this process, as I said. The new enhancements to the budget modification process do not bring things to a halt. This is a big fix. Next slide. Due to the fact that even on-time invoice payments can still take 30+ days to process, advances are used to cover costs. Prepayments on contracts reduce the need for organizations to hold large cash balances or incur interest expenses to borrow. We need to expand and increase cash advances as a meaningful response to the liquidity challenges facing LA homeless service providers. LAHSA received an advance of $82 million in Measure H working capital in FY 2017-2018. $50 million went out the door to providers as working capital. This left $32 million for annual advances. But the current rate does not cover the full expenses of providers, so they sometimes use the advances to offset this. Due to $8.6 million in advances that are pending repayment from previous years, LAHSA started the current year with approximately $23 million to provide as advances. We put out about $19 million in advances this year, leaving nearly $4 million for LAHSA to hold as working capital, which we expended in the first quarters of this fiscal year. Providers have started billing more because advances are not covering all of their increasing costs. Using a slightly different approach, the City of Los Angeles provides 25% annually for yearly contracts, but this cannot be paid out until all the contracting process is completed, which sometimes happens well after the work has already begun. Next slide. In terms of what's due from funders, the total that has been requested from funders is $77.2 million. It's important to note that between November 2023 and April 2024, 24% of funding requested was delayed. $76 million of the current category represents costs that were paid by providers up to 60 days ago. Please note that providers invoice on the 15th of the month prior. LAHSA submits most invoices and cash requests 2 weeks later. We know what's not here are expenses providers have incurred but have not yet been able to submit in EGMS due to new programs, timing, and program delays. Next slide. Since our urgent meeting with the city and county representatives about 2 weeks ago, both funders have stepped up significantly. The county worked quickly to pay outstanding invoices totaling about $20 million, and the city went into overdrive too and has paid about $18 million. These payments are for funds due to LAHSA under our contracts, and they are not extraordinary cash infusions. We appreciate how both the county and the city have partnered with LAHSA to make this happen. In the next 15 to 30 days, we must get the $48 million owed to providers in the door. We are also requesting an immediate modification from the current cost reimbursement model to quarterly upfront payments to LAHSA to cover expected invoices. Providers will still submit invoices monthly, but LAHSA would have cash on hand to make much more timely payments. We will also ensure maximum amounts of invoices are included in reimbursement claims. And we will support service providers in submitting invoices by the 15th of the month. Our 60-day approach will expedite contract renewals by the start of 2024-2025 contracting process, connecting HMIS data in grants management system to link spending to program outcomes and activities. Looking at the longer-term horizon of 90-plus days, we suggest moving away from a cost reimbursement model, and we have some alternatives to suggest. Next slide. The entire system must adopt a more streamlined payment process and commit to right-sizing contract amounts to better reflect the actual cost of providing services. As stated in my last slide, we're requesting quickly within the next 30 days that the system provide LAHSA with a quarter of our total FY 24-25 budgeted allocation on July 1. LAHSA will submit quarterly reconciliation invoices, and the difference between the advance amount and the expenditure will be recouped in the next invoice. LAHSA will pay providers 1 month in advance on July 1 and pay invoices monthly within 30 days of submission. We're giving you details because we've thought a lot about this. This means there's no waiting period for funder payments to LAHSA before providers are paid. In the longer term, we hope the entire system will implement one of the payment models we're now investigating, which includes developing a flat rate, slot-based payment model like the one used for DHS case management, paying providers 90% of their allocated program budget quarterly and withholding 10% for reconciliation, and the model the state uses where they pay 50% upfront. Others may have alternative ideas, and we welcome that discussion. Next slide. I also want to provide you with an update on the Chief Financial Officer search. The CFO role, as you know, is absolutely vital for us moving forward. I've started interviewing candidates, and I hope to have someone in place this summer. I'm looking for a seasoned professional who can hit the ground running day one. Someone who gets this work but is not a bureaucrat. I also know that I must hire someone who, like me, is not afraid to make big changes. Supervisor and Chair Horvath, I know you said it's time to pull off the Band-Aid and really look at our contracting and payment system. I appreciate your leadership and all of the supervisors for calling us together to have a conversation that is long overdue. I'm 1 year into this role, and of course, I didn't build this system, but I know it can and must be rebuilt because the suffering on the streets demands it. It's good timing, it seems, for the auditor controller to come into LAHSA and to keep up the momentum for transparency and change. It is important to remember that this urgent situation is a result of long-term problems within LAHSA, which I inherited and which I will fix, and systemic issues with the cost reimbursement model called out by the Nonprofit Finance Fund in 2019 and compounded by bureaucratic delays. This work is very personal to me. I didn't come into this job at LAHSA to be a bureaucrat and to allow things to stay the same. I came into this role to make changes so we can save lives and solve homelessness together. Because I know personally what it's like to not know if things are going to be okay. Because I too have experienced homelessness. In my first year as executive director of St. Joseph Center, my then husband's alcoholism grew so serious and dangerous that I was forced to move into a motel with my 2 young daughters. I am committed to improving the system because my girls and I know personally how quickly you can lose everything, even when you have a good job and a great education. Providers ensure that there's a safety net for people who don't have a mom and friends like I have who helped us make it through. My girls and I still wear the scars of that time we experienced homelessness, but they are getting stronger. And I use my lived experience to keep fighting for the moms like me who are trying to protect and save their children, and for the thousands of people who are living on the streets. I thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions, and I will now pass it on to my colleague, John Messeri.
Thank you. And good morning, supervisors. My name is John Messeri. I'm the CEO of the People Concern, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss these critical issues. Unfortunately, the systems challenges we're facing now aren't new. They've been developing over many years, but have been managed by the service providers who can no longer sustain financing substantial amounts of debt and carrying receivables on government contracts that don't pay the actual costs of delivering services. Add to that the significant payment delays and cash flow dries up, leaving us to continue fronting millions of dollars each month. It is neither sustainable nor scalable for a system that must serve thousands of people a month. How do we get here? There are 2 fundamental problems that need to be addressed. The first is that all contracts must pay the actual costs of service delivery. The second is that the payment schedule needs to be updated so that we're not expending millions of dollars and then waiting months to get paid. From the time of expenditure to the time we're reimbursed can often be 90 to 120 days or longer, and waiting for contract amendments to be executed adds to accumulating debt because we can't even bill on those contracts. Here's how it currently works. If we have a contract that allows us to bill $1 million a month, but the actual costs of delivering services on that contract are $1.2 million a month, we're accumulating debt of $200,000 a month or $2.4 million a year on just that one contract. Multiply that by the dozens of contracts per organization and hundreds of contracts across the entire system, and we're amassing millions of dollars in unfunded expenses each month, year over year. And this has been going on for years. And it was exacerbated in 2017 when the entire system began to significantly expand to meet the growing demand. And the providers have been raising concerns for years about the need to update the financial structures of the contracts and payment system to accommodate the system's scale. And that hasn't happened. We've reached the perfect storm. The providers have been managing the deficits and cash flow shortages through private fundraising, and using lines of credit for which we pay interest and aren't reimbursed. We've collectively reached the breaking point and can no longer carry the system. This isn't a problem just for larger agencies. It's a problem for all agencies, large, medium, and small. And we're aware there are many agencies struggling to make payroll, pay client rents, and other operating expenses. At the people concerned, we're consistently carrying between $15 to $18 million a month in government receivables, not just from LAHSA, but also DMH, DHS, and a few smaller public sources. To be clear, the contract structure and reimbursement in arrears is not just with LAHSA contracts, but all government contracts. So the structural issue of mounting debt due to not being paid actual cost is endemic to all public contracts in our sector. Some of those funders pay faster, which helps cash flow, but doesn't address the underlying cause of the mounting debt being financed by private fundraising and lines of credit. My agency has an $8 million line of credit for which we paid $456,000 this year in interest, with another interest payment of $54,000 due in 3 weeks. And we're raising $10 million a year privately to subsidize our government contracts. And that's just my organization. My colleagues here and dozens of others around the county are struggling with similar challenges. We're here today to ask you to work with your city partners and LAHSA to do 3 things. 1, address the immediate cash flow crisis by clearing the backlog of past due invoices. That process has started, and we're very grateful to LAHSA for getting those dollars out the door as quickly as possible. 2, revamp the payment process going forward so there isn't significant lag time between when money is expended and payment is received. And 3, level up all contracts to cover the actual cost to stop the accumulation and financing of debt. Without that, we'll be back here again very soon. After all the presentations, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Kimberly Roberts, and I am the Chief Program Officer with LA Family Housing. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning and share our organization's experience operating in our county's homeless response system. Today, I represent the more than 15,000 participants we served last year across all of our programs, from street outreach to our 13 interim housing sites for families and individuals, and thousands of residents in our affordable and supportive properties, programs operated across the county in each of your districts. As referenced by Dr. Adams-Kellum and our colleague John Masseri, our homeless delivery system experienced enormous growth over the past 5 years, beginning in 2018 with the infusion of Measure H funds, and then later in 2020 with the flow of COVID relief funds. For LA Family Housing alone, we nearly tripled in size from the total number of participants served and housed, and doubled the number of public contracts from about 50 to 92, with the total dollar amount of those contracts increasing from $40 million in 2017 to $85 million today. At this scale, LA Family Housing is spending $2 million a week, or nearly $8 million a month, to provide direct services to people experiencing homelessness. Throughout this growth, we've advocated for change while continuing to operate under the reimbursement model of our industry, depleting our organization's reserves and drawing down from a $7 million line of credit. But we, like many other providers, have reached a breaking point. I agree with all that has been shared on how we got here, so I won't repeat those facts. Instead, I want to focus on the impact the current cash flow challenge will have on real lives in the next week. In our region, the impact will be felt by dozens of partner agencies and our 8 subcontractors, their staff and participants, including Bridge to Home, Antelope Valley Partners for Health, and Hope the Mission. The greatest impact will be felt in the next 7 days when LA Family Housing will be unable to process $1.2 million in time-limited subsidy payments due to hundreds of landlords for over 565 households who are currently in permanent housing. And when $1.5 million will be needed to continue services across our 15 interim housing sites and dozens of nightly motels, placing 1,000 households that make up over 3,000 men, women, and children at risk of losing shelter. And there are 1,000 more participants across each of our agencies and the county who will be affected by not quickly processing these reimbursements to providers. I appreciate your commitment to address our system's immediate cash flow crisis and the strategic partnership to update the long-term operational funding model in response to our system's current scale and service demands. Together, I am confident that we will create a system that best meets the needs of participants and responds to the organizational health of providers who are on the front lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, and thanks for allowing me to present today. My name is Jennifer Harkdietz, and I'm proud to serve as the CEO of PATH. And for the past 40 years, PATH has been serving people experiencing homelessness right here in Los Angeles, offering everything from outreach, shelter, and permanent housing. We operate in all of your districts, serving your most vulnerable constituents, and last year alone served over 19,000 people. So we are very proud to partner with the city and county, but we're at a breaking point, as my colleagues have shared. The payment delays we have been experiencing are significantly impacting our ability to address this crisis, cover our operational costs, and pay our staff. Across our contracts that flow through LAHSA, we're floating nearly $8 million that we cannot bill to over 30 outstanding amendments. Those are amendments that may not have been processed yet. There's another $8 million billed through March, and we've obviously continued to accrue for April and May. So under our calculations, it's about $22 million. This is all sources of funding. So this is federal, this is state at about $2 million, another $8 million from the city of LA, and close to $10 million for county contracts. To continue to make payroll, we've made payments out of our reserves. We've searched for philanthropic funds, and we've taken out a line of credit as well. And despite these measures, we've still come dangerously close to missing payroll. Our payroll is for $3.3 million for close to 1,500 individuals that are using PATH to help pay their rent, buy groceries, and they're committed to the solution to end homelessness. So if we can't help them make their basic needs, they are going to search for employment elsewhere. Our payroll challenges are just one aspect of our operations that's been severely impacted. Another critical component are our relationships with vendors. These are key partners in our work. They include our IT vendors, our food service, security, utilities. If we are not paid on time, our vendors are not paid on time. And not only do we risk thousands of people being without essential services like our daily meals and shelters, but we also face losing vendor relationships or increased prices to account for delayed payments. We need more partners in this work to get to the solution for this crisis, not less. So we need to show that we can make good on our commitments. As was mentioned, homeless service providers, we are truly the safety net that many people rely on, yet our system is not set up to meet the scale of the crisis. We're talking about today, but there are days when folks want to scale, right? And we're not ready. So we need to be able to fix this payment model so that we can meet that scale that's needed. We also need our contract and reimbursement policies to be clear, effective, and predictable. We need to understand the barriers that impede our ability to receive payment and all work quickly to eliminate them. We all share in the responsibility to make our contracting straightforward and transparent, but ultimately these structural changes need to come from city and county policymakers, all of you who we're grateful to be here with today. PATH's programs and services have brought many people's indoors, as I've shared. We even were able to be successful in meeting functional zero in District 4 in Signal Hill. And in no other sector would we expect vendors or businesses to provide a service without timely payment. Homeless service providers are expected to do this on a daily basis. This is a time, as I mentioned, when scaling and expanding efforts is needed. But if these ongoing payment challenges continue, our sector cannot function. And inevitably, we will not be able to scale, but we will also have to scale back, leaving people in great need. So I'm hopeful that this is the beginning of a fundamental shift to a better model, and we are definitely willing to be part of the solution. So thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Herb Hatanaka, I'm the Executive Director of Special Service for Groups, SSG. You're probably wondering, what's this guy doing here? I'm proud to tell you that since 1990 and the founding of HOPIX, HOPIX has been a division of SSG since 1990, since its original founding. It's, I guess there's some solace in knowing that your colleagues are facing the same thing. It's I thought we were the only ones worrying about how we're going to make payroll in another week. So thank you to the board for moving this issue forward and looking at this issue. I certainly concur with what John had to say about the disadvantages or the hiccups resulting from cost reimbursement contracts and being paid in arrears. I can see from different proposals, I try to fix that or a modification of that. I'll just make those comments at the end that I don't think that's a workable solution, and I'll give you a number of reasons why. So let me tell you the situation at SSG Hopics, and so you get the kind of magnitude of the problem from our perspective. So we are floating on an ongoing basis close to between $10 and $12 million just for our homeless programs. And this is money that we've already paid out as an organization and we are awaiting to get reimbursed. Master leases, client rents, salaries and wages, facility costs, insurance costs, everything else, those are paid, as you know, and we're awaiting in this cost reimbursement arrears system to be reimbursed for those. At any point in time, I check every day. I checked this morning. Our AR for homeless programs is $11.8 million. We appreciate the strident work of Dr. Adams and pushing LASA to pay us on a more timely basis. But what happens is we get paid, but at the same time, money is going out the door to meet ongoing new expenses. That's the roundabout of this kind of cash reimbursement system. Of course, the speeding up and paying by LASA, it will help, but it won't solve the basic issue about the need for working capital in advance of a month's worth of expenses. There is a federal model that many of us have some experience with that's well-heeled. It's in the federal system, and it is a system of downloading from a system, making cash requests at the front end of a period against an unapproved contract, and making those cash requests at the beginning based on our projections and based on the totals of our particular contract. The system works very well where it doesn't change any of the compliance issues. It doesn't alter any of the restrictions on the use of public funds, including federal funds in this particular case. And at the end of a period, we're required to submit a cost report and a reconciliation about the use of that money. So cash is used as a balance in your contract on an ongoing basis, and we're able to make requests at the front end of a period. In some cases, that front end is for the upcoming month, or in some cases, it's made as a cash request for the upcoming quarter. I'm telling you, the system works very well. It's responsible. We're still accountable for the money. There are instances where in the reconciliation, we owe money back, but it works. It's called the Federal Drawdown System, and it's much better than trying to tinker with a cost reimbursement model, and that doesn't overcome the idea of paying expenses in arrears. I want to make one other comment before I turn the mic over to my colleague Veronica Lewis for the solutions. You know, as providers, we're subjected to a great deal of scrutiny and critique. I'm concerned that this kind of discussion will bring out questions of there must be mismanagement, there must be misspending, there must be something wrong, public funding shouldn't work this way. And I just remind you that since the passage of Measure H in 2015, these contracts have been highly audited, not only by your auditor controller on an ongoing regular basis, but also the auditing units by our other funding sources. So as providers, we're confident about these numbers that we provide to you, that they're directly connected to our homeless programs and highly audited. One other thing I'll just tell you is that our independent audit that we commence every year, like all of us are required to do, the auditor warned us that with a AR in homeless programs of $10 to $12 million and our use of internal reserves to fund it, that it renders the agency, threatens the financial viability on the short term. His calculation of the amount of time needed to carry the receivables was 64 days, meaning that for a $10 to $1 million line, we have to cover that for 64 days. And then I just remind you that as soon as we're paid for those past expenses, we incur new expenses going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for having us here. Veronica Lewis, Director of HOPICS. I just want to say that, 7 years ago, there was a lot of excitement because we were proud of Los Angeles for making the deep investment that it did, largest local investment, I think, in the country. And although it was challenging, all of us sitting here and many folks that you can't see today say yes. And we've continued to say yes in the face of challenging bureaucracy, late payment struggles, all kind of other challenges, because we are deeply connected to this work, and our organization's missions really are designed to meet the needs of the people in spite of. And one of the things besides the investment that I've been so proud of for the last 7 years is not only the LA Commit, but we also have reimagined the work, right? We've re-examined our value systems in terms of eligibility criteria, high barriers, and we have shifted how we meet the needs of people, recognizing that everybody deserves a home, throwing away any ancillary, unnecessary, arbitrary requirements, and really doing a better job. And there's still a lot of work to do to serve people in a person-centered way. What we haven't done, given the scale and size, is reimagine the value system, the thinking, and the concept of how the service providers are partnering with our county. And what we've continued to do, regardless of the significant exponentially scaled up ARs, staff, workforces, vendors, subcontractors, et cetera, we have not looked at the actual flow of how the cost reimbursement system impacts detrimentally the financial health of our organizations. And I think that it's unfortunate that we've gotten to this crisis maybe to really get some movement, but here we are. And what I want to offer is, in the same way where we have recognized that many of the things that we were doing to meet the needs of the people were harmful and not working, and we've made those adjustments proudly, the things that we're doing in terms of contracting payments is not working for the provider community. We have partnered in good faith, and we want the county and the city to partner with us in good faith. And so what does that mean for us? We understand, in particular in this environment, there's a significant amount of accountability, transparency, clarity about what dollars are going where, what they're being spent on, and none of the solutions that have been offered by Dr. Adams-Kellum, by Dr. Hatanaka, and that I'm about to extend a little bit more about, do away with that. In fact, it continues accountability and continues transparency, but the notion that the money at the county and city levels has been allocated and is available and accessible to our public funders, but the service providers are struggling to pay while the money is sitting here, it just doesn't make sense anymore. And many of us have deeply invested in infrastructure and all kinds of other things to continue to grow with the system. And this is a very painful moment for us, because if something doesn't change, all of that infrastructure, not only financially, but emotionally, sacrifices in terms of time-wise, it's gonna be impacted, because we cannot continue to do this. We'll have to look at which contracts are costing us the most, that we have to give back if they don't shift. And so beyond just giving the grant administrators like LASA, DHS, whoever else, the funds in advance, what we're asking for is we need quarterly, I'm not gonna call it in advance, we need quarterly drawdowns to add to what Dr. Hatanaka said, and we still submit the monthly invoices, We still submit all of the required documentation, as we know that that requirement is actually becoming more specific in the last couple of months. And LASA's team and the grant administrator's team is still looking at everything. And if there's money that needs to be paid back, as we settle each month or each quarter, we can do that. But we can no longer wait. And so even with our grant administrators, if they're receiving dollars in advance, on a quarterly basis or maybe half a year, there's still a wait. And as we just said, our burn rates of $2 million, $3 million a week is just not sustainable. And it's not just our organizations and our payroll. We have over 14 subcontracts. There's many of the organizations who can't access the contract by themselves or don't want to because of these very reasons. And so they're relying on us to pay their employees, they're relying on us to pay their vendors. We have a lot of small businesses. 3 weeks ago, our maintenance company CEO was in tears about paying his own payroll because we couldn't pay him. And the reality is, obviously, we're gonna pay our payroll first, we're gonna pay rents, we're gonna pay these things, but when the well is dry, the well is dry. And so I really hope that, one, thank you for pushing the money through. We can help you continue in that vein to make us whole. But I really hope that in the medium term, I'm not going to say long term, we really shift not only how you're getting money to grant administrators, but I really hope there's some true consideration for how you're getting money to the providers and moving away from cost reimbursement in totality. And the other thing I just want to say, Kim shared some of the numbers from LA Family Housing. I just want to say, HOPIC served 28,000 people last year. Those are real people, real lives saved, hope restored. We are keeping almost 2,000 people off the street every night in a variety of interim housing programs, including 300 to 400 children. We are paying rent for close to 800 people every single month, and so on and so on. And these are not, idle, we're gonna be in trouble. If we don't get our money, something is going to have to give. Vendors start walking away, or we're just having to not necessarily be able to pay as many employees. And some of these operations are critically important. 24-hour operations are expensive. And our interim housing system is so robust, and many of the organizations up here do a lot of that work, and there's several service providers not represented here, but it's expensive. And so I really am grateful for the opportunity to have the conversation. But again, we did a lot of work in the last 7 years to reimagine how we serve and meet the needs of the people, and I'm proud of the progress that we've made. And it's time now to stop talking about it, and it's time to do something about it. So thank you for your time, and we're all here for questions.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for painting a very clear picture for us this morning. I know it's a comprehensive assessment of where we are and where we need to go. And with costs increasing on top of the cost of delays, I agree with you. The time for action is now, and that's why we wanted to have this conversation. It's clear, and I heard very clearly here this morning, providers should be monitored and assessed with measurable outcomes that can track the impact, and you all are in agreement with that. You're not trying to change the requirements and what you're looking to meet. You're trying to make sure that payments are made in a timely manner. And so it's the payment model that must be streamlined, not made more bureaucratic for you in order for that monitoring to happen. I appointed myself to the LASA Commission to better understand these issues. I thank you for the conversation that we had last December. I know that it was eye-opening for me, and these are ongoing conversations with our director of HI as well as with LASA, and I wanted to make sure that we had this conversation as a county so we understand what it is we need to do in order to do our part to fix what is broken here. For our service providers, I have a couple of questions. I know you mentioned, John, that we were at a turning point in 2017 in particular. So for any of you, at what point have you surfaced concerns, and especially about the challenges of the reimbursement model, and how have you brought that forward before today?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. Well, in a variety of ways. And by the way, these issues have been structural long before 2017. This has been the business model. I always liken it to say, if we walked into Target and took a shirt off the rack and went to the cash register and it was $20, and we said to the clerk, we'll give you $15 and you go find the other $5, they would throw us out of the store. And yet that's how we've operated our businesses for a very long time. But back to the question of 2017, when Measure H passed, there was an enormous infusion. Kim referred to this. And then, of course, the COVID pandemic relief funds, in a very good and positive way, provided a surge of resources into the system. But the providers were raising this issue at the beginning of 2017. We talked about it in many forms. We've talked about it with HI, we've talked about it with LASA, the then director, we've talked about it with staff, some of you weren't on the board then, obviously, but this is not new information. So we have been continuing to raise these structural issues for a very long time. Dr. Adams-Kellum referred to the Nonprofit Finance Fund that was done in 2019, which very much focused on the need for providers to make sure that you had adequate operating capital to be able to float these receivables. And in my view, that's really putting the onus on the providers, again, to fund government. That is not a fair or reasonable expectation. And the gap, so essentially what we've seen, and on top of that, in the last 7 years, the Consumer Price Index has gone up 25%. The contracts have not adjusted anywhere near that. So we have income like this, expenses going like that, and the numbers are getting bigger over a longer period of time.
I just want to offer, in addition to lots of conversations, we've sent at least 3 formal letters, not only detailing the issue, but specifically asking or recommending things that could be done. So we've done that over the course of the last 3 to 4 years as well. So there's some documented
Letters to the board?
Letters to the board, letters to the Homeless Initiative, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And are you turning down new contracts or limiting your expansion as a result of the issues that you've described today?
We are. We've turned down 2 just this week.
If you could turn on your mic, thanks.
We're looking at it because we're approaching a new fiscal year. Starting July 1, we're taking a hard look at trying to scale down on some contracts that are ending. We're not going to renew them. I mean, those are just strategies that we take. We have vacancies. We're not going to fill the vacancies for now, going forward. And
you mean employment vacancies or housing vacancies?
Both. And we're not taking on new master leases, which leaves a kind of shortfall in the demand at the door. Yep.
And I would also add that, just so you all know, during COVID, PATH opened 13 new sites in 6 months. So that's kind of how we typically operate in a crisis. Yet, as I think some of you know, we've had to say no to an additional expansion more recently over the last few weeks, but even in the last couple of months as we look at the new fiscal year, and we've returned contracts already for the new fiscal year. And I would say in the 10 years I've been at PATH, we've never done that before. It's always been our culture to say yes because we really know people are dying on the streets, and whether my entire team is working at interim housing sites or we're bringing in temps, we have had to stop a lot of that work and a lot of that growth. And so that's been mostly declared also by the board because we just have such an uncertain time right now. We want to make sure we can continue to do the good quality work for what we are being paid for.
And you mean your board has declared
My
that?
board, yes, thank you.
And for LA Family Housing, yes, we have declined new agreements and we've had to turn away and send back contracts or terminate those contracts at the end of this year. We've also put a freeze on additional hiring as a result of the uncertainty and concerns with being able to afford those positions long term. And additionally, where we've had to take on temp agencies to support with the social services work, we can no longer maintain those vendors, and so those agreements are not able to be fulfilled.
Anything?
Yeah, I was just saying, and most of this has happened in the last 3 months just because it's reached a point where we can no longer continue to front money. Because as Jennifer said, probably to our demise, we've said yes One, because it just made sense, right? It was a natural expansion. We had the infrastructure. And certainly I support, I come from capacity building world, so I support bringing new providers in. That's why we have so many subcontractors. But the reality is, some of your core organizations saying no is going to cost you more to do the work, right? And some of your core organizations are the ones subcontracting with other providers that are trying to get in. So it's really in the last 2 to 3 months, most of us have started to say no because we can't. We have to reduce our expenses because we're hoping to build trust with the county and our funders that they're going to make us whole and we're not going to have these long delays. We have to make business decisions to not disadvantage ourselves. But it is going to cost you more. Yes, you can bring other people in, of course, but in some cases, working with providers that have the infrastructure already who possibly can partner with them is a disadvantage to the system. I just have to lift that up for us to say no so much right now.
Thank you. And it's important for all of us to hear that, especially in light of the fact that just last year alone, over 40,000 unlawful detainers were issued, which means more people are falling into homelessness now that renter protections have been lifted. And so our need for your services is even greater. So thank you for sharing all of that information. Dr. Adams-Callum, I first want to say thank you for your courage and telling your story. I know it roots you and all of us in our work, and I really appreciate you sharing that and your leadership. I want to talk about at LASA how our role at LASA works within this environment. On the slides that you shared, it said that the typical repayment timeline is 45 to 60 days, which in some ways doesn't entirely match up with everything that we've heard today, in part because we know that what has been invoiced is one amount and what is outstanding is a different amount because of how our system works. So I want to start with part of a contributing factor to that is the contract amendment process. So can you help me understand why are so many contract amendments required and what keeps them from being executed quickly?
Thank you. I think that number 45 to 60 days is off because it doesn't account for the start of the expense on the provider side, which is delivered to us by invoice the 15th of the month past the month after that expense is incurred. So you're already looking at 45 days before the invoice is even submitted. If you add that, and then we said 45 to 60, once we receive that invoice and get the return from funders. So it's significant when you really look at all of that timeline. Since everyone knows I was provider for 15 years, I was struck by the amount of money and my board calling us the Bank of LASA of why it took so long. And part of it is the contract amendment process. And for any contract that we might have an average of 10 to 15 different amendments, just ridiculous. And it is something as providers that we submitted to LASA that it needed to change. When I arrived at LASA, I asked the finance team, can you imagine a time when we have less amendments? What would it take to have less amendments? Sadly, some of those people aren't with me any longer. I didn't get an answer that I thought was what I should hear. My interim CFO has figured out how we can have less amendments. Because there are different ways that we change contracts that don't require the significant lift that we see now, which is causing a delay. Not to mention a broken EGMS system that shuts down invoice payments when we enter amendment process. And with constant amendments, then you're constantly shutting down invoice payments.
Thank you.
So I have broken into that, and we are refining that.
Thank you. I do have a slide to share that reflects some of what we've seen over past month reports that we've seen at LASA, and I thought I would share that here with my colleagues so we can see that, and if the executive office could pull that slide up. I know it came up earlier. I noticed one of the trends that I noticed is that it appears the state pays up front and then prescribes how funding can be used. Has that been helpful, and is that a shift we should consider making across the board. As you can see in April, February, January, and both presentations in October, the state has been pretty consistent, but there are times where our federal partners, the county or the city, have been behind in where you needed us to be in terms of those payments. So is the state, by looking at this, would you say the state model is the model, or is it one of that we should consider?
It is absolutely one that we should consider, and I believe I proposed that model of getting the 50% for the contract in advance and then reconciling. So that was one of the things I noted, and yes, I agree with you. That is one thing that stands out. It's not the only model. As Herb mentioned, there are some other models that we could look at as well.
And does that work as he described? Because I did see on the slides, there were times where our federal partners were also in arrears. So does that model work?
With your permission, may I allow the interim CFO to speak? Janine Trejo. Thank you.
Janine Trejo. Janine Trejo, acting CFO for LASA. There are different types of models when it comes to the federal dollars, and not all of them are on just the drawdown basis where you can take it up front. The contracts that LASA currently holds with HUD, those require us the same with the cost reimbursement model, where the providers have to provide their invoicing to LASA, we have to review it, then we do the drawdown in arrears. So there's various models, but the current model that we hold with HUD is the cost reimbursement model. The state model is more of the ideal model where the revenue is actually received, and LASA does have that revenue with cash on hand to be able to pay the invoicing as it comes through. That would then trickle down to the providers if we had that same type of model across the board with all of our funders.
Okay. You had a slide in your presentation. I think the title of it is Due from Funders. If we can look at that slide. Does this slide reflect the amounts that are invoiced or total amounts outstanding yet to be invoiced?
I think we're going to put it up. Do you know what slide? Slide 11? Thank you.
So these are the outstanding receivables that LASA has. So these are the invoices that LASA has submitted. What I do want to highlight is there have been changes since this information. We do have the EFTs, the electronic or ETFs, the electronic transfer funds authorizations that the county has noted, which would bring that down and turn it into cash on hand once that funding hits our bank.
So this is outstanding invoices by funder?
Yes.
Okay, and I see that the county is in the column of 1 to 30 days. Is that beyond the initial 30 days? Where the county is the only funder that is beyond 30 days outstanding? Is that what this slide says?
I believe that was resolved actually most recently, and you may be able to note that.
Yeah, those invoices have been paid, as well as the current is outdated as well. The HI currently has $9.4 million in invoices from LASA. One of those reflects 4 invoices. One of them is back with LASA. We're processing the other 3 of $9.1 million. All of those came to us last week on May 15th or 16th.
That's helpful. And I know also the mayor's letter to us this morning said that she believed there was 26 million outstanding, but this says 15 million. So I'm trying to understand what this slide is actually telling us.
Because of all of the movement that has happened recently with funds that are being transmitted, the electronic transfer funds authorizations that have come through, this has been a moving target. So some of the accounts receivable have not been entered in respect with the county with the 10.7 million that was recently received. So, and we did receive an additional payment from the city. So that's where you're seeing some of the movement and the staff trying to update this early this morning.
Well, So given the movement that you just described, I mean, we're seeing a discrepancy in numbers, and I hear you explaining why that is. But given that as LASA, and I say we because I am chair there, but as LASA, we have the responsibility of oversight of a contract life cycle. Do you believe that LASA is capable of doing that given what you just described?
Well, I think we need to note that there's a difference between receiving it in our bank and it showing up in EGMS. So we are attempting to give you today's reflection. There is a delay and there's often a reconciliation, which we will do. That's why we meet actually 2 to 3 times a week to reconcile and update. So we pressed very quickly to give an update. And this is, again, a reflection today. But the mayor's letter is reflecting of yesterday's payment, and that doesn't always immediately show up in our balance. So it is a constant update, and we are capable of providing you with information. That's why we're able to tell you even now, there's payments yesterday, there are payments on Friday. These things take about 2 to 3 days sometimes to be entered fully and to show up in the EGMS system. What we did, which is a little unique, is we paid quickly. And when you pay quickly and we receive quickly, there is a lag from what you might see on the screen. But you will get an update, you will get further reconciliation by Friday. And we'll reconcile all of this by then.
Just a question for you, Madam Chair, as Chair of LASA. Do you all get on a monthly basis an accounts payable and receivable report by funder?
We don't receive it monthly by funder. We receive it in a variety of ways, and we have it. We reviewed it both at committee and at full commission. But this is this fundamental issue has been ongoing, and we have asked at our commission, at our recent commission meetings, even as recently as our last one, about the county provides an advance, so there has been a belief that the county's advance has helped to cover some of the costs and issues that have been surfacing. And meeting this moment, we have to, this is why I want to have the conversation, to uncover where the breakdown is happening.
And I would assume that a monthly accounts payable and receivable by funder report would give everyone, you as the board and everyone, clarity.
But what I hear, agreed, and what I hear from our service providers is that what they know LASA to know is the invoicing piece, but your AR is not something that you provide up to the minute on to LASA for them to provide that to us. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then, do you think it would be helpful for LASA to narrow its focus on certain functions and limit program expansion, given what we've heard from our service providers, in order to focus in and hone in on solving these issues? Is that something that LASA should be doing at this point in time?
Well, I think our primary focus must be the administrative efforts, but our mission calls us to be a part of solving the crisis of homelessness and to drive solutions. We need to be able to do both, but our primary focus must be addressing this crisis. And as we have heard, it's systemic. Even when we pay in the same day, like on Friday, we got $10 million, 9.7 million went out the exact same day. We did the same thing yesterday. If we are not paying the providers the costs and they're carrying it for 100 and some odd days, even as we are, and we will clean up the administrative piece, we still have a system that is not funding the system properly. I believe that the work that LASA does in partnership with the providers to address the crisis on our streets is very important. It is one part of the various aspects of what we're called to do, what our mission calls us to do. When you all have said we have an encampment there or a family that's struggling in a car, oftentimes LASA's had to step up with the providers to save that life. I wouldn't want to see in this time of crisis a retraction of that work. But this issue right here is my primary focus, And I'm losing sleep, as you can imagine, and I should, because
all are.
this must get addressed.
Yeah, and so for our service providers, how does that match up to your experience in terms of ability to continue to provide service?
Losing sleep? Worrying
Well,
about payroll? No.
Are having to narrow a focus.
Look, we're in this for you can tell by the commitment by everybody here. We've done things above and beyond what's considered good managers, I guess. We're in this for the long haul. We've invested, as Veronica said, in these programs. We're not shying away from it. We just need these fixes. And it seems like you all are well healed in terms of an understanding of what the complexities are, and you all seem to be receptive of some of the fixes that are there. So,
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, there's so much despair in our county and not enough resources. And so conceptually, we welcome all the supports that are brought online to get people inside quicker and help keep them inside and help stabilize and support all the health-related conditions. At the same time, I, really would appreciate, and I know LASA is the Titanic, right? And I've said this, Dr. Adams, it's gonna take some time to turn it, but there are some deeply rooted challenges. Some of them are structural. LASA did not create them, right? Some of it is by nature of how they were created. Some of it is having all these different bosses. Like, we understand all those nuances. And some of them are just structural at the organization. And I think that the grant administration function, there's still, and some of the things that Janina's come up with are amazing. So we're excited about what's going to happen effective July 1 to get rid of the amendments. But there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. And so if that's what you were asking us, I strongly support focusing on shoring up all aspects of grant administration. Some of it, you all are gonna have to make some decisions to support LASA to address some of the things, but some of them are just internal. And I think that we are desperately in need of having a narrow focus on having our largest grant administrator for the homeless response system get to the level that we need them to be in terms of grants administration.
And to my colleague's question, is there a mechanism by which you could share your AR with LASA today?
Yes, we've been doing it every day for the last 2 weeks, and Dr. Adams hasn't seen it, but absolutely, because I'm also concerned about, making sure you all have the full picture.
Agreed.
Yeah, I want to second what Veronica said. I think that all of us are so dedicated to the mission, LASA included, but I think LASA's, first and foremost, as Dr. Adams-Kellum said, is a good grant administrator. And then what's next is kind of how I think of it. Because if we don't have good grant administration, it doesn't matter how much LASA scales up if we all are scaling down, because we know that we have more flexibility, we have relationships, right? Like, there is a crisis out there for everyone who wants to be involved, but ultimately, for PATH, for many of us, we're talking 40 plus years of commitment to the community. So for us to say we're not scaling up, there is a fundamental, problem with the system. And I just want to call out the numbers as well. I just did a quick, it looks like LASA needs to fund providers through the original slide you said, about $62.5 million a month. So, even if we just divide by 12 and we do some simple math, we need to make sure that that cash flow is going to LASA with some of the solutions that Janine and Dr. Adams-Kellum have shared. And I do ultimately believe we're all open to auditing and accounting, LASA included, but we got to get the money out so that we can stop the suffering on the streets.
And my final question for everyone is, how would you like to see the county partner with you in order to address this problem?
Well, I again want to extend my appreciation to the board for having us here today. I think having open and transparent conversations and really getting to the root of the problem is really important, and I hope that the county will continue to do that. I think our experience as providers is we've had a good working relationship with County HI. We've had a good working relationship with LASA, tense at times, as you can imagine. I mean, we're in a difficult position. LASA is one of our largest funders, not just for the people concerned, but for the system. So there's a power dynamic that's always at work, and we're mindful of that. And I think as providers, we've lifted this issue up. I think we've done everything we can from our perspective, and that's what brought us here today. So I really want to thank you for, continuing these conversations, because we all want to solve the problem. No one sitting here is asking for the dismantling of LASA. In fact, quite the opposite. We providers need, you, the board needs, the system needs LASA to be an effective operator. And that's what we're trying to do, is to make it better. So I would just say the ongoing conversation and being able to really drill down and get to the root of these problems is going to be critically important, so that we're not back here in 6 months talking about the very same things we've been talking about for years.
And I would just say a built-in way not to create any more administrative burden for the board to be looking at these numbers more often, not just when there's a crisis, but be looking at this stuff more often and figuring out what the right mix of the technical response, which this is, versus the reality, right, for things that can't be reflected in here for a variety of administrative reasons, and figuring out how to have forms where maybe twice a year or quarterly, there's some engagement with your offices and the provider community to hear our perspective directly. I mean, of course, we'll sound the alarm when we need to, but that's not the kind of relationship we want. We want to be having ongoing conversations, and not that LASA or DHS or anybody is going to withhold information. That's not what that's suggesting, but I think that we have a perspective that you may not be getting if you're not talking to us, not just when we sound the alarm, but just to understand what's happening in our system, and just accountability all around, and obviously, lifting up the things we ask for. Again, true consideration of shifting how cash flows to not have the providers hold the system up, and really exercising bold leadership to finally make that change in the near term would be much appreciated. But thank you for your time and allowing us to even have this much space and time with you.
And Dr. Adams-Kellum, how would you like to see the county partner in LASA as part of LASA to change what we're talking about today?
Well, I think we have to go back to come forward. I think the Nonprofit Finance Fund did give us some ideas of some shifts that we can make. I believe the accountability that we will share together is, yes, our reporting and refinement for the commission. I think even today I've heard some things that we can do differently. I think we need to make sure we're setting time aside in committee to really comb through these things. I do hope that the board will invite me back every 30 to 60 days. I want to be accountable to you. I want to speak to you directly. I'm willing to meet in your offices in any way we need to get to the bottom of this. I'll be watching this every single day, and I'm happy to update you. I do think it's time for change, and I hope we can do that together.
Thank you. Supervisor Berger.
Thank you, and I want to thank you, Chair Horvath, for bringing this item before our board. And I appreciate what you said about how the perception is going to be that there's something wrong going on. I mean, I remember when Supervisor Horvath and I met with Dr. Adams-Kellum to talk about doing a fiscal audit, and people perceive that as there's a problem. It was in fact generated by a request from Dr. Adams-Kellum for us to do this in order to start fresh and see what's going on and better understand how our system is working out. So I want to acknowledge the work you're doing. The irony for me is that many years ago, the money was front-loaded in response to LASA not having the cash flow. And what I'm hearing is throwing money at it's not going to fix it. It's a structural issue that needs to be fixed. And whether it be the state model or the federal model, the time has come for us to look at that long term. And the other irony is this is nothing new as it relates to county contracts. I remember meeting with Hillsides, who had a $1.5 million line of credit. This is 20 years ago. And they were having to draw down on their line of credit because the county was 60, sometimes more days late in giving them reimbursement. And so they were paying interest that they don't get reimbursed on, they eat. So this is something that is long overdue in terms of discussion, but it's not unique to LAHSA. This is something that I heard, I don't know if it was you, John, that talked about mental health, DHS. I mean, this is a systemic issue that we need to address. The difference is that with Measure H, the thought was all this money's coming down, we're going to be able to solve the homelessness crisis in real time, working with our partners. And I want to thank our partners. You know, the work that you do up in the Antelope Valley, when I hear you say what you're going to have to maybe do in terms of cutting back, breaks my heart, because I've seen and looked in the eyes, especially the families that are being served up there as a result of the work that you're doing, you as well, John. So I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing each and every day. But make no mistake, this is not an I gotcha. This is not even an accusation that there's something wrong going on, because quite frankly, we've got an auditor controller that is going to make sure that everything is done above board, but you acknowledge that. You said that there are checks and balances to make sure that at the end of the day, if there's overpayment, that it can be reconciled. But I also hear that just fixing the invoice is not going to fix this problem. We have to look at what we're paying for the services and do it in actual time. And I know that we did a study that came forward that acknowledged that, in fact, we are not paying the costs associated with the services being provided. I know we're looking at that and trying to right-size that, but we need to accelerate it. So my question to you, Dr. Adams-Kellum, is staff-wise, in terms of getting this done, is there something we, the county, can do to help you to front-load the actual cost associated with the services provided, so that when People's Concern spends $1.3 million on a contract that's only getting reimbursed $1 million, because the actual cost is $1.3, that we bridge that gap?
Well, there's a few things. We've been talking about the true cost of the work, and that analysis needs to go forward, and we need to articulate it. DMH has a model of looking at costs, and the costs are reimbursed, and that's a model that I think we need to look at. I think we need to analyze whether we have the right staff to do this. We're not planning to grow at LAHSA. I promise you that. We're trying to figure out if we need to retract in some areas and deepen in the areas that we're describing here. So that's what's on my mind. I can't say I need more staff. I need staff focusing on the things they need to be focused on to move this forward. And that's what we're looking at. That's why we have our interim CFO looking at all these systems, and a new COO to determine that we have the right pairing with the issues that we are responsible for working on. Because of the great work of Shri Tordoff, we have done this, and our partners at Hilton Foundation, we do have an analysis of costs. It's long overdue. We've already made adjustments in contracts on some of those that you've heard about from Apton Associates, and we are planning another round of increases for this upcoming fiscal year. So Cherie is holding us all to task to move that forward, and we're working with the city partners to ensure that those contracts increase as well. That's long overdue.
Right.
And the reprocurement of the system, which is also on deck, will allow us to right-size some of these contracts as well.
So what I would say, and Cherie, I mean, you're nodding in agreement, but my concern is we're going to do that, and then with the cost of living, that gap, we just kind of filled, but now
right,
it's still a gap.
We have days to fix this,
Yeah.
to look at the right side.
And then you're going to build in something that adjusts each year for cost of living?
That is as we come back to you with funding, we included funding in 24-25 for an adjustment. As we come back to you, and we're already starting our 25-26 funding cycle, we will come back to you with recommendations for those cost of living adjustments.
Okay, I mean, I guess I would say to my colleagues, and I'm not going to hog all the time because I know we all have questions, you answered, you did a really good deep dive in terms of what we need to talk about. But what I will say is that, you know, with Mayor Bass's letter, she's owning what the city needs to do and has acknowledged that the bureaucracy is becoming an impediment to the services that we all are committed to getting out on the street and doing it in real time. To your point, if we in our district have a family that needs help, we call you, and in real time, we want you to get out there and help that family. That's our expectation. It shouldn't be driven just by a board office calling and saying there's a family. It should be happening before a board office sees it. And my concern is, based on what I'm hearing from all of you, is that that type of service may be curtailed, which then will create, I don't even want to use the word hardship because that doesn't seem strong enough for what would happen to people who are suffering on the street. So there's no question in my mind that the city is all in, Mayor Bass is all in. I don't know about you all, but getting a letter like that owning and saying, we know what we've got to do, we've got a problem, we're going to fix it. We know what we've got to do. And we've got a problem here in the county that we've got to fix. And Cherie, I know you're up to it because you constantly bring to our attention issues that we need to address. And this is just an issue that I think is not insurmountable if done correctly and done right. And that means not throwing money at the problem, but in fact looking at not only how we do the reimbursement on the invoices, but also the rates that we're paying so that we don't cause our nonprofits to go underwater. And that is our goal. The only people that are going to be unhappy are the banks who are getting a lot of interest on the money that they're loaning you, which I can live with. With that, I just want to say, again, as someone who is on LASA with our chair and with the mayor, our goal is to right the ship. I think you called it the Titanic. The Titanic sunk, so we don't want it to be the Titanic. But we want you to succeed. We want you to succeed. Because at the end of the day, when you all succeed, when we get our homeless count that's going to be coming out in the not too distant future, we can actually focus on exactly why we're all here today, and that is to address what's going on our streets and help people that are the most vulnerable. I tell people this county, 3/4 of our budget is health and welfare. It goes toward those that are almost 3/4, goes toward those that are dependent upon us to help them, which means that they're dependent upon you all to help them as well. So I'm all in. I believe that for anyone that's perceiving this as a Rome is burning and there's failures in the system is wrong. This is about transparency. This is about addressing what probably is long overdue to be addressed. And again, before FESIA, before any of us were elected, I don't even think, Supervisor Solis, you were on the board yet, when LASA came and said, we have the inability to pay our payroll and our providers, we front-loaded money and said, okay, here, that should take care of it. And didn't really look at what got them to where they were that day. And now it's snowballed, and here we are. So, Chair Horvath, thank you for letting me be a co-author on this and bringing it forward, because I think this is the beginning of what I believe is going to help across the board, not just the providers here, but the ones that you subcontract with, who I think one of you all said can't compete for the contracts, but is equally as committed to addressing helping the unhoused. So thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you to everyone for being here today. And I echo what my colleagues have said so far, particularly about our providers and how grateful we are to all of you for doing this hard work. And Dr. Adams-Kellum, thanks again for your hard work and again for sharing your own personal story. And the line that struck me was how you did not take this job to be a bureaucrat. And yet that's kind of where we're all finding ourselves today, is battling the bureaucracy as much as we're battling the crisis of our unhoused population. But, the providers, and, when Measure H was passed in 2017, that was the idea, right? That was the educational campaign that we convinced the voters was we're not going to set up a whole new bureaucracy. There's already providers that are doing this work. They're the ones already on the ground. They know what they're doing. This is just a way to get them the resources that they need to continue to do the good work. We weren't going to try to take on that work as a county. LAHSA wasn't going to take on that work as the city-county joint powers authority. It was going to be the providers. That's how we convinced everyone to say that this was going to be an efficient use of taxpayer dollars. So to find ourselves in this situation where the very folks that we highlighted as why this was a system that would work is frustrating. It does feel like deja vu for me and some others, I'm sure, because it's not the first time we've been in this situation discussing the contracts and payments to our providers. 4 years ago, we were in the same place where contracts were not being executed in a timely manner, thus causing what you're describing today, our providers to float their contracts using credit cards, accumulating hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest, learning that we don't reimburse for interest. We learned that 4 years ago, understanding the problem. And Veronica, you were talking about how, after you were questioned, how, yes, you did write letters to the board. In fact, it was a letter that you wrote that Supervisor Barger, you and I introduced that motion to expedite the contracting processes. And that's the report that we got back. That's what that motion said, was we got back this report. And this report told us, and we did shift, right? We now approve Measure H recommendations sooner. We streamlined the funding agreement process between LAHSA and our CEO, and we provide upfront funding. And LAHSA also modernized your grant system. So it's frustrating, which I'm sure it is to you as well, that despite these changes, which were good changes and which were recommendations, we still can't fix this problem. I know LAHSA says they're not getting our funding, the county funding, in a timely manner. Our CEO is saying that 3 months of upfront funding is provided, but they can't seem to get, LAHSA can't seem to get their contracting together. And Veronica, yeah, I'm sorry I used a Titanic description, because the last thing we want to do is just rearrange the deck chairs as the ship is going down. So hopefully, listening to everything you're saying, it becomes very clear what I think and I hope we can actually do to fix this problem. And I appreciate, Chair Horvath, that you started off by saying, this is not pointing fingers, right? There's probably enough blame to go around. Mayor Bass has been so clear about modeling a new behavior between the county and the city that we're not pointing fingers, we're locking arms. Once we find out what the problem is, we want to solve it. And hopefully this will be the last time that we have this kind of in-depth discussion. But thank you, Chair, for bringing this forward. And thank you to you and Supervisor Barger for putting yourselves actually on LAHSA to try to understand the problem and change it. That's never been done before. So to say we're all in is just kind of an understatement. Like, we are all in trying to solve this problem. So one of the things, just a couple questions. I'm trying to understand, Dr. Adams-Kelm, I think you said something to the fact that the systemic problem is we're not funding the system properly. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on what you meant by that statement?
Well, I want to clarify. You're right. When we designed Measure H, and I was a provider at the time, and we were in meetings almost every day, like how we're going to scale it, there was a lot of thought put into that, and that's why I raised Measure H as an example of what's working. But that is, while it's the largest portion, it's not all of the funding that comes through. So I think it's important to note that. I think there's a few things that we have to consider. One is, what are the bureaucratic delays, the problems with EGMS, the issues within LAHSA that I'm addressing? That has to shift, and we are already working on that, and that's going to continue to be in repair and our focus. But there is also the cost reimbursement model itself that you've heard a lot about. It's systemic. Providers spend the money in the first, say April, and they don't bill till May. You're already upside down. You gotta wait till the 15th of the next month to start to bill. And because LAHSA doesn't hold any of those funds, holds a very small percentage of funds, say any, small percentage of funds.
You don't have any reserve.
And with the scale, right, and with the scale, we then have to submit our bills to the funders. That's that 45 to 60 days. So you can already see, if you count that, and with the scale and the growth since 2017, you can see why we're in the position we're in. And then there's one more thing. Providers know, and I've been a provider, that this is mission work. And we fundraise, and we have boards that allow us to get lines of credit, but this just doesn't scale, and it's not sustainable. And you're hearing from providers. We started having some very serious, and I said to all of them, because I've been on the other side, in the last couple of weeks, the conversations changed significantly. It became, not only are we serving, the providers serving life or death, they're in the life or death space. This has really come to a head, and we must address it.
But is it how they're getting paid, or is it
It is both
of
how
money?
they're getting paid,
I think the
and it's the amount they're
because-
getting paid, because the costs have not been raised.
not been
And again,
keeping
that
up.
nonprofit
Right.
finance fund discussion we had was the first we were having to say, there's acknowledgement that we aren't getting paid for the dollars that we're spending. I don't know if it's 80 cents on a dollar, now it's with the inflation, it's 60 cents on a dollar, but that's not sustainable. And you can't fundraise that to close that gap.
Herb, you talked about what you thought was a better model, which was the federal drawdown model. Would you say, I mean, I think I was going to ask all the private, who do you think's the best funder in terms of how you get, is it the county, is it the state, is it the federal government?
Hey, the county's our number one.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of how it works.
No, I just say it's worth looking at, because look at the orientation. In the federal drawdown, they're asking you to make projections on going forward, whether it's 1 month or whether it's 3 months. And then that results in a cash request, and it's cash request against your contract that's approved, if it's a grant or a contract, federal contract. So it's a grant award, it's done against that, and then we have to keep track of it, and then the following month, before we're making a new request, we have to report what was used and what the upcoming month cash request would be. And why that's particularly important, I think, is because when we use that system, we don't automatically apply for 1 month, 1/12 of a 12-month award automatically. We have to justify what the request is. And some months our costs are higher, so our cash request is going to be higher. And so we have to provide a lot of detail for it.
But you still think that's a better?
Yeah, because it's going forward. All the other discussions is trying to fund something where we're paying in arrears again.
Right. Is that a model that we could use in the county?
Good morning, Supervisors. Felicia Davenport, CEO. I think one of the issues that we're sussing out right now is we receive, even in the homelessness rehousing system, federal and state funding. And those federal and state funding guidelines don't differ from our other departmental funding. Much of our federal funding which funds a substantial portion of the county budget, is cost reimbursement. It's almost like the federal way. It's designed in the DNA of the budgets of our departments. So our departments, they submit claims to the federal government and they get reimbursed. I'm not suggesting that that is, necessarily a good or a bad thing, but it's to be distinguished from the Measure H dollars, which are local dollars that the board has full discretion on and could more easily direct and modify how those dollars are used to reimburse providers in the homeless rehousing system versus our federal and state dollars, which even the county itself is sort of, because we have agreed to accept the grant funds, the federal grant funds, and provide services. We are agreed into that claim reimbursement.
But in terms of what we have control over, is that a model that we should look at?
I think we should look at it, and I think we have already started to do that with the advance that we provide with the Measure H dollars. I think the question is what amount of that could be scaled or expanded. And I know that there is a work group that's talking about rates so that the rate reimbursement would actually cover the actual cost. And then I think this is a follow-on to that discussion, saying now that we know what the actual rate is, then can we add more flexibility to the payment mechanism for the Measure H dollars?
Thank you. And I'm sure this board would appreciate that this task force or working group, give us the results as quickly as possible that we can begin making changes. There's no way after this meeting that this board is going to want to wait 6 months till we can figure out how to change things. Cherie, I was going to, the other thing we did, our chair, when she first came into office, she also declared a state of emergency as it related to the homeless crisis, coinciding with the city of Los Angeles' declaring a state of emergency. Some of our cities have done that. Cherie, are you using that emergency declaration to expedite payments and contracts as it relates to some of the things that we're hearing today?
We are certainly doing that countywide with our county departments.
Because, we heard from someone who said it's not just the county, it's not just LAHSA, it's county departments that they're finding slow payments. So why aren't they using this expedited emergency declaration tool?
Yeah, I think we will need to hear from our county department specifically about their reimbursement practices, but I think it's the same issue we're talking about here, that providers are incurring the cost and then submitting the invoice and getting paid what ends up being some number of months after they started incurring the cost. So it's the model of reimbursement that's used, which is sometimes connected to the type of funding that the department is administering, where they may or may not have that flexibility to do that type of advance or working capital.
Could we ask you to, and Thesia, to follow up on that? Again, I'm not going to want to wait to hear from county departments. You're the head of our homeless initiative. We want you to, urge our county departments to use this emergency declaration if it is a tool that they can use to expedite contracts and payments.
Supervisors, I will work with Cherie. We'll do a sampling of the department. So we'll do a sampling of invoices and see what the turnaround time is once we receive the invoice from LAHSA, of how long it's actually taking to get those invoices paid, and then directing the departments to leverage as much as possible the emergency declaration to get them paid as soon as possible, recognizing that that won't address the overall structural issue, but it will relieve some pressure on the cash flow.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Hahn,
Yes.
Some of these are not homeless connected. It's mental health, public health,
right.
health. So it's our contracting in general. Yeah. So
Right,
Cherie,
but
you're more than welcome to take on the entire county.
But it's specifically in relations to how they contract with the homeless crisis. And again, this emergency declaration gave everyone this fast-track tool for procurement, for contracting, and I would think it would also cover maybe payments, and it's the giant scissors to cut the bureaucratic red tape that we need to happen in all county departments to make this work.
We'll do a sampling and get a survey back to the board.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think, I know my colleagues have some questions, and I think I had a lot of questions about what are you going to do differently, how are you going to solve it. I think I heard, particularly from Dr. Adams-Keller, you and Cherie, what we're going to do differently, and we really want that to happen, and we want to help you. The worst thought is if any of our providers in any way scale back or leave the system altogether because this process is not workable for them. There's no reason that any of us would support our nonprofit providers using their own credit cards to make payroll or to float for 30, 60 days, again, incur interest that doesn't get reimbursed. None of us are supportive of that. We want to fix this problem. So thanks again for the fact the mission is greater than the mess we're in right now, and we respect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Wow, this has been a really great discussion. I want to thank our chair and Supervisor Barger, and I want to thank all the panelists. This is really something that should have happened probably a couple years ago. And I just want to say that I have every, just sentiment for what I'm hearing from the providers again, because some of you we've spoken before. And I just want to add that about 2 months ago, I met with our providers out in the San Gabriel Valley. And to me, when we did pass Measure H, it was about expanding our reach. It wasn't just to overburden you all, but to build out in places that we were not. And when I look at HI, what we've done already, we're starting to chip away at it. But the expectation of our communities and our cities was so great. And we created a Blue Ribbon Commission also to look at why funding is not coming down, not just to the providers here today, but also to our friends and your colleagues out in the other parts of the district, county, and also to our cities. And you all have so much expertise. I want to see a strategic plan put forward with a timeline that actually says these are the actual concrete things that are going to happen. Based on this discussion that we had today, and they're all great ideas, I think. But for me, the reality is we are soon going to be faced with going out to our voters again. And let me tell you, there will be people listening to this discussion. And we've got to fix it. And it is doable, and it's institutional. Just like so many things when we say bureaucracy, it's institutional. And we have to make those changes dramatically. And I hope our CEO weighs in with our departments, because I get it. You have formula-based funding for mental health, Department of Public Health, Department of Health Services, and all of that. And that we know. They can probably do a better job to help some of you. But I also think, why were we not thinking that Measure H funding could be front-loaded? And to look at other examples, as was pointed out already, what the federal government does, we do that with Department of Mental Health. We front load. So it's not that there's an exception here. We should find out where we are off and make that change and make that alignment, because soon we're going to see figures perhaps more homeless. We're going to get more people that are going to say, how is our money being spent? Why is it not reaching the providers? And I certainly don't want to see you all struggling. I don't. I mean, I know, I don't speak for everybody on the board, but there are a lot of my cities that are just hungering to see some of these services expanded in a way that doesn't want to ruin what you're doing, but they too are compelled to feel hopelessness, that, hey, what is going on with this? And LAHSA, I don't blame LAHSA. I'm glad you're there, Dr. Kellum, Adams-Kellum. I'm happy you're there. I'm glad to have heard your story. That's one part of it. But now, shake it up. Shake it up. And I think all of us have an obligation to do that and to be strategic and to make sure that we really speed dial getting money at corrections, whatever we can do legally with county council, whatever help you need to expedite so we don't step on each other's toe or get in a quagmire with the city of LA, with your attorneys and our attorneys, so we can get this job done. That's really basically what I want to say, that this isn't working properly, and it has to be better, because there's too many people that are waiting to see this change. And I can tell you, as someone now who represents a far larger part of LA City and Skid Row, and other areas where we're seeing fast-paced growth, especially with children and women and children. And I have yet to hear anything about that. And I'm telling you, the communities out there are very, very upset. And they don't know who to blame. So they're not just blaming LASA or anyone else, they're blaming us. We are also responsible. And so if I'm going to show my face out there in public, I want to make sure that I have the backing and support, the full throttle support of all of you, the county, the city, and that we're all going and rowing in the same direction, and that we don't somehow bankrupt our providers, who I have heard can't even afford to stay housed, some of the folks that work for you all. That to me is disgusting. Come on, what is going on here? So let's do our work. Let's also battle in Sacramento if we have to, or the feds with HUD, and see where we can get some relief here, because we are the epicenter of homelessness around this country. It isn't necessarily New York, it's here. I mean, let's wake up and do something. So I'm ready to roll up my sleeves, and I have been. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your help.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Dr. Hatanaka, thank you for your opening statements about, particularly in this climate of audit, that this conversation should by no means be perceived as any sense of a lack of confidence in terms of the appropriate use of funds. That's really important. I'm glad you said that was at the top of my list. This is about a payment timing issue. This is about infrastructure, but this isn't about misappropriation at all. So I think whoever in the public is listening needs to be very clear about that there are all kinds of bells and whistles and accountability and bootstraps that have been subscribed to you all in terms of accountability. So I want to make that abundantly clear. I want to thank you, Dr. Adams-Kellum, for your first slide where you said that you wanted to level set. I think that's very helpful. You know, our governance structure, we operate as a committee of a whole. We don't have a finance committee. I'm glad that LASA has a finance committee to dig down into the level of details. And while I appreciate your offer to come here monthly, I would say maybe not. It's a bit, LASA has a finance committee. It's great to get that level of detail. I think what is appropriate for me as a member of this body is the 10,000-foot level question and inquiry twofold. Yes, there's an immediate problem that I am confident, based on this conversation and others at LASA, will be fixed. There is a longer-term, intermediate, and longer-term structural problem that I hope that we don't lose sight of because the immediate numbers are in front of us. That's typically what happens, just as human nature. You got to put the fire out in front of you. We know that there was a cause of the fire, but we get so consumed in putting out the fire in front of us, we forget about coming back the next day or whatever to the other problem. Lots of questions about when did we know, who knew. You know, I sat here and made notes and thought, I could go back to welfare reform 1994, a time just like this, when the crisis of the day was welfare reform. We told all the mothers to go to work, and we had a child care crisis. And there was a bank. I ran a bank like you did. Crystal Stairs was in effect a bank. About your size. There was a point in time I was about $500 million organization, and I say bank because the job was passed through like LASA. I made payments to providers, and when my funders were late, I had to go get a line of credit to make payments to providers to continue to provide the service with no reimbursement from the state. The years the state was late in passing their budget, I was making $10 to $15 million payments monthly with no love from the state when they finally passed the budget.
And I hope technology has improved. Back then, you'd have to wait for the check to come in the mail. Like, really? I hope we're doing better than that. I hope you're not waiting for mail checks from the county or the city or anybody else. When I think about Measure J, Ms. Lewis, you know, the problem as I see it is very easy for government and elected bodies to simply pass laws or a motion that says work harder, faster, with zero deep understanding about what it takes for our partner provider agencies to scale up. What it takes to scale up. When I look at LASA's slide that talked about a 5% admin rate, what we are talking about today is grant administration and people who are in a position to do the billing. How do you even have the infrastructure with a 5% admin rate to do what's being asked of you to do? I won't begin to ask the providers what your admin rates are, because you have to have the admin in order to provide accurate billing. It is really sexy to have a Measure H to think that all the money goes directly to house the people. It takes people to do the work to make that magic happen. So your 5% admin rate gives me great cause for pause, because you may not have an adequate infrastructure in order to do whatever billing system that we come up with. And I would wonder if the providers have that adequate internal infrastructure also. That's not sexy. We want to imagine that all the money goes to beds, but you can't pay for beds and bill anybody if you don't have the woman power, manpower to do that work. So I never want that to be lost. You know, as I said, government, we expect things to happen faster and work harder. And we have an agenda item coming up where internally we have a department where service demands are exceeding delivery experience. And so both in our contracts and internally, we have to do better in terms of making sure that service demands and the expectations of our shared constituency are being met, whether it's external contractors or internal services. The cost reimbursement model is the devil. Hard stop. There is no flexibility, it's old, it's antiquated, and based on what you said, Ms. Lewis, it is based on a concept of lack of trust. It is government saying, well, these are public dollars and the public's gonna hold us accountable, so you all have to prove 10 times that you spent the money the way we've told you to spend it. And so, you're right, when Measure H passed, you all stepped up to the plate, like others have done throughout history, to say I'm here to do it, but the core element of how government operates didn't change. And so the cost reimbursement model is a system set up for failure. It has not kept pace with technology, and it is grounded in a culture of lack of trust. And so we try to fix it piecemeal. I carried a motion in April, our equity in contracting, to try to help small businesses contract with the county because the county pays you late. We, in that motion, front-loaded loans. So we are addressing this on a piecemeal basis, the letter Supervisor Hahn talked about. But how do we have the time, the expertise to really address the real devil, which is the cost reimbursement model? That's the issue. I believe it's not just cash flow, it's also the adequacy of the reimbursement rate. And every time we do everything from vote for a mandated minimum wage increase, pressure on you. That's why we basically lost our board and care infrastructure across the state, because we pass kind of motions in silos and don't stop and acknowledge the cumulative impact it's going to have on the people we are expecting to do the work every day. So this is not new. I can go back in my own, recollection to welfare reform, passage of Measure J, and any others. It is any number of nonprofit sector service providers, faith-based service providers, who step up to the plate to partner with the safety net level of government to provide care and nurture to our residents. And you too have boards of directors who are looking at you like, you want me to pay for what? Go tell the Board of Supervisors, go tell the state legislature. The expectation that we all put on our service providers doesn't feel like locked arms with me, to me. I'm sure it doesn't feel like that most days to you. So there will be a short-term strategy. I hope that LASA will continue to request monthly accounts payable and receivable by funder reports, so you can see where that is. And I hope that we figure out ways in which we can come forward with a much more sophisticated strategy beyond a cost reimbursement model to engage with our partners. Yes, it's going to require federal and state understanding. That will take time. If there are examples, if there are specific contracts where a drawdown system has worked, is working, and if there are opportunities where it's a county mandated function that we can pivot there, I think with the board having heard about that model and how well it works, we would be willing to do that. I just don't want it to be lost on us that the cost reimbursement model isn't just impacting the homeless industry, the sector. It is impacting social service delivery across the board. And this is the group that happens to be representing for everybody today. And I really don't want that to be lost. I would ask if the service providers are in a position to give us projections that your organizations have done to understand the financial and administrative capacity needed to keep up with this current pace. We have asked a lot of you and are going to continue to based on need. And so I hope that you all have the projections to be able to inform your funders about what it's going to take as opposed to taking what you get. That's what you've had to do, and I get it. So if we're going to have a culture shift and try to be better because we now know better, we need to have the data and information from you all to know what it's going to take from your perspective. Not that I'm saying that we can meet it, but we at least need to have the information and know the data. So we are making decisions from an informed place as opposed to government always saying, work faster, work harder. We have a fire to put out. Yeah, right. And then we say, oh, didn't you know you're supposed to hurry up and wait? You know. So we're clear we have to do more, but I'm hoping that you all will be able to provide, to LASA, to our homelessness initiative, that kind of data, so we understand the entire universe that we have to figure out how to fund as we figure out how to create the infrastructure where you are paid for in a timely manner. It is obscene to think that government is going to expect nonprofit organizations to carry us. I remember just thinking that, like, this can't be their expectation. Like, and I'm sure you all have said, do they know? Which is why you all are glad to be here to tell us publicly. Now we all know. It is obscene. It is not new, Madam Chair. It doesn't just impact this sector. And so whatever we can do to figure out structurally how to alter that, I think will make for a better LA County for everyone. We have physically locked arms with the mayor, and we are locking arms with you. And in doing that, that means that we have to fix this piece of it so you aren't left carrying the bag of the differential. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. I see our auditor controller is here. If he could come forward to share with us where we are in the timeline of the audit that this board requested and what you need from us in order to keep it moving forward. Thank you to all of our presenters. I only have one question, so we didn't have to turn over entirely, but okay. It's okay, go ahead. Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Oscar Valdez. I have Robert Campbell with me. He's one of my assistant auditor controllers over the attestation services. First of all, thank you for the invitation to provide a update, but also thank you for entrusting the Auditor Controller's Office in conducting this, urgent and necessary audit of LASA. Again, the goal of the audit itself is really not to really identify or pick on LASA, but it's really to provide them with a working tool for the new executive team, not just the CEO, but the incoming CFO with best practices and other observations and recommendations. So where are we today? I think right now, just wanted to update you that we have prioritized this audit. We did submit our report back to the board. I believe it was last month, April 23rd. We identified our specific audit scope. That was vetted through the board offices, our major stakeholders, LASA, the HI department. So with that, we have already engaged LASA with this. We issued our engagement letter last week that included a request of documentation in order to start the audit. We're scheduled to meet with them tomorrow morning for our first entrance conference, and also to introduce the team that will be conducting the audit. So we're committed to basically ensuring that we have a hybrid type of audit. We are going to be on site and also doing some of the audit virtually, but for the most part, we're going to try to keep someone on site rotating to make sure that someone's constantly out there, through this process. We're envisioning roughly 120 to 150 days to complete the audit, but it's all going to be contingent on whether or not, LASA provides us with timely responses, not just to our questions, but documentation. Again, this is going to be a partnership with LASA to make sure that we work with them together to get that information. You have our commitment to make sure that everything that we're doing is going to be very objective. All of our findings and recommendations are going to be based on evidence that we document, and we're looking forward to provide some clarity, to the operations of LASA.
I would ask, the JPA for LASA does provide that someone can be embedded into LASA in order to review the documents on site. The books and records of the authority in the hands of the Chief Financial Officer shall be open to inspection at all reasonable times by representatives of county and city. So for these purposes, and given that we know they're hiring finance staff, it might just be best for you to be there so you can do the work and make sure that it keeps moving.
Will do.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
What's the expectation of the audit? What are the parameters of the audit?
Well, scope of the audit, we're going to be looking at various areas. We're prioritizing the fiscal and the contracting issues right away, and we're also looking at possibly, doing some type of either preliminary type of report backs, maybe breaking it down to multiple reports, depending on the types of findings that we have. So we're going to look at fiscal, we're going to look at contractual, we're going to look at risk management, we're going to look at grant management. But again, it's overall operations, pretty much, some of the discussions that were made here, one of the things that we will be looking at is the amendments. I think, we want to provide a little bit more clarity on those amendments, specifically those that are being brought forward to the commission for approval, whether they're in advance, whether they're retro, and providing some type of observation and recommendation to move forward.
That's helpful. If I could ask, I think really our CEO, in the context of the county and really separate from the audit, what are we going to do based on the previous panel and what we've heard? I know we got the letter from the mayor. I know that you, once it was brought to your attention, expedited a payment. What are we going to do absent these two actions have already been taken to free up money immediately? So month after month, over month over month, the providers aren't in the same position they've been in.
Thank you, Supervisor. So I think one of it is us to continue doing our basically daily conversations that we're having with CEO Adams-Kellum to see what the need is. So we've heard today that there are some issues, probably as early as next week. We also heard our HI director say that we have some invoices that we've received within the last 30 days. So the first question is, can we expedite payments for those? I think the answer is yes. We've done that last week or within the last 2 weeks, and that was basically working with the auditor controller. So I think part of the question is, what is the size and the scale that's on the horizon for the next, let's say, 30, 60, 90 days? Once we know what that amount is, we can look at, funding that we have in the HI budget, potentially that is not already allocated or year-end savings, right? We're about to come to the end of the fiscal year. But that's what, it would be something like that. This is really sort of like an ad hoc remedy until we know the extent and the magnitude of the structural problem. So for us, I think it's continual conversation, assessment. We know we have something on deck for next week, but what's going to happen 30, 60, 90 days out? We're approaching the end of our fiscal year. There's probably some year-end savings to see if we can redeploy those funds quickly and expeditiously.
And will LASA need anything from the provider community in order to provide you with that data? Since everybody's here, I want everybody to hear it at the same time.
I think so. I think that they are speaking very intentionally, and there's been intentional conversation about this is what is happening next week. I can't wait for my normal month-end invoice. I think Dr. Adams-Kellum is now turning around, calling the funders, including both the county and the city. And so we will do our part to figure things out until we get to a proposal and a recommendation for a more sustainable process, and then recommendations, the board adopting recommendations related to those.
And I would just, I think, say to my colleagues who serve directly on LASA, making sure that, as I talked about that admin rate, which is ridiculously low, making sure that LASA and the providers, have the personnel on hand to even be able to do that processing faster and accurately. I know there was always an issue. I will personalize it. I won't point to any of the providers. There was always an issue in billing with a back and forth about accuracy of billing. Well, if your billing's not correct, and that can be personnel too. Yeah. And so making sure that there are the appropriate resources to allow that billing to happen accurately and timely in order to get paid accurately and timely.
And if I could just add one other thing, Supervisor, as we embark in an intentional way on this topic about right-sizing the system, there is a finite amount of dollars within the Measure H budget. There is a finite amount of dollars within the county's very large budget. And so this may require us reprioritizing the priorities. We know there's a lot of other demands on county general fund, but what right-sizing really means and paying elevating the rate that it covers costs, at some point what we're really talking about is either adding additional resources or reallocating resources within programs, or some of the things that you heard earlier today, like the providers saying, no, we're not going to take on that contract.
And we constantly have that conversation about admin rates, what people are paying, the ability that we have as LASA to support some of our service providers in staffing up, and the technical assistance that they need. So that's a constant conversation. Some of it is driven by what funders will pay in order for LASA to be able to pay that. So to that end, Supervisor Berger and I wanted to end this conversation with a motion to direct the CEO Homeless Initiative to report back to the board in writing in 21 days with potential alternative models to fund the homeless service providers that would replace the existing reimbursement model and prevent delays to providers from having to perform contracted services until those services are funded, and then provide a verbal report to the board on the recommendations at the June 18th, 2024 policy presentations board meeting. Given that it is budget season, I think it's time for us to have that conversation so we can make sure that we are making the meaningful change that we need to, and really understand. We've heard some good options here today to get that conversation going. And I too want to thank everyone who is here today for the conversation. Really appreciate your participation and partnership. Supervisor Solis?
I just wanted to add, when you do your audit here, can we look at some of the structural things? I know we may not, as a county, have complete control over the amendments that are made to contracts, but what can we say that's constructive to help that so that it is public and everyone's on the same page about that, so we're not dragging this out any further? Yeah. I would just ask that. Thank you.
Supervisor Berger.
And then following up on that, I know that we talked about the declaration for the emergency. Knowing that this also extends to contracts that are not directly tied to homelessness, can that emergency declaration be used for those contracts, or do we have to do something else in order to reevaluate how we are reimbursing?
Thank you, Supervisor. I think this is a situation where the board, we found a more efficient way to do things. And I think the question is really, why can't the exception become the rule? And I think we've already started talking about that. We can continue to talk to the departments. I think there is some room where we can do expedited contracting. And then there are other areas where there's probably another hurdle or barrier that might prevent us from implementing that to all the contracts. But we can certainly, in our survey, we can certainly take a look at that and make recommendations to the board that we should extend that to these other areas.
Okay, and I also want to thank the Auditor Controller, because I know that you are being asked to do a lot of things, and this kind of was pushed up in the queue. So thank you for recognizing that this is important to this board.
And I think to add to the, we've already done some surveying on the invoices. Anything going through the Auditor Controller or shared services, we're making sure that those things are being expedited, and we're averaging roughly 24 business days once the invoice hits the county and once AC issues that payment, and it's through an ACH and not paper. So, but we can definitely work with the other departments to try to, get the entire pool.
But I think the supervisor is talking about, can we move away from a purely cost reimbursement model and expedite our invoice processing in general, so that once we do get invoices that's not based on a cost reimbursement schema, then we can also expedite the processing of the invoice.
And that's really, I don't think, on you per se. I think that's a systemic issue that we need to deal with within the county.
Will do.
Yeah.
All right. With Supervisor Mitchell, I was feeling it over there that you had something else to say.
I'm just looking at the language we just received with regard from you, Madam Chair, and Supervisor Barger. And I, I hope from my comments you understand that I am all about it. I'm with you. My question is just like, who and how fast? That's why I asked the last question of Madam CEO, like what's going to happen next. So if this motion that you've brought before us directs CEO Homeless Initiative to report back to the board in writing in 21 days with potential alternative models to fund homeless service providers, and provide a verbal report to the board on recommendations at the June 18th meeting, does that mean that actions can't take place faster? Are you asking that they report back to us which model and then we vote and decide on the model, or can they be changing process like today?
Well, I think to your previous question, the urgent payment in that period of time will be dealt with as it's been dealt with in the weeks past. This is structural change, and we need recommendations now.
Got it.
And that needs to come back to this board so we understand what the change is, how it's going to work, what was recommended, and how everybody's going to get on board, so we can all be locked arms as you described.
So this is the intermediate going forward.
Yes.
I would just ask, maybe once we get this, because again, I don't want to lose sight of this impacts sectors beyond homelessness initiative, contracts across the county land. And so perhaps after this one, we can begin to talk about areas in which we can look at changing our cost reimbursement model for others as well.
And I think it always has been the expectation of the state of emergency for us to be moving faster on this, so we can learn for all of the sectors. But since we are in a state of crisis on this, we need to move fast and making sure that we are finally fixing this, at least as the county partners. We heard from what our partners want from the county, and so what can we as a county do to make that change? Should the federal and other governments want to do that too? It sounds like the federal government is on a different model that maybe works better. So, I think we have to do our part, and that's really what this motion is about. With that, I'd love to turn to our executive officer to call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Alex Sanchez, Aliyah Yusufi, Aria Racinto, Byron Jose, Diamond Cruz, Loretta Lorraine, Luna de la Muerte, Oscar Iraheta, Red Chief Hunt, and William Melendez please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 27, and if you have not already done so, please press 1 then now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Moderator, do we have any speakers in the queue? Moderator, are you there?
Yes, our first question is from the line of Genevieve Clavrell. You may begin.
Thank you. Genevieve, are you there? Genevieve? Can we move on to our next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Victor Ramirez. You may begin.
Victor? Victor, are you there? Is it on our side? Are we able to hear our callers? While we're figuring that out, let's go to speakers in person. Moderator, we're going to have staff work with you to figure that out. We'll take our first speaker in person. Go right ahead.
Good morning. My name is Alex Sanchez. I'm the Executive Director of Homies Unidos. We have a contract with City 1 and City 10 in the city to work with homeless encampments. And one of the things that we found out is that many of our immigrants are not able to receive many of the supportive services. So we encourage the board to also look for means to reduce homelessness for those that are juveniles that are newly accompanied minors, as well as elderly that are homeless, that are immigrants, and that they don't qualify for those extra services like permanent housing and whatnot, right? I'm also part of IRLA, the Immigrants are LA, so we're definitely pushing on the motion 11 as well. And I want to thank you, Holly Mitchell, for our supporting our Central America Youth Leadership Conference that's coming up in May 21st. That's supporting our immigrant youth that are newly arriving to the county. So definitely thank you for your support, as well as Hilda Solis.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, I'm Miss Loretta Lorraine. I know you already know me. I'm a big supporter of all of y'all, but also LASA also helped me to get in the PAT program with Trend Latina. I have had a beautiful experience at the PAT at the Loden place over there. I also talked to Miss Mitchell. I've been there a year and going almost a year and something. I'm still waiting on my apartment. I know it's tough nowadays, but I also been waiting. I'm a big supporter. I'm seeing from the inside. I've always spoke from the outside. I didn't know that homelessness was that difficulty, but now I'm seeing it from the inside. I will always fight for the right of the homeless, even when I leave and get the key of my place. And I hope I get my key soon. Miss Hunt and Miss Solie over there, I need your support, girls. But anyway, you know I'm an OG. I keep it real, and God bless you. And I hope that you can help the transgender community because they have helped to help.
Thank you. Absolutely. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is William Melendez. I'm a peace ambassador of Homies Unidos, and I do personal outreach with homelessness and immigrants. And I personally dealt with those cases, and sometimes they can't get permanent housing because they don't have the right resources from LASA to give them because they're immigrants. They get 6 to 9 months of just housing in what they call intermediate. I think it's just not permanent. So I'm here in support, and I'm also part of the IRLA program, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Byron Jose with the Trans Latino Coalition and Immigrants RLA. Beyond the bureaucracy And yes, we need to talk about the staff, the personnel that it's going to take to execute these services. I mean, the CEO stepped out, so that's unfortunate. But we want to make sure that her office is working with immigrant populations as well as transgender, expansive, and intersex communities who continue to be identified in the reports, in the motion directives, highlighting, prioritizing the needs of immigrants and also transgender, expansive, and intersex communities. So how do we make sure that as we are designing, developing, and spending all this money and all these resources, right, is being channeled and is being set forth for care and services that are informed and culturally competent. Thank you to the board for your leadership and for your support, and thank you for having our public and community members here today.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
If we could hold applause, if you support, do this. If you are opposed, thumbs down, just so we can keep it moving. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Diamond Isabel Cruz, and I am here on the behalf of the Transgender Coalition, the Trans Latina Coalition. I stand here before you today to advocate for an urgent and critical issue that affects marginalized communities within our society. We must address the lack of safe and affordable housing for the Trans Latina and immigrant individuals as well as trans people upon release from prison. The individuals face unique challenges and vulnerabilities due to intersecting forms of discrimination. Many Trans Latins, and immigrant individuals already marginalized by systematic inequalities find themselves without a stable home upon release from prison. The lack of housing increases the risk of homelessness upon unemployment and engagements in survival activities that perpetuate cycles of harm. It is our responsibility as a compassionate and inclusive society to ensure that everyone has access to safe and stable housing by providing targeted resources, support, and affordable housing options.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alia Yousufi. I'm the Senior Policy Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations. CARE is also a co-chair for the Immigrants RLA campaign. I wanted to thank the supervisors for providing this elaborate discussion about LASA and some of the difficulties that it's facing, but I also want to bring up the issue that as in addition to being a pass-through funding agency, it also needs to provide better oversight of the service providers, and that includes making sure that all the programs that it oversees are adequately accessible to the immigrant communities within LA County. And I know that IRLA and LASA staff have been in conversation about how we can better the way that these programs are implemented so that no one is left out, but it's still a work in progress. And so we are urging you to keep up the pressure to make sure that no one is excluded as we continue to improve our systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Luna de la Morte, here speaking in support of Trans Latina Coalition. I'm currently housed at Trans Latina Coalition, their Hope House. So I just want to thank you all for speaking in support of the systems and the programs that are keeping me alive right now. So it's just been a massive help since I've started there. I've been in LA for a week. I left an abusive relationship that I needed to get out of to be safe, and they're helping me get work. They're helping me build my resume. They got me clothes. They got me a safe place to live. And without their help, I probably wouldn't be here. I'd be in a hospital crying somewhere. So without their help, my life would just be very, very horrible right now. So I can't thank them enough for the help that they've given me, and thank you as well for supporting that and supporting people like me who really need this help. Also, I'm getting services with LASA, so great services that are saving my life right now. So please keep these. Thank you.
Thank you
again for your support.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good morning, our beloved Board of Supervisors. My name is Aurea Recinto, and I am calling in support of the Immigrants, our Los Angeles Coalition, and item 27, the motion supporting the housing for immigrants of Los Angeles County. I represent Filipino Worker Center under domestic workers, and I work in District 26. I'm calling your support in housing upon the reduction of rent mobilization cap from 5 to 3%. We will continue to amplify the need to reduce the cap as a policy request, amplifying stories of people who have received increases above 5% because of loopholes. Everyone needs housing. Immigrants cannot be excluded from LA County Housing Program because of their status.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melissa Cepeda, and I am here today on behalf of COFEM, the Council of Mexican Federations, and the IRLA Coalition. As a resident and worker of District 4, I asked the Board of Supervisors to ensure a reduction of rent stabilization cap from 5 to 3%. We'll continue to amplify the need to reduce the cap as a policy request, amplifying stories of people who have received increases above 5% because of these loopholes. As ARP funding comes to an end, renters throughout this region face the end of rent protections. We'll continue to lift the need to include everyone in extending these subsidy programs. Housing is a necessity. Everyone needs housing. Immigrants cannot be excluded from LA County housing programs because of their legal status. As constituents, they deserve this inclusion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The Red Chief Hunt. First of all, I like to say if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. Number two is we know the statistics, but we don't know the logistics. This is our stumbling point. Number three, if we can move 100,000 troops overseas in 3 weeks ready for war, and we can't move 120,000 people into housing in the city and the county of Los Angeles, that's a big problem. Here's what the whole big deal is, and I've been through 3-4 programs, is that we have to claim eminent domain on 1/3 of all properties now, and we have to have the president do that for fair market rating so we can get these people into housing and things like that. And then we have to put a dime tax on all cigarette and alcohol beverages so that the city and the county can split the $4.2 billion every year so we can get the job done. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, but if we don't head in that direction, then we're going to be lost without red.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Oscar Iraeta, soy miembro y parte de la organización Salva y parte de la organización IRLA.
Good morning. My name is Oscar Iraeta, and I am a member and leader of the organization Salva, and also a member of the organization IRLA.
Vivo y trabajo en el Distrito 5 de nuestra supervisora Catherine Barger.
I live and work in District 5, Supervisor Catherine Barger.
Y estoy aquí porque también queremos pedirles que en nuestro presupuesto sea incluido siempre la vivienda y el acceso lingüístico.
And I'm here to ask that in the budget we would always have included housing and also language access.
El día de ayer recibíamos un caso en nuestra organización.
We received a case in our organization yesterday
donde una estudiante
in which there was a female student
está sufriendo violencia doméstica.
and she's suffering from domestic violence.
Y no tenemos la capacidad de tener casas de transición para ayudar a una mujer latina.
We don't have the capacity to have transitional housing to be able to help Latina women.
Tuvimos otro caso de otro miembro de nuestra organización.
And there was another case of one of our members from our organization
donde no se le dio el acceso a salud mental por falta de documentos en este país.
in which that person was not provided with mental health services because of not having papers in this country.
Y esto es justo porque vivimos y pagamos impuestos donde la humanidad tiene que ser primero.
And this is just because we live in a place where we pay taxes and humanity needs to come first.
Estas son las peticiones y prioridades que nosotros como IRLA y como organización Salva estamos pidiéndoles a ustedes como supervisores que puedan dar su voto.
These are the asks, these are the priorities that we are asking as IRLA and Salva, that we are asking you as supervisors to have your vote.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Well, good afternoon. My name is Maria Elena Meraz. I'm Parent Engagement Academy CEO. I've been working with parents and family for the last 29 years of my life. And I'm here to ask the Board of Supervisors to consider to pass the resolution for housing and access for housing for immigrants. Working with parents and families, not having a house, create a lot of stress in the family, and we need our students to be at ease to continue our education and work in the labor force in the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. We'll now go back to speakers on the phone. Moderator?
Our next participant is Victor Ramirez. You may begin. Victor stepped away. We'll go to the line of Roy Humphreys. You may begin.
Okay, Supervisor Barker said it's not about the money. Then she starts talking about the money. It is the effective use of money. Billions of dollars are the new vernacular, not the millions. Go to the people for the money immediately. All homeless are not the same and cut from the same cloth as RECC has asked Ryan Serrano to give a designated list of those. Transient campsites are essential to the solution. Man is a pleasure-paying animal. Arrest and confine for defecating on our sidewalks is essential, and Sheriff Arpaio type confinement. Roland Heights has been abused by the county's negligence, i.e. Stater Brothers, Jack in the Box, and the tunnel dwellers. You can see it all on my YouTube channel. Time out.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. My heart goes out to the county and the supervisors in LASA. This is not going to be popular, but I think it's probably time to disband it. It's not working very well, and I think too many good people are being chewed up by it and will be chewed up by it. So I'm wondering if we can find a way. I know like some of the people who are more finger-pointing oriented at the city have been saying this, but I think we can lock arms and disband it. It's too big and cumbersome. It was an interesting idea. It doesn't work. It's like CES, you know, how much money and energy and money, and then it becomes a question of, wait, is it incompetence? Could it possibly, I know Supervisor Mitchell said, obviously it's not misappropriation, but, you know, misapplication of funds and failure to get it out the door and all this over and over again starts to become really a question of accountability for the taxpayers, and we are not at all happy. I mean, you know, nice job scheduling a 4-hour meeting before public comment. You know how hard it was to stay in the meeting?
Thank you. Your time has expired. May we have the next speaker, please?
Our next participant is Genevieve Claverell. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. I am glad to see the Board of Supervisors taking very seriously what's going on homeless. I don't think it's misappropriation of funds, but I think it's poor management. And I really want to ask them to look at that in detail. And maybe they need some support, some consulting, but things are not moving in the right direction. So thank you for looking at it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Victor Ramirez. You may begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Hector Ramirez. I'm a person with a disability in Chatsworth. I really want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this particular presentation. And as the previous speaker, I definitely think it's a really good initial step. As a person with a disability, and really interesting to see how people with disabilities are getting access to the services, as well as our aging adults. The majority of my peers who are out on the streets are people with disabilities and older individuals, and definitely looking to see how the new strategies can better enhance both the transparency and the processes that are utilized by LACSA to serve our most vulnerable residents, because the rent is too high, and you're basically just putting out a house party with a host. And this is definitely something that we've definitely have been asking for many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Genevieve Claverell. You may begin.
She's already spoken. So are there any other speakers in the queue?
No other speakers, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Thank you. The report from item 27 is received and filed. Hearing no objections, that will be the order. The introduced motion is before us, which I will move, seconded by Supervisor Barger, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Your motion is before you. Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Solis will pass. We'll go back to her. Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger. We'll return to Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Solis. Pass. We'll return to her vote, and Supervisor Barger will record as a pass. We'll return to the vote. Motion does carry 3-0 with 2 passing. We'll return to the vote later for those 2.
Okay. Item 70 is our next report. It is a report on a proposed business plan for parking enforcement services, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. Sheriff Luna is joining us. Welcome, Sheriff. And he will make a presentation along with Jill Torres, Assistant Sheriff, and Holly Francisco, Assistant Sheriff, Sheriff's Department, all available for questions. Supervisor Hahn, would you like me to turn it to the sheriff first, or do you have anything you'd like to say before we have the conversation? Okay, Sheriff, I'll turn it to you.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this very important matter of parking enforcement. I'm going to talk about where our parking enforcement detail was prior to the board motion, where we are today, and where we believe we need to expand the program. When I talk about expanding the program, I want to focus on the service area's needs that have changed and or grown. Yet the parking enforcement detail's business model has evolved to match those needs. In October of 2023, you pointed out our shortcomings and failures, and we humbly agree with many of your assessments. Since the October board motion, we have taken a proactive approach to meeting the Board of Supervisors and community expectations. I also had my executive team examine the entire operation, and I admit there were areas that we could have done better, and we have now made this a priority for us. Parking is a complex issue with many contributing factors, including density and availability of parking. As I stated before, I believe the Sheriff's Department is the best place for parking enforcement, for the safety and security of our personnel, for training of our personnel, for providing access to specific systems needed for enforcement, and for administrative functions. In October, our parking enforcement detail had 22 vacancies. Since then, we have hired 11 additional parking enforcement officers and have another 10 people in the background process. This will give our parking enforcement detail almost a full staff of parking control officers as is budgeted. We anticipate the background process to take 3 to 4 months to complete. We have adjusted parking control officers' schedules to enhance services and are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Each supervising parking control officer will function as our liaison to the community and attend community meetings along with station personnel. Residents and stakeholders' concerns are expressed to the supervising parking control officers, who then address them accordingly. Recognizing the environmental impact, we have deployed our resources by assessing nuisance areas and conducted parking violation saturations where appropriate. These saturations have removed many abandoned and inoperable vehicles that inhibit residents' legal parking. These slides, or I'm sorry, we're not showing slides. Our parking enforcement detail has done so much to improve these areas that were discussed in the October board meeting. As I stated in March, we have improved and enhanced our online Contact Us parking enforcement portal via the Sheriff's Department LASD.org website. That will also have a customer satisfaction survey featuring that has been created. The Sheriff's Department can provide a monthly revenue tracking report illustrating the increased citations due to additional staff and coverage. The Sheriff's Department has implemented a tracking system for performance metrics and response times for calls for service, citizen phone calls, and email requests. The Sheriff's Department can track and provide monthly reports to ascertain violation compliance, and to track high violation areas for the board as requested. To further meet citizen needs and the goals of our board, this business plan we provided would expand the parking enforcement detail in 2 phases. The plan will increase our personnel and the overall footprint within the county. It includes adding additional administrative support positions. The expansion will allow us to meet county needs, which include proactive parking enforcement 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to properly enforce street sweeping routes, enforce posted parking restrictions, for example, overnight parking, address routine parking issues such as fire hydrants, blocked driveways, and double parking, attend to quality of life issues like abandoned, stolen, and inoperable vehicles, address more individual parking issues identified by our community members. Under the parking enforcement detail's current personnel model, we do not have the necessary resources to serve the community properly. I want to make it clear this was not due to the work of our amazing parking control officers. They were actually doing their job and doing a good job at it. We have an amazing team, and these employees truly care about their job, their community, and being part of the Sheriff's Department. This is strictly due to the program not growing with the needs of our county. So the county grew way ahead. We all know about housing challenges, parking challenges, and we just didn't grow with it. Our plan utilizes the department's existing infrastructure and personnel to carry out the current and expanded services in a fiscally advantageous manner for the county. If fully approved, we are confident that the Sheriff's Department will meet the Board of Supervisors' vision for parking enforcement and the community's needs. We look forward to working with the board, local stakeholders, and our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Chair Horvath, and thank you, Sheriff, for the presentation on what you envision parking enforcement to be like to better serve the constituents that we all represent in unincorporated communities. I know you've heard the frustration from my colleagues over what I think was generally viewed as inadequate and unequal enforcement. So I think this plan really shows that you're taking our concerns seriously, and your proposal is attempting to do it better. I think there's a lot of strengths in your proposal. I appreciate that includes community outreach and engagement, because I know it's been brought up in the past that we're not going to be able to cite our way out of a lot of these parking issues in unincorporated county. Some of them stem from more complex issues like the cost of housing, lack of available parking, multiple generations living together in one home. So I think engaging with the community and understanding what is at the heart of a lot of these parking issues is really important as we move forward. I also really appreciate that your plan includes a plan to purchase electric vehicles. I know that's going to be a little more expensive, and it is a cost, but I think that really falls in line with the county's goal to move towards clean air vehicles, particularly, I think, in and around our more dense neighborhoods and communities that have, historically borne the brunt of air pollution and, other toxic things in their environment. And I'm really supportive of that. I hope we can figure out how to make that happen in our budget. Again, I know that's an expense. So, Sheriff, I have a few questions. So in your business plan, you indicate the need for 57 new budgeted positions. We all hear, I heard you speak about it at Contract Cities, is it's difficult There's a staffing shortage. It's difficult to recruit law enforcement positions in general. How do you plan to expand your parking enforcement unit, since seems like there's a lot of people that you would need to hire to realize this vision, or do you have another plan to fill those positions?
When you heard me speak this weekend at Contract Services, I was primarily talking about sworn staffing. That's where our biggest vacancies are. We do have vacancies among our professional staff, but I really got to compliment our personnel and the two ladies sitting on either side of me, because even as we talked through some of the challenges that were brought forward, they went out and recruited and hired another 10 to fill some of those vacancies. We are confident that using the same strategies of going out, we have 10 others in backgrounds, and we will continue to do that if that gets approved down the road. But the fact that that this was brought to light encouraged us to focus more on this area, put more attention on this area, and you see the results. And there's some pretty immediate results based on the last time we spoke about this to today's current date.
Thank you. And I know we see the blue shirt workers here today. We know they have been such an integral part of parking enforcement and have made it very clear that they want to have parking enforcement stay in the Sheriff's Department for a variety of reasons. But it also came out in some of our discussion that there was kind of an unequal view of parking enforcement, or an unequal engagement with parking enforcement folks and the community. For instance, in my unincorporated communities, they had a really good working relationship with parking enforcement. Parking enforcement seemed to show up at community meetings and town halls. People talked about having cell phone numbers of parking enforcement to engage in a very positive relationship. But listening to some of my colleagues, didn't seem like that was across the board the experience that other communities were having. How do you plan to replicate the experience that I think some of my unincorporated communities have with parking enforcement, so that is, county-wide?
Yeah, the fact that this was brought to our attention in the manner that it was, I don't think for us as a department, we were aware of some of the challenges that each and every one of you were facing. So I appreciate the fact that it was brought forward. As you see throughout this business plan, and even as we just initiated and started to hire more people, it's not just about one of our employees going out, responding to or initiating a violation. It's just as important to participate in community engagement, whether it's a community forum or meeting, to listen to our community members, to hear what they're experiencing, times of the day, locations, and as we enhance that, and if you see in some of the positions that we're looking at, we included supervisory positions in here, all professional staff members not sworn, where their sole responsibilities would be to do that, to engage our community, to make sure that we're exchanging information, and not only in person, but now figuring out a more advanced way of doing it electronically.
So also in your report, I was reading that you've created a customer satisfaction survey. Didn't know if that was been created, has it been rolled out? And I'm curious to know what your goal is of that customer satisfaction survey. I mean, it's kind of like, did we put the ticket on your windshield in a friendly way? Did we tow your car and leave you a pleasant note? What exactly are you looking for in customer satisfaction?
Yeah, so those can be people that live in the area that have complaints, not not the person getting the ticket as well as the person getting the ticket. And then one other item that you talked about previously, the supervising parking control officers, those people will be the liaisons with the community. And they also set up a Teams group site, which has your board offices on it as well as DPW. So we have real-time information sharing. When the complaints come into you guys, you can share that with us and it can be addressed immediately.
Okay, thank you. And then one question for Fiza, and then I've got one last question for the sheriff. So, Fiza, there's two plans before us, right? One we heard from Department of Public Works, which is why I thought it would be valuable to have the sheriff come in and present their plan so we actually could compare side by side. They have different price tags. The sheriff's price tag is lower than the one we saw from Public Works. And my previous motion asked for you to review the proposals and then provide your recommendation as our county CEO. When do you think we will see that recommendation?
So thank you, Supervisor. So I believe the motion asked me to come back during one of the budget phases. So I think it's final changes, budget phases. We will, of course, we have some questions. So we will, of course, work with the Sheriff's Department, and I'm sure we'll have some additional questions from Public Works, so we can do an apples-to-apples comparison, but it's final changes.
Okay. And then, and again, I will say, I think this has been really eye-opening. I appreciate Supervisor Mitchell, really, I mean, it was almost like, it was a 3-alarm fire, really, when you brought it forward. It really was. And I feel like you've certainly gotten the attention of the sheriff, and I think you've gotten the attention of all of us in terms of what a critical service parking enforcement is and how it's delivered and how it's perceived in our communities is really, goes to the heart of really a service delivery. So appreciate this. I always feel like it should stay here, but it needed a lot of improvement, and I think we're hearing that you're getting that. So one last time, Sheriff, we heard from the employees. Why do you think it's best that parking enforcement stay in the Sheriff's Department as opposed to going to Public Works?
From a safety aspect, from an operational aspect, logistical, radio communications, it's working out well. Obviously, we've seen the fact that there's some improvements that we can make from a customer service perspective, and we're in the middle of that. But this weekend, we had one of our parking enforcement officers assaulted. And somebody was very unhappy that their vehicle was being towed, and they came out swinging. The officer responded appropriately from what we can see preliminarily, had to utilize pepper spray to defend themselves, but immediately was able to get on his radio with direct dispatch to the station, and immediately was assisted by sworn sheriff deputies who ended up arresting the individual without incident. And I think that story says a lot about putting our employees out there in the best situation, better equipped, better trained, and directly in communication with sheriff deputies who can assist them within minutes when something goes wrong. And I say when, not if, but when something goes wrong. I think that right there just says it all.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Supervisor Hahn. Just wanted to make sure that our record is absolutely clear. I appreciate your motion in April that required that the sheriff come back with a report. I believe it was a Mitchell motion that said the CEO would make the decision about whether it would be housed in Public Works or the Sheriff's Department. So I appreciate you bringing that forward.
For that.
Say it again?
You can have credit for that.
Okay, thank you. I'll take it. And I really appreciate you, Sheriff, truly, and your team for responding so quickly to the challenges my constituents had been living within. You know, it was a surprise to me to hear that it wasn't the experience countywide, that there were communities that had a very different experience. And that made it all the more painful for me to know that there were communities who were not. So I appreciate you all leaning in, and I'm sure your personnel who you have fought for appreciate 22 new colleagues coming on board. So the speed with which you have taken action is to be acknowledged and commended. You know, we just spent several hours talking about an issue external when service demands don't meet delivery. And I talked about then that we have the same responsibility that we're expecting of outside service providers. We have the same responsibility internally to make sure that our delivery of services meets the demand and expectations of our county residents, particularly equally applied across the county. And so that has always been my motivation, to make sure that service is meeting the demand of the people who elect me to be their voice on this body. And so, again, we had early conversations. We put forward a motion which clearly triggered amazing response, and I appreciate you for stepping up and prioritizing this group of employees and this kind of service for constituents. Couple of questions I have, because I think it's really going to be important that we are looking at a true kind of apples to apples comparison to the report already provided by Public Works. So I have a couple questions from the slides that we had access to. In the report, you highlight a goal of 24/7 coverage with the addition of early morning shifts, and early morning shifts have already started Monday through Thursday. So my question is, do you intend to expand those through the weekend? Because that's really when we see the influx of parking violations. So the question is, will it include weekends? Because it wasn't clear to us in the report that it has or will.
Yes, ma'am, it will. And we can provide you with at least the schedules of how we've broken down, which shows full coverage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and that's with relief. So, you know, when an employee is off, there will still be somebody there.
Excellent. The org chart in the report, it appears that, you know, historically it was sworn personnel that provided supervisorial responsibilities, and it appears in the org chart that that's no longer going to be the case. That the requested administrative positions for phase 1 would provide that kind of oversight. So I wanted to confirm that that's true, that no longer sworn personnel, because that has real direct impact on costs, and would have been the case in a Public Works model. So sworn personnel will no longer provide.
With direct supervision, it is professional staff supervision that will be overseeing this group. At the very high rank, you still have a captain up there, but it's only a portion of it. But the majority of the supervision, almost all of the supervision and management, will be done by professional staff.
Which creates promotional opportunities for your staff that didn't exist before because it was sworn personnel that provided that supervision.
That's true. It does.
Great. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I wasn't clear. With regard to the vehicles, I agree with my colleague. It's, you know, I represent this board on AQMD. You know, it's great about making that transition. So it's a pretty big difference in your proposed budget based on if parking enforcement will be outfitted with. My note said hybrid vehicles versus electric. So is it electric or is it hybrid?
We are looking at both options.
Okay.
Obviously, whatever we as policymakers or all of you as policymakers can determine affordability, that's a direction that will go.
I'm sorry, say the last part one more time.
Depends on how much we can afford.
Got it. Whether you do hybrid or electric.
Yes. I mean, it would be awesome if we can do all electric, but you need electric charging stations and things of that nature.
Right.
So we'll do our best because I'd like to get there myself.
Right. And we know that the infrastructure is a challenge, and that's something we confront AQMD Metro, the infrastructure is an issue, so I appreciate that piece. And for me, the performance metrics, which we brought forth in our April 9th motion, are critical, so we never find ourselves in a position again where this slips as a priority in terms of your overall organization focus and structure. So how do you plan to track your success rate against those performance metrics that were outlined in the April 9th motion?
Yeah, so we took those matrix that we discussed last time, and we've actually gone through and seen that we can do those. So whether we give you quarterly reports, we'll probably do it monthly internally, but we could provide it to the board quarterly or however you guys see fit.
Or is there a way to even make them public? Because it's also not just the board, it's the constituents who we hear from who also have an expectation about equitable experience with your department.
I don't see a problem with that.
Okay.
We can definitely look at doing that.
Okay, excellent. And so for my last question, Madam Chair, is just to go back to the CEO. Wondering, I know that the two reports are different as they were to be expected. Is there anything missing from your perspective? Any additional information you would be looking for from the Sheriff's Department or Public Works in order to help inform the ultimate recommendation that you're going to bring back?
Yeah. So Supervisor, we just got this report on yesterday. So my team did like a quick overview. We are lining the reports up so we can look at them. So we're comparing apples to apples. If there is additional information that we need that we think would be helpful in the analysis, we will certainly reach out to the sheriff team and also to the Public Works team. And we will also advise the board of that in our report back. These are the additional considerations that weren't in the written report that we obtained in our discussions with both departments.
I appreciate that. And I would just say, you know, again, as we brought forward the motion last fall, we had looked at, you know, municipalities across the county and state and saw the vast majority, if not all, were in non-law enforcement entities. And it was never, you know, our intention to compromise the safety of your personnel. It was about looking at models that worked for others, and B, improving the quality and consistency of our services across the county. And so I, again, want to say I appreciate all the changes you've made in relative short order. The performance metrics are very important. They passed, you know, they pass here via motion, so they're to be expected to be measured and delivered upon by whatever entity ultimately houses the responsibility. And again, just like we're having this expectation of external entities, we too have a responsibility to make sure that our internal services are meeting the needs based on the demand of our constituents. And so continuing, just as we hold others accountable, we have to hold ourselves accountable to that same expectation. But thank you so much for all the work that you were able to do in short order, and for you to acknowledge that hadn't been on your radar, it's on your radar now, and you're putting resources on the table as exhibited by filling 22 FTEs, or soon to be, is really important for your woman power and manpower that are represented by those in the room today. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for bringing, again, this item before us. And as we look at the two proposals, I think it's going to be very critical to really weigh in and see just how already, Sheriff, you've already undertaken some reforms. And I'm glad that Supervisor Mitchell raised those issues initially, because it just takes me back to where I was a few years ago, raising the same issue in East Los Angeles, and we talked about that last time. So I still think there's still more to do, obviously, but I also wanted to just ask, you know, when we looked at statistics in terms of citations, East LA came up with, I think you were able to collect there anywhere from $3 to $4 million alone in East LA, higher than any other areas. So that tells me different things, but I want to also know, if we're generating that kind of revenue, why can't we keep that revenue, or a good portion of it, in the area where these issues are coming up? And I wanted to hear your response if you're looking at that at all. Because I'm looking at
That is
parity.
Oh, I'm
and,
sorry.
and I'm looking at equity and parity.
Yeah, when you dig deep into our proposal, we have a plan on working with the CEO's office and hoping that we can take revenue generated from specific areas and figure out a way to put that back into those neighborhoods.
Right.
So that is definitely part of the plan and something we're very much interested in doing.
And do you have a time frame for that? Because I'm really curious about that, because I really do think our residents in East LA are really very much concerned about the quality of life issues, and this is a quality of life issue, and obviously want to see some things happening very soon. So can you get back to us on that? I mean, maybe I'm putting you on the spot here, but
We can follow up with you, but obviously we're gonna, I don't know if it's a wait and see. We got to figure out how all this is going to work out, what gets accepted, what doesn't. But at least if it remains with us, with the Sheriff's Department, my plan is to do exactly what you're asking us to do.
okay. The other thing is I'm happy also to hear that the plan also really focuses in on outreach and communication to the community. And for me, that's, I mean, since we service East LA, we get a large number of casework generated when people are upset, not just about parking enforcement. Yes, parking enforcement, but also the fact that our other departments should be coordinating with you, DPW, in terms of our contractor who picks up our trash, our rubbish for our people, because in many ways that also is a barrier for people to park. And I get it all the time from seniors and people who are saying, some people use that as a way of trying to restrict parking on their street so that they have their own parking. And to me, that's a violation. And we get lots of calls about that. And I'm wondering if that's something that, you know, the enforcement folks will be looking at as well, to take those calls, to talk to our residents and to go out and speak to our senior citizens, especially at the senior centers. This recently came up in some meetings I had last week in East LA at Salazar Park and City Terrace. And I know that your presence is there, but I'd like to see more activity, and especially from the parking staff. And can you respond or opine on that?
Yeah, if you look at our plan, again, it's not just focused on enforcement, citations. It's heavily focused on community engagement. Engaging the communities in your districts, really listening to people, and trying to figure out the best way to deploy our people. So if we're hearing specific challenges like you just described, that's why in the plan we have more supervisors attached to it so that they're held responsible for that communication primarily in connection with the station captains, because we have a really good format, as you're aware, especially in East Los Angeles with the 2-captain model there, that's being very effective in engaging our community. All we're doing is layering it with parking, using the same model, and we believe firmly that it's going to work very well. But if it's not, we need to hear from you, because then we need to make adjustments.
Well, I'm looking forward to the report back, and also any other technology that can be used. It would be great to have an app, you know, for people to be able to report when there are things, instead of having them call our office, go through 2 or 3 different layers, and then to your offices, and have accessibility so people can go out, just like our ambassadors do on Metro, to be able to realize what's happening, you know, at that minute. And to me, that goes far in terms of customer service, and I think it just is something that all of us want to expect and know that our county departments are doing that. If that's something to consider, if that's a budgetary item, but I think we should be moving towards, you know, a more sophisticated level.
No, we agree. And that's why it is a big part of our proposal, is to have our community members have access directly, so that we can understand what the challenges are. And then it's supported eventually by the survey. Are we doing it right?
Right.
And that's, we're going to look at those and make adjustments as needed with those as well.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Supervisor Barger. Thank you, and thank you for this. I know in Altadena, we've talked about it, the issue on weekends. So I appreciate the fact that that it's going to be, weekends are going to be covered. But one thing that came out of the discussion with Public Works, and I don't know if your code enforcement people can talk about this, but the signage. There was a contradiction in signage that didn't allow you all to do some sort of enforcement. So I guess my question is, are we going to address that so that there's consistency among what Public Works signage is up versus what you all are supposed to be enforcing?
Yeah, and Public Works is going to be on that group that we have direct communication with one person, one liaison. So when the signage issue is a problem, we know that these two people are going to address it right away.
And then I would also ask that lessons learned, because I mean, to Supervisor Solis's point, that there are some that will take an opportunity to kind of use the system to protect their parking area because parking is a premium. But where, and I'll speak for my district, where you think we may need to make changes as it relates to permitting, whatever, it would be helpful for us to know based on the boots on the ground, what they're seeing so that we can address maybe some issues that can be fixed by signage or by permitting or whatever it is. Because I know, again, in Altadena, around Eaton Canyon, on the weekends, it's no parking for, I think it's 2 hours. And they're there all day. And it's completely taken over. And I don't want to see our Altadena sheriffs having to sit there and write tickets when we've got parking enforcement that is perfectly capable of doing it. So, but I appreciate this report. I think it's a good start, and I look forward to working with you on that. And thank you to everyone out in the audience that showed up, that goes out and does the parking enforcement as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Reading between the lines, I'm hearing that Madam CEO is not familiar with all of the details, the finer points, because you got the report late. So I just want to ask for your future report to us that you include an analysis of whether both are presented at the same level and same scope of service, whether they both include 24-hour coverage, and whether economies of scale can be achieved when it comes to the administrative support, and whether relevant labor groups have been consulted, because we know that will also be a factor in how and whether things can move forward.
Absolutely, and we'll include that in our report back.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that clarification. That was, part of our goal with having the performance metrics to make sure that it was as close to possible an apples-to-apples comparison in terms of performance. I just triggered a thought when Supervisor Barger talked about the issue with regard to signage. I am hoping there will also be clear messaging about expectations. I wrote you a letter because I heard from constituents who said that they were told by both sheriffs and citation officers in your unit that Supervisor Mitchell said don't write tickets on RVs. And I said that never came from me. And so as we've talked about consistency in signage, I'm hoping also that there is consistency in messaging across the county about expectations. It is not about not ticketing RVs. That was never occurred to me. I'd never uttered it, so I'm not sure how I was being misquoted. So I wrote you a letter providing that clarity, but I wanted to just state it for the record, because it is so important that a part of the goal around having more boots on the street doing this work is to also allow us to track where those RVs are. So on our other hat, in our Pathways Home, we can make sure that we are prioritizing appropriately communities where those encampments need to be moved. So it really is, this important partnership. The last piece I'll add is, as Supervisor Solis talked about, ease in reporting, Public Works has that online tool. And so minimally, I would hope, in that you're partnering with Public Works on this other element in terms of signage, that there could potentially be a partnership with Public Works in using the tool that they currently have, that my constituents are masters at using in reporting to Public Works what is allowable. and that on that tool that Public Works has, constituents can then track that it's been received and there is a ticket issued when it's been resolved. And so maybe a partnership would allow for what Supervisor Solis talked about, you being able to use technology and entity system that currently exists to know when to show up.
Simple answer there is yes. We will be heading that direction, and we're already started actually, so our people are doing amazing work.
All right, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the conversation. Seeing no other comments, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Red Chief Hunt please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 70, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Norm Cuvas. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Norma Cuevas. I lived in the 2nd District. I'm here to share about parking enforcement in my area and in support and quality service. Your plans do outline what I'm asking for better response time, customer service, and increased coverage on hours. There are major problems within the parking enforcement in my neighborhood due to the fact that it is in a school zone. We do have vehicles blocking our driveways and double parking. I support parking enforcement details that will provide a quality service for unincorporated Ely County areas with reporting and quality customer service. In the past, when we have reached out to parking enforcement, the response time was very slow, and sometimes we were giving excuses that they do not have enough staff or they don't work weekends, which I understand, but it should not be the case. Thank you for your time, and I ask to please move as quickly as possible to enhance parking enforcement.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. And this is the follow-up to a few meetings ago. And I think the sheriff did a good job of making the case. I think the county spends a lot of time these days kind of quietly putting departments against each other, which doesn't, to me, I don't feel we should be heading toward a Shark Tank where Supervisor Mitchell decides that she wants to go with the technology group and her, and the other one makes it off. We have, these are long-standing problems, and I agree that we should be revamping it. But it's like, I don't know, just like balancing everything and getting the, what if it was cheaper to go with just private security guards, like we've been tempted with every other thing in the county, Prop A, and I don't know. I think we need to let the people improve this situation. Let the sheriff do it. Pastrella is busy not responding to the people in Studio City about why he wants to sign up with Harvard Westlake. So he's got a lot on his plate. He and Horvath and Nithya Raman don't care about the people of Studio
Thank you.
City.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Thank you, and we have no in-person speakers on this item. So this report will be received and filed. Hearing no objections, that is the order. And thank you, Mr. Sheriff and your team for being here today. We'll now move on to item 3, decreasing professional wait times at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Hahn, I'll turn it to you.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, last week there was an article in the LA Daily News that described these long wait times by some professionals visiting their clients at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall. The article described how our own county's public defenders, as well as other attorneys, social workers, and doctors, at times waited 2 to 3 hours to meet with their clients. The majority of the youth at Los Padrinos are awaiting their adjudication, meaning they have not yet gone to court to find out how their case will pan out and where their next placement will be. This means that timely access to visits from their attorneys, their social workers, and doctors are essential to making sure their cases progress on time. It's concerning if these visits are being delayed, and I'm unclear how pervasive of a problem it is. There seems to be conflicting data and timelines between what probation department is saying and what the article found out when they interviewed people. For example, according to the probation department in April, most attorneys waited no more than 20 minutes to meet with their clients. And there were only a few outliers who maybe had to wait upwards to an hour. And the department is already putting some measures into place to improve the wait times, like adding privacy booths to the chapel so that more attorneys can meet with their clients at one time. That said, there's still a discrepancy between what probation department's data says about wait times and the account from professional visitors, some of whom have said they've continued to experience long wait times. So this motion will ask probation for a report back in 2 weeks with data on professional visitor wait times and strategies to reduce those wait times, like adding even more privacy booths, increasing probation staff present during busy hours, and creating an electronic sign-up system for visitors. It also directs our probation department to either update their current policy about access to legal services or create an official procedure that lays out expected maximum wait times for visiting attorneys and what to do if those wait times exceed that maximum. We always talk about silos in the county. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of things that we do that if they talked with each other, we probably wouldn't even have to do motions. But then what would we do? But this one did feel like, gee, you know, could the public defender pick up the phone and call Guillermo and solve this problem? But I'm cynical that that necessarily would solve the problem. So that being said, the goal with this motion is to get more transparency on the data around wait times and to find and implement strategies so that the professional visitors don't waste a good portion of their day waiting to meet with their clients. And more importantly, as I was talking about, these young people need to meet with these people, right? This is how their cases will be decided and how it progresses. They're only there at Los Padrinos until they go to court, and that's the time they really need to have access to their professional folks in their life. So hopefully this will solve the problem. If not, we'll figure out another way. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thanks for including me on this item. I think we'll hear from representatives of the Public Defender's Office if this doesn't achieve the desired results. And I'm supportive of this motion for all the reasons you mentioned. And just to add on where you started, when we are trying to fully realize Youth Justice Reimagined, part of that is decarceration of our young people who no longer need to be in those spaces, but that can't happen if their legal representatives aren't able to access them and engage in the services that they provide. And so not only is it important for all of the reasons that we know and honoring people's constitutional rights, it's also important for the goals that we have in terms of the facilities and making sure that our young people are getting the service and support that they need. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. I had to chuckle, Supervisor Hahn. I was shocked when I actually counted and realized at the end of my third year on the board here, I had voted on 6,500 motions. So we do a lot of motions. Thank you both for today's motion. And I also want to acknowledge the chief and his team for proactively addressing the longstanding problem of excessive professional wait times. It is absolutely deeply problematic in our juvenile institutions, and that they've operated, frankly, like independent fiefdoms for decades, which I think has led to the inconsistency across the institutions. It enables a culture where each facility can operate in its own way with minimal guidance and very limited oversight from executive management in the department. It's also stifled and discouraged the sharing of critical information. Multiple probation chiefs have learned about problems for the first time from either commissioners, press reports, or other sources. And this can make it difficult for leadership to address major problems or urgent issues in a timely manner. Another example is the recently discovered practice of bringing inappropriate and excessive charges against youth in the juvenile halls. This problem was allowed to persist for several months before probation leadership even became aware. So again, I'd like to acknowledge the chief's team for reversing and correcting this practice as soon as they learned about it. I have confidence that, again, having learned about this inconsistency across institutions and today's motion, that they too will step up to the plate and course correct as quickly as possible. So thank you for bringing the motion forward.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn and yourself for bringing this motion forward. It is really timely, and in fact, on some of the visits that I've had out to the Los Padrinos facility, I have seen where they have created pods inside the chapel, so there can be private interviews with, PD staff, with lawyers and others, and I really have to commend our probation chief for doing that, because it was innovative to see that, and highly sensitive, secure, but in a comforting way so that young people wouldn't feel intimidated in any way. And I just thought that was something remarkable. I had never seen those pods in that, put up in that manner. But I also want to join you on this because I think it's equally important to talk about some of the other issues that I have heard, and that is with respect for professionals like our doctors, our health professionals having access to the facilities or to see these young people. So we need appropriate staff to be able to take our youth to their medical appointments. And that just falls in line with, I think, this motion. So I too hope to see some progress made there. So I support this, and I know that the chief hopefully will hear us on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Byron Jose, Loretta Lorraine, Red Chief Hunt, and Gwendolyn Julian. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 3, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Into these wait times. I mean, this is a very dysfunctional system, but it has to be accessible in a timely manner for these attorneys. So very, very nice, kind of concierge level upgrade here. I will say we should have listened to the court when they wrote paragraph 73 that said, let them out. They would do better and survive out in the wild of the community than in these horrifying places. But as a way to kind of bring it all together, I think one idea is for Holly Mitchell's office to go first. What we do is we set up satellite residencies at Padrinos so that Holly Mitchell will go for a week, bring her staff, and just do business. Everybody's on cell phones these days, right out of the facility. The wait times will improve enormously. The safety will go up sky high. Nobody is going to engage in pepper spraying a young person or teasing them.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Thank you. We'll go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Gwendolyn Julian, Executive Director of the Probation Oversight Commission. 2 quick words of gratitude and optimism. First, thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for this swift motion. And yes, sometimes motions are necessary. Thank you for protecting the youth's constitutional rights and making sure that this actually happens. And thank you for your words of support to the other supervisors. A word of optimism. So this issue has been brought to the Probation Oversight Commission multiple times by multiple individual attorneys and agencies, and there have been a lot of questions back and forth. It seems to be a problem that ebbs and flows, but today I feel much more optimistic than I have in the past about the executive leadership's team desire to bring this department not just to compliance, but beyond compliance to reaching industry standards and eventually best practices. I think a policy is a great idea to ensure that the young people have access, and I hope this is the last time we're talking about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Red Chief Hunt, thank you, Supervisor Hans, for giving the kids the right to due process. I mean, everybody needs to see their therapist. Everybody needs to see their doctor. I totally agree with this motion to fast track and make sure that the kids have equal access to their doctors and to their attorneys and things like this. There's no need for juvenile hall to be ran like that, and we as responsible adults need to make sure that that's done. We are all kids once, so we could have been there, or we should have been there, or however it goes, but all the kids and all the attorneys, please do the fast track on this one, that they deserve the right to due process in a timely manner to see their doctors and their therapists. It shouldn't be a 2-hour wait at the most. It should be a 15 or 20-minute wait, and to telephonic call earlier to make sure that these kids get their appointments. Thank you, the Red Chief Hunt.
That was our last speaker. So item 3 is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Executive Officer, I understand you have additional information related to item 27.
That's correct, Madam Chair. On item 96A, yours and Supervisor Barger's motion related to item 27, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Barger have indicated an aye vote on the motion, and given their votes for the record, item 96A passes 5-0.
Thank you for that update. We'll now move on to item 5, stabilization supports for foster youth, which was held by Supervisor Barger. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Barger, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for co-authoring this motion with me. It was a pleasure for all of us to participate in a roundtable discussion with former foster youth and LA Mayor Karen Bass as part of the National Foster Youth Institute's Shadow Day activities on May 7th here at the Hall of Administration. I am so pleased we have a strong partner in the mayor who really has been the champion for this program to help focus on the needs of our foster youth. And I've long advocated for and championed our foster youth as they are in the child welfare system by no fault of their own. These youth lobbied for issues that have affected them, which included accessing and reducing barriers to housing, accessing affordable child care, and finding appropriate mental health services and ensuring providers and county staff working with foster youth are appropriately trained in trauma-informed supports and practices. Their discussion on their experiences deeply touched all of us. And I'd like to thank those foster youth leaders for sharing their thoughts as part of their day with us. There are strong efforts occurring by our departments to work toward these goals to fully support our foster youth. Yet, there's always room for improvement, especially in ensuring that we are reducing the bureaucracy encountered by these youth in trying to access the services they are legally entitled to. Seems like that's a common theme today amongst the discussions we're having. This is why, in this motion, I've asked for all departments named to report back in person in 90 days so we can all learn more about efforts underway, as I know this entire board cares deeply about our foster youth population. We want to always continue to improve ways to connect our foster youth with resources without making it difficult or burdensome to do so. And I appreciate the departments in assisting with this mandate. I'd also like to include a minor amendment to include the Department of Public Health, Office of Advance of Early Care and Education to the final directive so that we can also hear from them in 90 days. And then in addition, and nothing's ever easy, it turns out that the other issue as it relates to vouchers, which are administered through LACTA and other public health authorities, has to do with the federal side. So I'm going to be, Supervisor Horvath and I, or Chair Horvath and I, are bringing in a motion in June once we flush out what needs to be done. I know that Congresswoman Judy Chu has legislation that will eliminate the requirement of being enrolled in school or work in order to draw down that voucher. So that is in the works, but I want to make sure that if we are going to do a motion that it's value added and really does target some of the impediments. But this will begin the process, at least on one side that we do have control over. But I want to publicly thank Representative Chu for championing this and addressing it, because who knew that it was going to create a barrier for those foster youth that are transitioning out, you know, that they would actually not be able to secure housing as a result. So thank you again, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate you including me as a co-author on your motion, and I too was really moved by the experience we had that morning. I wish we could have spent the whole day together, and I know that they came very prepared and provided a lot of insight into where we need to be doing better by our young people. And I often say that our young people, we hear referenced that they are our future, but clearly they are our present, and their opinions, their perspectives, and everything that they experience matters now. And this is a perfect opportunity for their lived experience and their expertise to inform the policies that we are advancing and to inform how our departments are better serving them. As we know, this is not just a DCFS issue. This is all of the departments that are identified in this motion and more, because we all have a shared responsibility in making sure that we are addressing the issues that they surfaced as priority, but also all of the safety net that's supposed to care for our young people. And so I really appreciate you including me on this item. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. They, as we talk about people with lived experience, they absolutely have lived experience and have the capacity to tell us how to do better. You know, what we also heard from them was need for child care, need for mental health services, a variety of services. So I will be supporting today's motion, but I just feel compelled to elevate my concern about kind of our process around how we are prioritizing our state budget advocacy, because there you have a element here in the motion that talks about we want to direct LAIR to oppose the governor's May revision proposal reducing funding for emergency child care bridge program for foster children. And yet, I'm thinking that we need to discuss as a board our overall budget strategy, because there are other elements. You know, I appreciate this is here and I'm gonna support it. And when and in what capacity are we gonna talk about what our new stance is gonna be? We were all reading the CSAC memo during our own budget hearing last year. You know, the Child Care Bridge Program, very familiar with it. Supervisor Kuehl called me as budget chair when LA County stood it up. This budget proposal also includes an overall cut to child care slots across the board. So this will be a bridge to nowhere if we don't address the reduction in child care slots, period. See what I'm saying? So I'm wanting us, and I don't think it's helpful to our LA County delegation if we do it piecemeal, motion by motion, but I'm thinking that we are gonna have to have a conversation to direct LAIR about where to lean in on this budget that we all acknowledged in our last budget meeting was going to have detrimental impact on our budget and our ability to provide safety net services. So I just want to know when and how we're going to have that broader conversation.
Supervisor, if I could speak to that. So we know that the governor's May revise came out, and then there was an additional action. LAIR has been gathering budgetary impacts specifically. The due date to receive all that information from all departments was last night. Okay. So we are compiling. There is a legislative advocacy piece to that once we start prioritizing. And so we intend to come to your staff, and we're trying to figure out which, if it's chief of staff, the legislative deputies, the budget deputies, to say, here are the impacts. Here are the impacts by department. Here are the impacts by dollar amount, because then it'll help us, it'll provide context and then provide some focus in terms of what to prioritize in our advocacy. That is the very first part on the legislative piece before we get into like mitigation efforts.
Thank you, and Madam Chair, I appreciate that, because I think that we heard from the LA County delegation when we went to them with our two-pager about this was our ask, and it made it easy for them to communicate with their leadership because it was concise and they knew that it was the board as a whole. So thank you for walking me through that process. I of course will be supporting today's motion, but when I saw that language, I thought, yes, that, and perhaps a laundry list of other issues that will also have detrimental impact on this very same population that we're trying to support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger.
Can I just follow up on, and very good point. because I think that as we start to peel away at the impact it's going to have on not just foster youth, but like, as you said, everybody, childcare in general, I think time is of the essence because there's already chipping away going on and advocacy going on for certain things, and I would hate for us to be on the tail end of that. So, I mean, and I appreciate you bringing that up because I'm sure there's going to be others that we're all going to be talking about that we're going to want to change the governor's mind, if you will, and have them put it back in the budget. But I just got something from CSAC stating that the deficit's grown more. So I know, as if it couldn't get any bigger. The LAO report's estimating it's greater than what was.
Our meeting, supervisors, will be Thursday at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
This Thursday at 2.
Yeah, it says the LAO office faces a $55 billion deficit. This figure is double what Governor Newsom projected in his updated budget. So, you didn't hear that. Anyway, but I just think time is of the essence. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other colleagues on this item, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Christina Alvarado, Red Chief Hunt, and Stacy Lee, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 5, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Isabella Rojas. You may begin.
On behalf of the LA Area Chamber, I wanted to express support for item 5 to support transition age youth exiting the foster care system and seeking stability. The Chamber's education and workforce policy priorities strongly advocate for extending education and career pathways for all Angelenos and giving anyone the opportunity to economically thrive. The Chamber recognizes the importance in supporting foster youth with crucial stabilization programs so they can go on to develop job skills and move on to have meaningful careers. Thank you, Supervisors, for your leadership.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Rebecca Luvio. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Luvio, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Foster Youth Institute, or NFYI. NFYI mobilizes and trains current and former foster youth to partner with decision makers like you to transform the foster care system into a child well-being system. On behalf of NFYI board, staff, and members, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for introducing the Stabilization Support for Foster Youth motion and your participation in meaningful and impactful dialogue at the first Foster Youth Shadow Day earlier this month. NFYI looks forward to continuing our partnership to implement this motion, which will support thousands of current and former foster youth in accessing affordable child care, housing, and receive effective mental health services. And we also look forward to partnering with Representative Chu at the federal level to address some of these mishaps. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Anil Vidaparty. You may begin.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Anil Vidaparty. I'm the CEO for McKinley. We're a provider of foster care services, among other programs. I would like to thank the Chair Pro Tem, Supervisor Barger, and Chair Horvath for bringing forth this motion to support our youth in foster care. I specifically would like to address the housing options for transitional age youth, as it is imperative that we recognize the challenges young individuals face as they navigate the transition from foster care to adulthood. This transition can be overwhelming, particularly when it comes to securing stable housing. This is where housing navigators play a crucial role. By leveraging their experience and connections within the community, housing navigators can effectively link transitional age youth to available resources, prevent homelessness, and promote independence. We wholeheartedly support this motion, and I thank Supervisors Barger and Horvath for bringing this very important subject to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dr. Genevieve Claverell. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for Supervisor Barger and Horvath putting a lot of attention to the foster youth. That's so important because most of the time when they become 18, they lose everything. So thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We'll go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christina Alvarado. I'm the Executive Director at the Child Care Alliance of Los Angeles. I'm here to speak in favor of Agenda Item 5, but particularly the Emergency Child Care Bridge Program for foster children. The Bridge Program has served LA County well over the last several years. When a child is removed from the home, the resource parent may need to work. So the Child Care Alliance and its partner agencies accept families that are sent to us by DCFS. We assign them to one of the resource and referral agencies in Los Angeles County for immediate follow-up. This way, the resource parent has the support and a child is in a stable child care environment. In addition, our partners provide trauma-informed care and coaching to the providers of LA County. The May revise proposes a cut to the Bridge program by $34.8 million. I heard you all doing advocacy, and I strongly, strongly support that move.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Lee, and I'm with Children Now, a statewide research policy and advocacy organization that focuses on children and their families from prenatal to age 26. Children Now is also a proud member of the statewide ECE Coalition and the LA County Child Care Planning Council, and I'm a resident of LA County in District 1. I would like to speak in support of Item 5 in regards to the request to the county to oppose the governor's May revision proposal to reduce funding for the Emergency Child Care Bridge Program for foster children. I want to thank Supervisors Barger and Horvath for their leadership on this issue. Children Now has been a champion for the Emergency Child Care Bridge Program since its inception. We advocated for its adoption, implementation, and expansion. We have seen firsthand the incredible difference this program has made in the lives of children who need the opportunity to be welcomed into caring, safe, and nurturing homes. Without this funding, families who want to take children into their care cannot, because like most of us, they have to work. It makes no sense for the state to cut corners in areas where we are serving children who have already experienced trauma and deserve to be supported and protected.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was our last speaker. Item 5, as revised, is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 5, as revised, is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 11, supporting immigrants in Los Angeles County, which will be taken up with item 95C, preserve state funding for the California State University Immigration Legal Services Project, which were held together by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now on these items. Supervisor Solis, I turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me and also for co-authoring item 11 with me, which seeks to explore opportunities to better support immigrants in Los Angeles County. Together with item 95C, the Board of Supervisors is making a statement that we support all of our immigrants. Immigrant Angelinos, as you know, make up about 35% of the county's total population of over 10 million individuals. The immigrant community in Los Angeles area, as you may or may not know, significantly provides a life to our county because they spend over $108.6 billion per year, and they contribute over $38 billion to state, local, and federal government through their taxes. Immigrants, as you know, are long-term residents with deep roots in the region where our labor force is an integral part of the county of the Los Angeles economy. And with the COVID-19 pandemic, what it did was illuminated the heroic work of many of our immigrant workers and families who helped our region make it through one of the toughest times in our collective history. Immigrant Angelinos worked to maintain food supplies, provide care, and kept the economy afloat, even as they and their families suffered and lost many loved ones. All this happened against a backdrop of anti-immigrant rhetoric and federal policies that sought to strip them of their fundamental rights and humanity. This Board of Supervisors has recognized the immense contribution of immigrant communities and is proactively working to increase resources to support their economic well-being. In partnership with the City of Los Angeles, the Weingart Foundation, and the California Community Foundation, the board launched the Represent LA program to provide immigration legal representation and due process to immigrant communities. The county has also provided grants to immigrant-serving community-based organizations to help strengthen their capacity to serve Los Angeles immigrant communities. Recently, the board approved a countywide language access policy to ensure that immigrants can access county services no matter what language they speak. Yet, despite the board's work to support immigrants, there are still gaps in serving this important community. In fact, every year, the Immigrants RLA Coalition advocates for a budget that is inclusive and centered around the needs of immigrants. Their request for fiscal year 2024-25 budget highlights a continued need for resources to immigrant Angelenos. My motion item 11 seeks to explore and determine the feasibility of implementing these recommendations, particularly those related to housing, language access, and economic mobility. Item 95C, Madam Chair, seeks to preserve state funding for the California State University Immigration Legal Service Project. The California State University Immigration Legal Service Project provides free legal help to immigrant students, staff, faculty, and recent graduates of the Cal State system. Unfortunately, the May revision reduces funding for the program from about $7 million annually to only $1.8 million. This program is critical because it ensures that young immigrants attending CSUs have trusted legal resources that are in the best position to complete their higher education and enter into the workforce and stabilize their family both economically and by obtaining legal status. Among those helped by the program are students who are renewing their deportation protection and work visas through the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program. Many of you know that program as DACA, as well as younger undocumented students who are presently barred from the program as it remains in litigation. Colleagues, I know that our priorities for the state budget are numerous, as was stated earlier. I know that very clearly. But I also believe that the young people served by this program, many of whom came to this country through no fault of their own and may not even remember how they got here, they need our support. Many come from mixed families also that have U.S. citizenship members in their families. This resource, as you know, helps to ensure that some of our brightest minds have the legal authority to work and make a better living for themselves and their families. The program mirrors the county's own investment in Represent LA, which provides legal services and aid to immigrants in the County of Los Angeles. Without this important funding, many of the students may come to rely on the county's Represent LA program, which is already at capacity. So all the more reason for us to lobby the governor and members of the legislature. Given the board's commitment to ensuring equity across its diverse communities, it's important that the county continues working to ensure that immigrants have the resources so that they can thrive in Los Angeles County. Madam Chair, I respectfully ask for my colleagues' aye vote on these two matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for including me as co-author on item 11. You have my support on both items because, simply put, immigrants make this county. Immigrants are the fabric of Los Angeles, and today's motions bring forward important policy to ensure we provide the resources essential to supporting those who have come here looking for a better life and have enriched our county beyond measure. With item 11, we advance priorities elevated by our immigrant communities, including Immigrants RLA. I know many of them spoke on our earlier item focusing on homelessness, but we know that issues are much more widespread than homelessness alone. And I want to thank them for their advocacy. This extends, as I said, to homelessness, where we have the opportunity to maximize our impact by centering our solutions around those who may have additional challenges stemming from immigrating from another part of the world. And our Office of Immigrant Affairs has also been working tirelessly on ensuring all of our county departments have a language access policy. These policies are critical and important and by assessing community recommendations, we can strengthen our own efforts and make the most of our resources. By exploring the viability of a workers' justice fund and evaluating opportunities to support the economic well-being of immigrants, we have a unique opportunity to stem the horrible practice of victimizing immigrants and covering up their theft by silencing our most vulnerable workers. This motion also supports securing critical state funding for legal representation for our immigrant students at our California state universities. We have seen how effective this program is in our educational institutions in the county. Today and every day, we remind those across the country that in LA County, we not only welcome immigrants, but immigrants are LA, and I will certainly be supporting these items. Supervisor Hahn, I turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both Supervisor Solis and yourself for bringing this forward. And I think it's important because although our board has taken significant strides to assist our county's immigrant communities, there's always more that we can do to ensure that our immigrants are treated fairly and are provided with resources to support stability and growth. The requests that Immigrants Are Los Angeles have brought forward are fundamental human rights that include housing, language access, worker justice, and social safety. Immigrants play an integral role in LA's economy, even though they are at risk of employer wage theft and do not receive safety net benefits because of their immigrant status. I look forward to reviewing the report back to determine what more we can do to fill some of these gaps, but immigrants are Los Angeles.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting the measure. I know that all of us have a strong desire to make sure we serve our immigrant population with attention to addressing the unique barriers that they face. I introduced the motion back in June of 2022 with Supervisor Solis to ensure an equitable post-pandemic recovery for immigrants in this very county. And so I appreciate the continued advocacy by the Immigrants Are LA Coalition, including meetings with me and my staff. I also want to uplift the work of CLO, who elevates the diverse indigenous languages within the communities grouped under the Latino banner, as well as BAJI, the Black Alliance for Just Immigration. Both of these organizations have done really hard work to ensure that all of our diverse immigrant communities are seen and heard on a consistent basis. While we look at specific obstacles preventing immigrants from accessing county services, I do want to make sure our fundamental approach to services and our budget are grounded in equity principles and supported by data. Audit continues to utilize an Equity Explorer Index, making sure we target and prioritize our investments in communities most in need, many of which have large immigrant populations. As for item 95C, regarding the state budget cuts in the CSU Legal Services Project, I just want to continue to reiterate my strong belief around the need for alignment across the board on our county-wide state budget priorities to make sure that we are meeting the comprehensive needs of our immigrant family, friends, and neighbors, and Angelinos across the board. I also want to make sure that we keep in mind any potential unintended consequence of tracking immigration status for recipients of county services, particularly given our current federal landscape. I never want to be in a position where, in our effort to track status, to provide service, that we are compromising people given the complete and utter chaos we are witnessing every day happening in Congress. So I just want us to be mindful. If there's any way that we can serve and protect our immigrant communities, I think that's important for us to stay mindful of. We can't control what happens there. So we have to make sure that we are vigilant in our protections here as well. I look forward to seeing the report back ordered by this motion and to using that information to continue to help us better serve all county residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on these items.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Asanullah Mohammed, Alex Sanchez, Aliyah Yusufi, Aria Reciento, Berta Gonzalez, Byron Jose, Carmen Gutierrez, Craig Jones, Diamond Cruz, Edith Chacon, Francisco Moreno, Israel Gonzalez, Jessica Bermejo, Jimmy Flores, and Jonathan Vasquez. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 11 and 95C, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Hector Ramirez. You may begin. Hector, your line is open.
Mr. Ramirez, go ahead, please. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Vlad Carrasco. You may begin.
Saludos, mi gente. Hello, my name is Vladimir Carrasco. I'm a member of CHIRLA and part of Immigrants RLA. I'm a black immigrant, a renter, and a resident of SD3. And I'm calling in today in support of item 11 and 95C. Like the supervisors have mentioned, immigrant communities are essential and make up quite a large number of our population, 1/3 of the county population to be exact. And we need equitable investments, in particular around the areas of housing, language access, safety net for seniors, and worker justice. More than 30 community members turned out today in person and folks online, folks from both all the way from Palmdale to right here, the heart of LA, care workers, each of them sacrificing a day of work and losing wages to be here and be heard. I want to elevate that we get to live for such a short period of time. So why not choose to be bold? I urge each of you to pass
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Julie Mitchell. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Julie Mitchell, co-legal director at Carson in Los Angeles. I'm speaking in favor of items 11 and 95C. Specifically, the CSU Immigration Legal Service Project is an incredibly successful program. It serves 23 campuses through 4 service providers, and Carson is a service provider for the 5 campuses in Los Angeles County, which are Dominguez Hills, Los Angeles, Long Beach, Northridge, and Cal Poly Pomona. Many of those 5 campuses having some of the highest immigrant student populations in the state. For the project, the LA campuses that the project serves, we maintain a wait list of over a month. So a reduction in 75% of funding for this program means that students in LA County will not have access to legal services on their campuses any longer. So I thank you, Supervisor Solis, for authoring this motion and for the board for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Samantha Gomez. You may begin.
Hello, hi, my name is Samantha Gomez. I am calling in support of the item 95C. I want to thank you, Supervisor Solis, for authorizing this motion and for your continued advocacy for immigrants in Los Angeles County. The California State University Immigration Legal Services Project has helped me through my DACA renewal. They are also currently helping me in applying for my green card. So I'm really passionate about Carson. I really hope that, they can keep their funding because I know it's a very, very important, crucial service for our immigrant students like myself. I just want to urge the board to vote yes on item 95C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. And what a nice idea to have such a broad and inclusive recognition of immigrants to society. So important. And let's also try to get Mr. Ramirez back and stop calling him Victor, Madam Chair, because it's Hector. So I don't want him to feel that we're getting his name wrong. And I wanted to also say that it's so important to celebrate the whole variety of immigrants that we have, which is, ranges from, to, and everything in between. I think sometimes we get lost in the political power dynamics that you guys are constantly pandering to. And I just think it's really important that even if you come from a small, inconsequential country where we don't have great blocks of voters and workers and things like that, you are still welcome here at Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, although you have to wait until the bitter end to give a public comment, sadly. That
Thank
is
you. Your time
unfortunate,
has
and we're going
expired.
to work on that.
Next
I know
speaker,
that they are.
please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Sylvia Patara. You may begin.
Sylvia, are you there? Sylvia, your line is open. Okay, moderator.
Hello,
there she is.
Supervisor. My name is Sylvia, and I'm calling today in support of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. I represent Clean Car Wash Worker Center and work in District 2. Immigrants are a prominent part of this county, one that cannot be overlooked. And when it comes to problems our community faces or the solutions we can all put in place, county supervisors must respond to and include immigrants because we are a significant part of their constituency. The motion being advanced today is the beginning of a response by the county to the concerns we expressed in our letter to the board in February. We will continue to engage in this budget process to ensure that the areas singled out in the motion, housing, worker justice, language access, and the social safety net are sustainably addressed in the final document. We are eager to work with the Board of Supervisors and county departments to move towards this goal. I continue to ask the Board of Supervisors to ensure that the programs that are served immigrants receive adequate funding in the 2024-2025
Thank you. Your time has
budget.
expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Carmen Gutierrez. You may begin.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Carmen. I am an organizer with the Clean Car Wash Workers Center. I am calling in support of Immigrants Are Los Angeles Coalition and item 11, the motion supporting immigrants in Los Angeles County. I live and work in Holly Mitchell's office, District 2. Immigrants are a prominent part of this county, one that cannot be overlooked when it comes to the problems our community faces or the solutions we cannot put in place. County supervisors must respond to and include immigrants because we are a significant part of their constituency. The motion being advanced today is the beginning of a response by the county to the concerns we expressed in our letter to the board in February. We will continue to engage in this budget process to ensure that the areas singled out in the motion, such as housing, worker justice,
Thank you.
language
Your time
access,
has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mohammed Ayub. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Ayub. I'm calling in support of item 95C. I want to say thank you to Supervisor Solis for authorizing this motion and for your continued advocacy for immigrants in LA County. The California State University Immigration Legal Services Project has helped me through CARESEN since I was a student. And when I graduated, I became a staff member at Camp Corona. And I got married recently, and through CARESEN, I'm now kind of able to apply for immigration. And I really wouldn't have been able to afford to do so without them. So funding is so important to students and staff and faculty members. So I urge the board to vote yes on item 95C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Carlos Fuentes. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Fuentes. I am talking in regards to item 95C. CARESEN has helped my family and I not only accomplish our dreams of renewing our DACA and trying to get our green cards, but like many of us who are in the same position, CARESEN has allowed us to be productive citizens, has allowed us to understand the legal immigration systems, and we want to say thank you to Representative Solis for this. So I want to go ahead and just ask the board to vote yes on item 95C. And for people like us who are immigrants who are asking for these kind of services and who need those, I would appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
We'll Will the following additional in-person speakers please come forward? Loretta Lorraine, Luna de la Morta, Lupita Martinez, Luz Castro, Lydia Carnadang, Maritza Fernandez, Oscar Irjeta, Red Chief Hunt, Vlad Corosco, William Melendez, Yesenia Jose, and Yesenia Cuxizol. Please come forward and staff will assist you.
Thank you. We'll go to our first speaker in person. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Israel Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Santa Clarita in the 5th District, and I'm here representing Chirla and the Immigrants Are LA Coalition. We are here in support of Agenda Item 11. Los Angeles County is home to the largest number of immigrants in the nation, making up 1/3 of the county's population. Immigrants are integral to our economic society. According to the USC Equity Research Institute, they contribute about 40% of Los Angeles County's GDP, which amounts to $306.1 billion. We urge the removal of barriers for immigrants from programs and the establishment of non-budget mechanisms, such as Immigrant Worker Group, to review department language access plans. These steps are crucial to advancing equity for all. Given our economic contributions, it is imperative that the county supervisors continue to uplift and support immigrants, our most vulnerable community, by prioritizing funding for fair housing, worker justice, language access, and the social safety net. The motion being advanced today is...
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alia Yousufi. I'm the Senior Policy Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations Greater LA Chapter, and our office serves all 5 districts. I want to commend Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath for authoring this motion, and really just the pride that our coalition feels in being recognized in this way, and having you really listen to the work that we've put in to put forth these priorities in front of you, and the partnership that we've built amongst all the offices, really, and our orgs that we represent. We had over 30 people here. Unfortunately, not everybody has the privilege to spend the whole day with you. So just a few of us left here to speak on our coalition's behalf. But we are truly grateful for your uplifting these priorities, and I hope it's just the first step in actually coming up with the creative solutions that we and our communities desperately need to put forth the access and equity in the areas of.
Thank you. And their voices were heard, and we appreciate everybody who's been able to join us today. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Bermejo on behalf of the Central American Resource Center. We urge this board to support Item 11 by Supervisor Solis and Horvath and Item 95C by Supervisor Solis. Through our day labor centers, Carecen has witnessed how wage theft is a common occurrence for our jornaleros. Jornaleros tell us that, given the current barriers to wage theft claims, it's better to go on working than fight for stolen wages, because to them, that money is lost. Item 11 is not just a response to our concerns. It is a testament to the county's dedication to equity and inclusion for all residents, particularly those with the highest needs. We also call to support for Item 95C, which would include the county in advocacy efforts to preserve funding for California State University Immigration Legal Service Project. CSUs have trusted legal resources are in the best position to support our youth in their immigration cases as they pursue their academic and professional futures. For many of our youth, it's been difficult to plan for a future when so much is unknown and constant.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Yesenia Kush. I'm a constituent of District Number 2, and I'm here in support of Immigrant RLA and Item 1195C. Immigrating to the United States as an unaccompanied minor at the risk of losing my life was one of the most challenging experiences of my life. When I first came to this country, I was placed in the foster care system. In the process, I simply became just another number. My undocumented status limited my choices and opportunities to live in a stable house, and at one point, I had to sleep in a closet. It was not easy to navigate and access county programs because of my language barrier. It was extremely hard to reconstruct a life in a new country away from my family. My story is not unique. Many immigrants who come to this country go through similar experiences, and I want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Solis for the motion being advanced today. We will continue to engage in the county budget to ensure that the programs that serve immigrants receive adequate funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing your stories. Very powerful. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Luz Castro. I'm the Associate Director of Policy at Inclusive Action for the City, also a member of Immigrants RLA. I'm a proud daughter of immigrants. My mom was undocumented for 25 years in this country, and many of my family members still remain undocumented due to the lack of legalization opportunities. I'm here today to express my support for number 11 and 95C, and also express my thank yous to Supervisor Solis and Chair Horvath for all of your leadership in making sure that immigrants are included in the county budget. As a coalition serving immigrants throughout the county, we have been working closely with different diverse immigrant populations and different organizations throughout different cities. And when we asked them the question, what are the things that keep you up at night? Their responses were the lack of access to county services that are essential to them, issues in their workplace like wage theft and work retaliation. They also spoke about the lack of safety.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Lupita Martinez, Regional Policy Advocate with Chirla, proud daughter of immigrant parents, and my family and I reside in Hans District. So I'm here representing Immigrants RLA. I strongly support item 11, a critical response to concerns we raised earlier this year. Immigrants constitute 34% of Los Angeles County's population, contributing $30.1 billion in annual taxes and wielding $79.7 billion in spending power. Despite this economic impact, immigrant communities are sadly often overlooked in policymaking and budget decision on fair housing, worker justice, language access, and critical social safety nets. We must recognize the indispensable contributions of our immigrant workers, particularly vulnerable immigrant communities who sustain the informal economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Immigrants constantly demonstrate extraordinary resilience and economic power. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Yesenia Jose, and I'm here on behalf of Caresen. I am here to urge your support and vote favor of item 11 as it addresses critical needs of immigrant communities in LA County. Based on IRLA's budget request, I serve as a migrant response coordinator and organizer at Caresen, and I have witnessed firsthand how access to housing remains pressing issues in LA County, with many immigrants facing significant challenges due to language barriers and restricted rental requirements. Language barriers make it difficult for immigrants to navigate even basic services like shelter, aggravating their already precarious situation. Additionally, many immigrants are unable to rent apartments due to high rentals and strange requirements such as credit scores and income verification, which disproportionately affects immigrants' communities. By prioritizing funding for language access initiatives and housing support programs within IRLA budget requests, we can break down these barriers and ensure that all residents have equitable access to safe and affordable housing. In closing, I implore you to consider the tangible impact of your support for item 11, recognizing it represents not just a line.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? Okay. Item 11 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
On item 11, Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion passes 5-0.
And item 95C is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell. Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger. Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, and thanks to all who came and shared testimony both on this item and on the earlier item. We appreciate your participation, sharing your stories, and informing our policy. Thank you very much. Item 14 is next up, supporting early care and education public investments and policies. It was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, Los Angeles County, as you know, is home to over 484,000 infants and toddlers up to the age of 3. This period is critical, as you know, for child development, and it sets the foundations for lifelong health and success. And families need additional support from early care and education, or ECE, providers during these important years. Unfortunately, LA County only has licensed capacity through centers and family child care homes to serve 4% of these children. This lack of access to affordable, quality early care and education has long been a crisis for many of us. The state operates a subsidized child care and development system, which serves as a critical resource for low to moderate income families seeking quality and affordable early learning and care. In 2021, the state budget set a goal of adding 200,000 new subsidized child care spaces by 2026, but only 118,000 of those spaces have thus been materialized. And with the budget challenges at the state, it's not clear how the planned expansion will occur. This is incredibly problematic, as county programs who previously planned to expand their care are now hearing that over 7,000 already allocated slots may be lost. 7,000. This places an incredible burden not just on our families needing access to space, but also on those providers who are struggling financially to keep their doors open. And I, of course, am very supportive of the state's effort to expand schooling to 3- and 4-year-old. But those providers that offered these services before the expansion, they now must find alternative services to offer, and many are pivoting to providing care to children aged 3 and below. That's why this September I was grateful that the board unanimously approved my motion titled Fortifying the Infant and Toddler Care System. With this motion, DPH's Office for the Advancement of Early Care and Education, in collaboration with DEO, worked with our early care and education stakeholders to develop a blueprint identifying immediate and long-term efforts to fortify the infant and toddler care system. The county convened, as some may know, over 350 stakeholder meetings from the field, and they created the Early Care and Education Blueprint for Infant and Toddler Care, providing a roadmap to support the child care system. It also outlined the need for an updated reimbursement rate that better reflects the full cost of operating these pivotal programs for income-eligible families. Unfortunately, current reimbursement rates, as we spoke about earlier today on many occasions, are resulting in inadequate wages for early educators, hurting both recruitment and retention. The state, as you may know, is considering a new reimbursement rate to better sustain these providers, but it hasn't yet been finalized. And that's why this motion uplifts the community's ask to the state to dedicate 28,000 additional child care spaces this year, and to share the plan to reach the 200,000 spaces that was committed for us to achieve by 2026. And it asks the state to release the new robust reimbursement methodology as soon as possible. Members, we've been talking about the budget all day, and it seems to me it's not going away. But these issues are so important and critically impactful to our young children right now in need of this assistance, as well as our providers. So I respectfully ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Solis. You know, as someone who led the largest child development agency in the state at one time, in the country at one time, and as our current chair of the First 5 Commission, I'm a strong advocate for quality child care services. Caring for children and families continues to power all of my work, and I'm committed to disrupting the cycle of poverty, correcting long-standing injustices, and investing in children and communities of LA even further. The county has invested over $20 million in grants to our child care providers and millions more in creating our 2-year subsidized apprenticeship for those interested in the child care workforce. We need the state to increase both the reimbursement rate and subsidized slots to truly provide relief for working families. Child care subsidies are a necessity for some households, as child care services can cost upwards of $18,000 per year. We also know that in April of 2023, the state embarked on a process to determine an alternative child care reimbursement model that would more equitably compensate our child care providers. This has probably been the state's 25,000th effort to figure out how to appropriately pay child care providers, but hey, I'm with it. Let's keep working at it till we finally get it right. Why? Because the workforce is disproportionately female and women of color who are earning low wages. Caregivers have a background in child development and should be compensated appropriately. When the state increased the minimum wage, the city and county too, the child care providers were carved out of the minimum wage increase because they were so far behind, it would have taken an inordinate amount of money to bring them up to par. So child care providers have been left behind for far too long. Again, I will continue and have always supported funding for our frontline child care providers. Again, I'm going to continue to beat the proverbial dead you-know-what by saying if this is important to us as a board, then it needs to be at the top of the list when we have our discussion about our budget priorities. I'll be supporting the motion. Perhaps these motions today will send signals to our staff who will be participating in that meeting on Thursday about what members have already opined upon about what is important. So thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing the motion forward. I'll be supporting.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Solis. I think this motion really focuses on an area of need that we all agree we have to care for, and that is our young people. And I know you provided the stat up to age 3, and if you go up to age 5 in LA County, there are more than 700,000 children on age 5 or younger. And we know that they don't have enough early care subsidized, as well as education programs subsidized for the number of children who need those services. So we've heard consistently today that also reimbursement rates are too low for the actual cost of care, and we have to make sure that there are resources to provide these services. So I know that we'll be continuing the conversation of focusing on Sacramento and making sure that they are supporting our work, and I appreciate this motion and will be supporting it. Seeing no one else in the queue, I will turn to our executive officer to please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Gloria Davis, Stacy Lee, please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 14, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Ernesto Estratian. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Humberto Estratalan, Director of Public Policy at Unite LA, a nonprofit organization founded in 1998 who has established itself as a trusted intermediary between business, education, and community, dedicated to supporting the development and effective local education and workforce development system so that all Angelinos, including those from systemically underserved communities, succeed in college, career, and beyond. I first want to thank Supervisor Hilda Solis for her motion to support children, families in LA County and throughout. Over the last couple of decades in LA and our partners in business, education, nonprofit, philanthropy, and community support investments to early learning and early childhood education. Investments to child care and early learning not only lift the families utilizing it, but the educators providing it, as well as the local economy by allowing parents and caregivers to thrive while going to work or school, as well as providing additional tax money that goes into local and county coffers. Again, United
Thank
LA
you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Andrea Fernanda Mendoza. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Fernandez Mendoza, and I'm with California Children's Academy and on the board for the Board of Directors for Every Child California, speaking in support of item number 14. First, I'd like to thank Supervisor Solis for her motion in support of the children, families, and providers using ECE. I'm one of your constituents and deeply appreciate your efforts on behalf of the most marginalized in our community. There are over 484,000 infants and toddlers in the county who could use and benefit from ECE. We have been in the process of expanding our infant and toddler capacity and were awarded the RFA for those CCTR slots but just today received the letter saying our slots would not be funded. It is very expensive to serve them, and the current rates do not support this. We need the funds to support the expansion of infant and toddler services. That's why Supervisor Solis's motion is so important. It will help bring additional capacity greatly needed for families facing cuts to support services on multiple fronts. I request the board support this motion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lisa Wilkin. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Lisa Wilkin from the Child Development Consortium of Los Angeles. On behalf of our organization with 10 child care centers and 4 of the 5 supervisorial districts, I am calling in support of item 14. Our infant toddler programs are bursting at the seams. The need for care, especially subsidized care, far exceeds the available spaces. We need the state to follow through on the commitment for 200,000 child care spaces, approximately a third of which would be in Los Angeles. The child care community in Los Angeles County appreciates Supervisor Solis and the entire Board of Supervisors for this motion and for their long-standing support of children, families, and the early childhood workforce. I ask for your support on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Genevieve Clebreau. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. I am so glad to see that coming up to LA County. It's about time. You know, we have done that in France for many, many years. And I think that provides a very safety way for children not to get too sick because they don't have the care. You know, I have been a pediatric intensive care nurse for many, many years. And I think a lot of that could be prevented if we provide early care. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Christine Flores. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Justine Flores. I am with LA County Planning Committee, Flores CPR, the Community Voices, First 5 LA Advisory Committee, CCPU, and Early Edge. I would like to speak to support item number 14. Thank you, Supervisor Hilda Solis, for supporting children, families, early educators like myself in the ECE industry. The county can only support 4% of the overall 4,000 infants and toddlers. This is just one reason why this motion is so important. In addition to ensuring providers are reimbursed at a rate appropriate for our care to help keep our future doors open for providing care, a highly educational quality care for our future generations. I don't even make minimum wage, and I am a U.S. citizen and a constituent. Thank you, Hilda Solis, Holly Mitchell, and all the supervisors that are present today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Justin Bakley. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Justin Blakely. I'm the Vice Chair of the Policy Roundtable for Child Care and Development Commission, appointed by the 2nd Supervisorial District, and also representing Crystal Sayers as the Senior Policy Analyst. I'm speaking in strong support of agenda item number 14. I am very excited to see the Board of Supervisors weigh in on the devastating cuts that came out of the Governor's May Revise proposal that will impact so many children and families. These investments have been uplifted, and these cuts cannot, come through. We can't go backwards. I look forward to continuing to working with the Board of Supervisors in partnership because we definitely need the support of you all to get us through this. So thank you, Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Horvath, and of course, Supervisor Mitchell for your leadership in this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Crystal Jones. You may begin.
My name is Crystal Jones, and I am with the representing First 5 Provider Advisory Committee, California Changemakers, our local planning council as a parent representative, and second generation for Jones Family Child Care. I want to thank all the Board of Supervisors, especially Supervisor Hilda Solis, for her motion to support the children, families, and providers involved in early care and education. There are over 484,000 infant toddlers up to age 3 in the county who would strongly benefit from early care and education investments. Unfortunately, our county has only licensed capacity to serve 4% of our children. That is why Supervisor Solis' motion is so very important at this time. It will help bring additional needed capacity while supporting those like us providers offering these critical services. And I request the Board of support
Thank you. Your time
in
has
this
expired.
important matter.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Marcella McKnight. You may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcella McKnight, and I work for the Los Angeles Community College District. I am in favor of the item number 14 and requesting that this be approved. Early care begins at age 0, and it's vitally important that this age group be provided the same opportunities, equity, and benefits of funding as do the slots for 3 to 5-year-olds. If we're talking about an educational gap to be decreased, we must start with this early age group. Also, during COVID, early care was noted as an urgency, and workers in the field were said to be essential. Funding for this age group is essential to the betterment of our community, to the workforce, and specifically for parents in need of care. Thank you so much to the board for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to speakers in person. Please do go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your long-time support of early education. I'm Gloria Davis, Executive Director of the Girls Club of Los Angeles and the Policy Roundtable Child Development Commissioner, 2nd District, the Early Learning Alliance, and the African American Providers Network member. I support Supervisor Solis' motion, item 14. Access to ECE spaces are critical for Los Angeles County families, and one of the most essential components for children is qualified experience and caring adults. As we heard, some of the award letters are being pulled back. With over 35 years of experience, I have witnessed the challenges faced by underserved and under-resourced workforce, a significant portion of which is comprised of women of color. These dedicated professionals earn low wages and few benefits. So please support the state robust alternative methodology that support full cost of care to be submitted no later than July 1st.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Stacy Lee. I'm with Children Now, the ECE Coalition, and the Child Care Planning Council here in LA County and resident of District 1. I'd like to speak in support of item 14, and I want to thank Supervisor Solis for her motion and leadership in supporting infants and toddlers. About 1/3 of all infants and toddlers in the state live in LA County, and the majority of them qualify for subsidized child care, yet less than 14% are served. Lack of access to reliable, comprehensive childcare exacerbates inequalities in children before they even enter kindergarten. While we understand that there are tough budget times at the state level, we also know that during tough times, there are areas we must protect and some areas where it makes sense to invest more so that we can boost the economy and so that all may prosper. That is why I stand with my partners and colleagues in support of Supervisor Solis' motion and urge the board to support item 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay, seeing none, item 14 is before us. Moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
On item 14, Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 15, addressing disparities in the self-determination program, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you.
Yes, thank you so much. I just want to apologize if I have so many items on the agenda, but I want to say that they're all equally important, and I think of urgency. But I want to thank the public as well as the board for their indulgence. Colleagues, the self-determination program known as SDP is critical to providing individuals living with disabilities and their families the autonomy to make decisions over the services and supports that they need. This voluntary program provides participants with an individual budget to purchase services, activities, items, care, and the support they need to achieve their individual program plan. Having opportunities for self-determination, independence, and freedom of choice are important for everyone, but often not afforded to individuals with disabilities and their families. Although this program has demonstrated to be incredibly popular and successful, Latino, Black Californians, primarily Spanish speakers, are also vastly underrepresented in the program. As of December 2023, only 20% of the participants were Latino. Meanwhile, among those receiving services through the Department of Developmental Services, 41% are Latino. This is a stark contrast. Experts indicate that the primary barrier to accessing SDP services is the complexity and administrative burden in enrolling and remaining enrolled in the program. The Aging and Disabilities Department engages and coordinates with the special regional centers that provide individual budgets to SDP participants throughout the county. The Aging and Disabilities Department is already working with the regional centers to implement a $1.8 million grant from the state of California to develop a one-stop for long-term care and services for people with disabilities. This uniquely positions the Aging and Disabilities Department to engage with the county LA regional centers to help address disparities in self-determination programs. This is why I'm proposing the following: that the Aging and Disabilities Department develop a plan and recommendations to address disparities in partnership with the LA County Regional Centers, and that the Aging and Disabilities Department develop and execute a community engagement strategy. Critical to this is ensuring that this community engagement strategy is linguistically and culturally accessible to the diverse populations that make up LA County. We must partner with traditional, ethnic, hyperlocal media, including social media, to help outreach to as many people as possible. Our communities need to be made aware that this important program exists for their benefit and can improve their quality of life. I'm also proposing that the Aging and Disabilities Department work with the regional centers to identify opportunities to assist interested participants in enrolling in the self-determination program and overcome those administrative challenges. And finally, I'm proposing that the Aging and Disabilities Department provide recommendations for advocacy at the state level to reduce barriers and ensure our most vulnerable communities can benefit from this very important program. Only 1% of eligible individuals are currently enrolled in the program. My goodness. We cannot overlook the significant difference in quality of life program, such as a self-determination program, which can make for individuals with disabilities and their families. But the program will not benefit those who need it the most if it's not available and not accessible. So we have to make that change. Individuals with disabilities and their families already endure significant challenges. Enrolling in a program that is meant to serve and benefit them should not be a barrier. Colleagues, I respectfully ask for your vote, and I'm glad to see Mrs. Trejo, our Department for Aging and Disabilities, to be here. And if she would like to make a statement, Madam Chair, I would, whatever you prefer.
Is there something you'd like to add, Madam Director?
Supervisors, I am thrilled to have this motion and to have the opportunity to engage with our colleagues in the regional centers as part of our creating a no wrong door approach in Los Angeles County. So thank you, Supervisor, for your vision and your willingness to give us this opportunity.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Solis, for being here. Director Trejo, it's great to have you here today. This self-determination program can improve the quality of life and foster independence by providing supportive services to Californians with developmental disabilities. The state is responsible for overseeing this program, but understanding how this program is utilized or not utilized by residents is important to maximize the program's reach and eliminate disparities in our county. And this is where your department can be helpful. Signing up for the self-determination program has been described as time-consuming, labor-intensive, and demanding. Families have been told to expect the planning and enrollment process to take about 8 months. And many have relied on an independent facilitator to help navigate this process. This program needs better implementation more efficient assessments to address disparities and reduce barriers to entry, especially within our Latino communities. We need this program to work to ensure people who were underserved finally get what they needed. It's interesting, I also think the common theme of this meeting today is, programs exist, departments are in place, money is being spent, and yet still the barriers that people are facing to access what they deserve and what they should be having is been monumental, from service providers to residents to our young people in foster care. This is another one of those examples. We need to streamline this. Carlos Benavides, I don't know if he's still here. Oh, there he is. One of my appointees to the Commission on Disabilities is here. Thank you for being here today. Carlos, again, we apologize for everybody who's really had to stay a long time today to wait for their item to come up. Carlos is such an advocate on so many levels for so many people with disabilities, and I want to thank him personally for being here and staying here today. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Madam Chair.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Carlos Benavides, Diego Rodriguez, Lourdes Caracosa, Paul Avila, and Red Chief Hunt, please come forward. Staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 15, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Alexandra Melagova. You may begin.
Alexandra, are you there?
Alexandra, your line is open.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello. Hi, so I'm in favor for item 8. Sorry about that. So for item 18. And I'm Alexandra.
We're on
Mendoza.
item
I'm actually
15.
calling from
Item
the Orange
18 is
Garden
next.
Community Leader.
So we'll have you hold to the next item, and we'll go on to our next speaker. Thank you.
Our next participant is Isabella Rojas. You may begin.
Actually, I meant to sign on for item 18
Okay.
as well.
Very good. Then, seeing no other speakers in the queue, we'll go to speakers in person. Please go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Supervisor Hahn, thank you for all your comments. I appreciate it. My name is Carlos Benavides, a commissioner on the Los Angeles County Commission on Disabilities. I would like to speak in support of item number 15. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your motion to address the disparities in self-determination program, which will increase program outreach and access for Latinos and other underrepresented communities. This program is critical to the autonomy of individuals with disabilities. We must address the lack of access among Latino and underrepresented communities to ensure that our most vulnerable communities have access and much support needed so they can benefit from the self-determination program. I request the Board of Supervisors support this important motion, and on behalf of the Los Angeles County Commission, we look forward to working with all partners involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Diego Rodriguez, COO of ALMA. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your motion. As a service provider, I'm here today representing a high-functioning regional center consumer who also serves as a board member for ALMA. He was unaware of any outreach related to this resource. He's a student at ELAC, and still, he finds the program guide to be overly extensive and complex. Self-determination seemed to him like a full-time job, unattainable and unmanageable for his parents without further support. A recent state report provided for your reviewing files highlights similar sentiments from special needs families. They view enrollment and navigation of this program as labor-intensive and demanding. Better outreach and support for families in understanding and accessing these services is critical to maximize this resource. I respectfully ask the board for your support for this important motion, and I have the report for your files. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Lourdes Caracosta, and I'm the CEO and president of Alma Family Services and serve as a commissioner on the Disabilities Commission. But more importantly, I was a caregiver and guardian for my brother Armando, who was born with Down syndrome. I'd like to speak in support of item 15. I want to thank you, Supervisor Solis, for your motion to address disparities in the self-determination program. As my brother's caregiver, I participated in the information meetings, trainings, so my brother could benefit of this program. Unfortunately, my brother's health declined, and that took priority. He has passed since, but I learned that the 168-page guide for this process is challenging. Our families are on fixed incomes, elderly, and they find this process overwhelming. And please, thank you for addressing this and ensuring that our most vulnerable communities have access and can benefit from the self-determination program.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? Okay. With that, item 15. Okay. We have one more speaker.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Paul Avila. I'm the founder of Polly's Project. I have a son, Pauly. I'm a single father of a blind and autistic child. My son can't see and talk. He's in diapers. We feed him, we bathe him. It's a very difficult situation. Since I learned about the self-determination program, this is a game changer for us. This is to help the most vulnerable, like my son. I feel like now we have a voice. I'd like to thank, Supervisor Hilda Solis for bringing this motion forward. Every family needs to hear about this. It's not easy to navigate, but I wish I would have known about this years ago. Families deserve the best. Again, my son's gonna need long-term care, and this is gonna provide it for us. So this is gonna ensure for the most vulnerable communities that they have access and could benefit the self-determination program. So I request that the board please, please, please support this important motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay. With that, item 15 is now before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Barger to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
On item 15, Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn? Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion passes 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 18, ensuring readiness for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. And Supervisor Mitchell, I will turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Supervisor Solis for co-authoring. The LA 2028 Olympics is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for the Games to have a positive impact on our local communities, our local economy, and celebrate our unique cultural tapestry on the world stage. While the influx of expected guests will place demands on the county's hotels, transportation systems, and security arrangements, it will also, or could also, generate significant economic activity that we should harness. It would be irresponsible if we as the county did not use this opportunity to catalyze benefits for local workers, businesses, and our regional transportation system. With the Games a mere 4 years away, the county must work quickly, seizing the moment to seed transformative change. This motion calls for a regional approach, working with our county departments, private sector leaders, philanthropic partners, and labor to safeguard against the widely recognized threats of gentrification and displacement that comes with hosting the Games. Moreover, we must work to build the pipeline of local businesses that can benefit from procurement opportunities. To that end, our motion asks for an economic impact and opportunity analysis of the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games on the LA regional economy. This analysis will include recommended specific, tangible community benefits metrics that general partners across LA County can use as a uniform accountability measure for the community level impact of the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. I deeply appreciate the partnership with the City of LA, who is the host city for the Games. To increase regional collaboration and small business opportunities, we're also asking for the Internal Services Department to share all available county contracting opportunities within 15 days so that they can be included in the Regional Alliance Marketplace for Procurement, RAMP. This is the system that will be used for Olympics procurement. We can ensure the Games leave a positive legacy, a positive economic legacy for our region by working together and leveraging our collective assets. I hope that today's motion will continue to propel this work forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for asking me to co-author this important matter with you. In a couple of months, the world's attention will turn to Paris for the 2024 Olympics and Paralympics. It will be an exciting and joyous occasion for all, but for many here in LA, it is also one tinged with anxiety. We know that LA is next for what some experts anticipate to be the largest single city event in the world history. And while the City of LA is a host of the Games, we know the Games will have a high region-wide impact and require regional cooperation. To address the need of improved regional cooperation, I've authored multiple motions at Metro and on this board. In March, I introduced a motion at Metro calling for a unified legislative advocacy effort for state and federal transportation funding. And with car-free games in mind, we have to ensure our transportation system is prepared for the increased demand. It isn't just about having a successful game, it's also about ensuring our residents can get to work and school and otherwise go about their busy schedules. Last July, I authored a motion directing the county to convene a county interdepartmental working group to review the City Games agreement, identify city goals that align with the county priorities, and report back with county resources that can be leveraged in coordination with these events to further county priorities. While the CEO continues to work with our departments to draft that report, I see today's motion as necessary to equip our department with the information needed to identify how our county resources can be leveraged for other county priorities. And I know some of those priorities will be included in these game venues and some of our properties. For example, our beaches, our parks, our museums, and other facilities, which is exciting. So how can we use and leverage the county power to offer local small businesses a leg up in commercial opportunities for those games? So let's keep moving, and I am wholeheartedly in support of the motion, and I hope that the board members here will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you both for introducing this motion. I think it's incredibly important that we focus on our role in the forthcoming 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games, which we know the City of LA holds the contract for, but we also know there's going to be a regional impact that will go beyond the city's limits. To ensure the smooth execution of one of the world's largest sporting events, adequate preparation is essential for the safety and security of athletes, spectators, and residents alike. Both for the cities that are likely to hold the games and for cities expecting to see a high influx of visitors, thorough planning and time to identify potential challenges is key. We need to work to develop effective strategies to address these challenges, and these strategies need to enable cities and our unincorporated communities to coordinate efforts, ensuring a cohesive, more inclusive experience for visitors and community members alike. Additionally, infrastructure upgrades and investments made in anticipation of the Games must have lasting benefits for our communities, enhancing the region's transportation system and recreational facilities for years to come. We have the opportunity to think holistically about the Games and to strategize about ways to foster a positive experience for all involved and how our communities can thrive well after 2028. And so with that, I do have a couple of questions. Madam CEO, how often does your team currently meet with Mayor Bass's team and with LA 28?
Supervisor, I have John Cook here to help me
fill in some of the blanks. I think we're meeting like a month or every other month. We're meeting both with the FIFA folks and alternatively with the Olympics folks. And I think we're on alternating months.
Okay, and so it's your team that is there?
Yes.
Who from other departments is
So
part of
we
it?
have invited, we have had Parks and Recreation. I believe we've invited Arts to one of the meetings. So let me explain a little bit of context. At the very beginning of our meetings with the Olympic folks, they were just, it was more informational. Here's where we are, here's what our plans are, this is what we know, this is what we don't know. You know, LA 28 is staffing up, et cetera, et cetera. And then we met with board offices to figure out what were some of the priorities that the board would like to see coming out of the Olympics. So it was, you know, opportunities for small businesses and things of that nature. And so we have only recently started meeting with them in earnest programmatically. They have a contract signed, I believe for the spaces in general.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So they recently shared with us that they were able to enter into some contracts for various venues. So it's sort of been more of a informational process at the beginning. This is, you know, we were explaining how the county works, what our resources are, and I feel like only recently have we gotten into some of the more meatier details, specific discussions about use of specific venues.
And how often or in what way will departments be meeting in that interdepartmental approach to make sure we're all on the same page?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question, and so it's two sides to a coin. Initially, when we were meeting with the LASIK folks, we thought that there would be a discussion about revenue sharing opportunities that would then support departments who might be called upon to provide services over and above what they would normally provide. So for example, let's say parks, and we have 5, 6 regional parks in a county. Maybe we want to use one of the parks as a fun fest site. Not everybody is going to be able to afford to come down to one of the venues. And so we initially entered into those conversations thinking that there might be revenue that LA 28 and LASIK could share with the county to help offset those costs. We now understand that that probably will not be the case. And so really the discussions are going to be with departments, what can we offer, what can we put on the table? And then I think the question from departments to the CEO and the board is going to be, is the board going to make revenue or additional funding available to expand services that they otherwise would?
Okay, and I know OEM is probably part of those conversations as it relates to public safety coordination. So can you talk about our involvement in that and whether the county is going to be reimbursed for those resources and services?
So my understanding is that there is a budget for categories of core services, and one of the core services is for security. For law enforcement, but the pot of money, and I can't recall off the top of my head what it is, the pot of money is not specific to, let's say, the county sheriff. So it's a, you know, if there is going to be an event, let's say an exposition park, that a portion of those funds would be used to fund LAPD, probably to provide overtime, to pay for overtime, to provide security. If there's going to be an event in the city of Inglewood, part of that funding would then go to pay for services provided by the Inglewood Police Department. So we know that there is some funding available for that core security service. We don't know what the allocation is. Actually, to be honest with you, I don't think that we are even down to that level where we know here is the time of the event, here is the date, here is the security architecture plan. These are how all of the agencies are going to work together, and this is what we need from the County of Los Angeles that would then position us to say, okay, here are our costs, and then have that discussion about what payment might look like.
Okay, and then in recognition of sort of what we were talking about in terms of participation of businesses in procurement. I know DEO has also been part of your group. Have there been any action items for them from these meetings as it relates to small business participation and, what the directives of this motion include?
So I'm going to ask John Cook to answer that question because I might be conflating it with the FIFA. There was a request for the county to provide access to our vendor database. And we did indicate that we would provide access. I'm not sure if we provided it now, but I can't remember if that, John, is for FIFA or for the Olympics.
It was for the Olympics, for LA 28. The ISD is working with the city to bring the systems together as requested. And for costs related to your question about security matters, the Olympics does have the potential for a reimbursement from the federal government and support, but we do not have that for the FIFA event, for the World Cup.
Okay, all helpful to know as we're thinking about planning and what role we have to play moving forward. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was just going to say all of your questions are really what drove the need for the motion. As Supervisor Hahn can certainly attest, we've been sitting in Coliseum Commission meetings for quite some time and hearing reports, I'll use that term very loosely, from the 2028 committee, where it felt a little like, it'll be great, you'll be fine. It'll be great, you'll be fine. And we know that that won't be the case if we aren't at the table in a meaningful way. We know that, frankly, the vast majority of the venues that will likely be used are in LA County and outside of LA City proper. And so we all need to continue to be at the table, hence the motion, to really make sure that the CEO is appropriately resourced and directed to speak on our behalf at all of those various tables. And I'm glad that you continue to raise FIFA, because as we look at 2028, FIFA will be here sooner, and many would argue is grander in scale around security, around a variety of issues. Thank you for raising this question around Office of Emergency Services and reimbursements to make sure that if we are expected to be in pole position in not just for security matters, but an emergency that requires security and other emergency services, who is going to pay for that is an important question that we must always elevate. So I just wanted to say to you that those questions you were asking is what led to the motion to really make sure that the Chief Executive Officer and her full department are at the various tables where decisions are being made and had been made, not really been made, they hadn't even been discussed without us.
Yeah. Can I just add one piece to that, Supervisor? We have certainly been informed and have the impression. We know that the City of Los Angeles placed the bid, and they are financially responsible in part for the games. And I think one of the underlying postures with our discussion is because the county did not join in and support the bid, the posture, the sequencing is once the plans are made, then we will come to the county to identify ways that we can partner closely to support the games. I think what I'm trying to say in a euphemistic way is we're not at the table as part of the architecture. And so these very early questions about what does economic opportunity looks like for our local small business, how do we ensure equitable access to, folks in the other 87 cities in our 120 unincorporated areas, that is not the part of the discussion where we are now. I think the posture is that LA 28 and LASIK will decide those questions, figure out what the larger plan is, and then seek assistance and collaboration from the county.
Well, and I think it goes without saying, we each have cities and venues in each of our districts that go beyond the city of Los Angeles. And I'm sure my colleagues, like I am, are fielding calls from some of those cities to say, we need to know how to access LA 28 because we know they're expecting to come into our city and set up events and have things happen here. And our city council, our mayor, our city manager, our respective public safety entities, et cetera, all need to be at the table. How we are turning to you, Madam Supervisor, to help us have those conversations. And so if what you're saying is there isn't actually a seat at the table for us in that way, then I think we have to really have a different kind of conversation.
So I want to be really clear. LA 28 has reached out. I think they were trying to navigate the county differently, department by department. They quickly realized that that was not effective. And so we do meet and discuss, issues of concern on a regular basis. I think the bottom line point that I'm trying to make is there is a plan that's being architected right now for what things might look like. And I do not feel and believe that the county is at the table as part of developing and defining that plan. I think once the plan is finalized, developed, and defined, and maybe a little bit before that, then there will be more specific conversations about what the needs are and where the needs are. And we have impressed upon, our LASIK, when we meet with them, that we need to know sooner rather than later.
And do you have any sort of impression, the delivery method of those requests and in what way they're going to surface? I mean, is it happening in 6 months and LA 28 or LASIK will reach out to us? I mean, how?
John, what do you think?
So we do drive the discussions around dates and ask for delivery dates. And but to this point, most of the dates haven't been met. And so we do not know all the venue locations for the games. We do not have some of the documentation on the guidelines around the FIFA events. And so it puts us at a disadvantage right now. And to Fezia's point, we think they're having these discussions and they're waiting to kind of formalize them and then they will share them. So we continue to ask to give us a little more insight so we can be helpful as we are the regional player that should be weighing in on these activities.
Well, I think we have heard enough information today about if you don't have assistance navigating how the county does things, it will be to your detriment. And so I appreciate that these conversations are happening and that my colleagues are bringing forward a motion to make sure we are doing our best to assert that seat at the table, to have meaningful conversations and be the partner that I hope the county will be in this effort. Seeing no one else in the queue, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Alexandra Melgoza, Craig Jones, Leticia Martinez, Morales Jesse J. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 18, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Isabella Rojas. You may begin.
My name is Isabella Rojas, and I'm a public policy manager at the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, which has proudly advocated for economic development for over 135 years. The Chamber has been leading and providing support by sharing expertise on opportunities related to business pathways and equity in the procurement process for small, local, and diverse businesses as a member of the LA 28 Community Business and Procurement Working Group. The LA Chamber shares capacity-building programs such as One LA and Get in the Game. One LA focuses on creating a pathway to contract opportunities for local, small, and diverse businesses. We provide business development support, training, and relationship-building opportunities through live interaction and coursework to advance a more equitable, sustainable, and resilient economy. These programs were started with the support from LA County. The Chamber supports this motion and thanks LA County for taking the necessary steps in ensuring that Los Angeles is prepared and informed for the Olympics. Thank you for your time in ensuring that we and small, diverse businesses are ready for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Marco Castanos. You may begin.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors. My name is Marco Castaño, Staff Attorney at Tzedek Legal Services. I represent the interests of small businesses. I'm speaking in support of item 18 today, and it is exciting that the games will be coming to LA in 2028, especially considering the economic benefits they promise to bring. For all Angelinos to share in that promise, we're asking the county to set a regional table that prioritizes community and regional equity. That means outlining tangible benefits to local communities and their small businesses, and addressing head-on the likelihood of displacement and gentrification. We intend this motion to ensure the economic boon from the games is distributed meaningfully across regions, positively impacting all Angelinos. So we at Tzedek look forward to being included in this conversation alongside the county, private sector leaders, and our labor, philanthropic, and industry partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jocelyn Custa. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Cuesta with Los Angeles Economic Development Corporation, and I'm speaking in support of item 18 today. With the Olympics and Paralympic Games scheduled to arrive in LA in 2028, along with the anticipated economic benefits for the region, we're asking that the county set a regional table that will catalyze meaningful benefits to local workers, small businesses, and our regional transportation system, combat the potential for gentrification and displacement, and support collective planning for and investment in county infrastructure, programs and services in anticipation of the influx of people who will be traveling here for the Games. This motion is critical to ensuring LA takes an equitable and regional approach to coordinating and planning for the Games in partnership with the county departments, private sector leaders and philanthropy, labor, business, and community partners. We at LAEDC look forward to being included in this regional collaboration to ensure that the Games are a net positive for the Los Angeles County region. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Leticia Martinez. You may begin.
Thank you so much. My name is Leticia Martinez with the Florence Firestone Community Organization, and I am here speaking in support of item number 18 today, motion by Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Solis. While it's exciting to have the Olympic and Paralympic Games in Los Angeles in 2028, the economic benefits that will come to the region, we are asking that the county set the regional table as well. Catalyze meaningful benefits to local workers, small businesses, and our regional transportation, combat the potential of gentrification and displacement, support collective planning for and investment of county infrastructure, programs, and services. This motion, as we feel our organization is very critical to ensure that the Los Angeles takes an equitable and regional approach in coordinating and planning the Games. We at the Florence Firestone, who represent Florence Firestone Community Organization that represents many small businesses in the area, look forward to being included in this regional collaboration so that we can ensure
Thank you.
that the Games
Your
are a
time has
net
expired.
positive for the Los
Next
Angeles.
speaker, please.
Our next participant is Alexandra Melgova. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Melgoza, and I'm the president from the Florence Firestone Community Leaders. And we are all in favor in our community of Florence Firestone for agenda item 18. And for Holly Mitchell, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Efrain Escobedo. You may begin.
Thank you. My name is Efrain Escobedo. I'm president and CEO of the Center for Nonprofit Management. We serve as a voice and a resource to the largest nonprofit sector in the country, and our vision is for a nonprofit sector that is viewed as a critical pillar to a more inclusive and caring economy. And item 18 is critical to ensuring LA takes an equitable and regional approach in coordinating and planning the Games and its impact in our communities. Time and time again, the LA region realizes its full potential when we all work together across sectors. The Center for Nonprofit Management supports the intentional efforts to identify gaps, opportunities, and greater collaboration. And we call that the analysis really focus on catalyzing meaningful benefits to local workers, small businesses, and our regional systems. More importantly, that it analyzes also the impacts on and opportunities for our nonprofit and social enterprise sectors here in the region. Tackle head on
Thank
and
you.
combat
Your
the
time has
potential for
expired.
gentrification.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Genevieve Clabrel. You may begin.
Genevieve, are you there? Genevieve? Go ahead. Moderator, we're having trouble hearing her.
That was.
Let's move on to the next speaker if we can get her back in queue.
Our next participant is Ritu Mahajan. You may begin.
And I'm the Directing Attorney of Community Development at Public Counsel. I'm calling in support of item 18. While the Olympics bring a tremendous and unique opportunity to the LA region, we want to ensure that this opportunity doesn't result in displacement and harm to low-income individuals and small business owners. We strongly urge the county to collaborate with community members and community-based organizations to ensure that the Olympics benefit small business owners, workers, and residents, and advances rather than hinders economic opportunity in our communities. For example, we should be thinking about how we can create mechanisms for revenue from the Olympics to be used towards community benefits and for the influx of tourism to benefit local small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Greg Erickson. You may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Erickson, Director of Government Partnerships and Policy at REDF. I am speaking in support of item number 18 today. REDF is a local and national leader that focuses on harnessing the power of social enterprises to create jobs and ultimately career pathways for people striving for a better life. REDF has been working with LA County for nearly a decade to strengthen the social enterprise field and create an economy that works for everyone. REDF is asking that the county ensure that there's a plan for economic inclusion that provides real opportunity to catalyze meaningful benefits to social enterprises, high barrier individuals wanting to enter the workforce, local workers, small businesses, nonprofits, and the regional transportation system. REDF looks forward to being part of this planning process so that we can ensure that the games create an opportunity that actually creates an inclusive economy in the Los Angeles County region that works for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Salma Hernandez. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Salma Hernandez. I'm the Director of Policy and Partnerships of the South Los Angeles Transit Empowerment Zone, or SLATE-Z. I'm here today to speak in support of item 18. SLATE-Z is a place-based initiative and collective impact effort whose work lives at the intersection of economic revitalization and environmental sustainability. Our primary work is serving as the backbone entity for the federally designated South LA Promise Zone, which area is home to nearly 233,000 residents who have been historically disenfranchised by decades of redlining practices, deindustrialization, and disinvestment. 20% of our residents live below the federal poverty line. In 2021, 10% of our residents experienced unemployment. In 2022, there were 19,864 active businesses registered with the City of LA in the South LA catchment area. And we know that the LA 28 Olympic Games will bring economic benefits to the region, which is why SLATE-Z is here today to ask the county to set a reasonable table that will
Your time has
meaningful
expired.
benefits
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Carlos Aguilar. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Carlos Aguilar with Coalition for Economic Survival in support of item 18 today. The Olympics and Paralympic Games are a great opportunity to set a regional table that improves infrastructure services and long-term growth for the region. The economic benefits, though, should be meaningful, tangible for local economies and residents. County infrastructure and services should seek collective input to ensure that we not only support the temp influx, but also the benefit of for the future. We need to ensure that we also prevent displacement and gentrification. We want to also make sure that LA is going to be a place to visit and for exciting events coming up. Let's make it a place to be, live, and thrive for local residents. We want to We look forward to being included in this regional collaboration so we can ensure that the games are a net positive for Los Angeles County
Your
residents.
time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Are there any other speakers in queue, moderator?
No other speakers to address the board.
Okay, we'll go to speakers in person. Please go ahead, sir.
Ready? Oh, excuse me. I did not come here initially to speak on this particular item, but after listening to Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Solis, and then the dissertation by our CEO, I asked if I could speak on it, and I was told that I could. Over a year and a half ago, I came here specifically to talk to you about Patriotic Hall becoming a federal landmark. As a consequence of that, it inspired me because I've never been with 5 women running our county. And I said that the last time I was here. So I came today to commend you on what had just happened yesterday, but in listening to this item, I have to tell you, Supervisor Solis, Supervisor Mitchell, I admire what you're doing to try and get our county involved in this Olympic Games. 40 years ago, I was part of the last Olympics because of Supervisor Kenny Hahn, and we generated revenue. We created a plan that we were going to present.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Thank you very much. Item 18 is now before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 18 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger? Supervisor Barger, absent. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 4-0 with 1 absent.
Okay, it is my understanding that there are no specials today, and so we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all remaining items not held by supervisors and general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address, including general public comment, in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on the remaining items, as well as general public comment.
Members of the public, you will have up to 3 minutes to address the board on all remaining items and general public comment. You will have 1 minute for 1 item, 2 minutes for 2 or more items, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. You may only address the board on these items. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Evelina Dominguez, Franz Jordan, Howie Chu, Ian Nguyen, Namquan Nguyen, Nagan Quinn, Emmanuel Pastrascu, Diane Zimmerman, Richie Punt, Diane Walker, Jose Ortiz, Janet Asante, Ellie V, Jesse J. Morales, Veronica Montenegro, Jorge Rivera, and David Hugh. Please come forward and staff will assist you. Moderator, when we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Anthony Artemis. You may begin.
Justice LA Coalition and a lifelong resident of District 3. And I just wanted to speak on the need for Care First, Jails Never pretrial services, alongside the over 500 people who emailed your offices and the over 80 people who left voicemails with your offices. In the last 16 months, 60 people have lost their lives while in sheriff custody, and over half of our jail population is there pre-trial, and many are awaiting mental health diversion. Care First, Jails Never pretrial services are key to reducing our jail population and closing Men's Central Jail as promised by you, the board. It also means limiting the use of electronic monitoring, which research shows only serves to put most people back in jail. Care First Jails Never means situated outside of law enforcement and funding what it takes to get 10,000 community treatment beds online. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant, and I apologize for the pronunciation of the last name, Nazir Abu Yanis. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Nazir Abu Yunus. I'm making general public comment. I'm the director of the Housing for All Long Beach Community Land Trust in SB4, which is a member of the Los Angeles Community Land Trust Coalition. We're asking the board to advocate that the Foreclosure Intervention and Housing Preservation Program, or FIT, be funded at a minimum level of $237.5 million as the governor's January budget proposal suggested. This vital program would support the acquisition and rehabilitation of at-risk homes and apartment buildings that will house thousands of low and moderate income households in the coming years, preventing the displacement of low-income households who are at risk of being forced out of the area completely or face becoming unhoused. Additionally, this program would generate affordable housing in the most cost-effective way we can. Affordable housing preservation through FIT can be done at $250,000 to $350,000 per unit versus new construction, which can cost $700,000 per unit or much more. Our foreclosure risk in LA County is the highest in the state, and we're ready to launch this program at scale. So please help us bring these dollars to LA County by advocating that the FIT program
Thank you.
be funded
Your
in this
time
coming
has
year's
expired.
budget. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Matthew Vu. You may begin.
What?
Matthew, go ahead.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Oh, great. So, hi, supervisors. My name is Matthew Vu from SD2. I'm board president for the Beverly, Vermont Community Land Trust, which is a member of the LA Community Land Trust Coalition. I'm calling to urge the board to help us save the Foreclosure Intervention Housing Preservation Program, which is a state program that's intended to help organizations like ours acquire buildings that are at risk or already being foreclosed on and prevent the displacement of their residents. As you know, this program, the state program, was built on the success of the pilot program that the Board of Supervisors funded in 2021. During that program, BVCLT acquired a 4-unit fourplex and prevented the displacement of the tenants, and today they're in the process of converting to a co-op. They're going to be owners of their own space. We have had hundreds of people
Thank you.
come to
Your
us seeking
time
similar
has
help,
expired.
but that's impossible
Next
without
speaker,
this.
please.
help.
Our next participant is Amy Von West. You may begin.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, this item is for Jane Fonda. Dear members of the Los Angeles Board of Supervisors, this is Amy Fan West of Westminster Councilwoman. On behalf of the Vimy community, our veteran and elected officials, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to your decision to rescind the designation of April 30th as Jane Fonda Day. Your action demonstrates a profound respect for the sentiments of those who lived through and were affected by the fall of Saigon, a day we solemnly remember as Black April. April 30th marked a tragic chapter in the history, symbolizing the immense sacrifice and profound loss enduring by both the Vimys and the American people. It is a sacred day to remember and mourn for the countless lives lost and enduring impact on both sides. By honoring our request, you have shown a deep understanding and sensitivity to the historical significance of
Thank
this
you.
day. And I
Your
heard that
time
you
has
guys
expired.
might be thinking of April
Next
8th.
speaker, please.
Our next participant is Patty Giggins. You may begin.
Patty, are you there? Patty Giggins? Okay, we'll go to our next caller, please.
Our next participant is Kimberly Ho. You may begin.
Kimberly, are you there? Kimberly? Okay, we'll go to the next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dr. Hu Vu. You may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to talk. I thank you, the board supervisor, to consider to change the day of Jan Fonda from April 30th to April the 8th. But I think she don't deserve that honor because in 1972 she went to Hanoi and support Vietnam communists, and she had propaganda to denounce America. She is a traitor and committed treason to American people. For the respect of 58,000 Vietnamese American soldiers to die in Vietnam, and also the Vietnam veteran and our Vietnamese American community, I would like to request the board to rescind the honor to a traitor, a lady who, stepped the back of the American soldier and to Vietnamese American in America. Thank you, the board, for reconsider, and I hope you will honor the request of all of us, the Vietnam vet American.
Your time has expired.
And Vietnamese
next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Deepan Im. You may begin.
Q-Pin? Hi-Pin? Okay. We'll go to our next caller, but maybe they're having trouble unmuting or being able to access the line. Moderator, if you can help them.
Our next speaker is Octavio Ortiz. You may begin.
Hay que obedecer a el primer ministro de Israel. Imagínense.
I'm so sorry, we can barely hear you. You're a little bit muffled. Are you able to hold the receiver closer to your...
¿Qué pasó con la libertad de expresión que dice que se cae de Estados Unidos y también a la basura? Y sobre todo de que, vamos a protestar en contra de Israel, bueno, todavía peor, vamos a resistir. Porque eso es lo que hace allá en Israel, porque hay judíos que están en contra de eso, lo que está haciendo el gobierno de Israel, la verdad. Se están protestando contra estos sionistas, estos judíos sionistas que son fascistas y pues no les importa la vida de niños y de mujeres de lo que está ocurriendo en Palestina, lamentablemente. Pero bueno, mexicanos ya vimos estas imágenes que estamos perdiendo en Estados Unidos. Bueno, a ver qué pasa ahora.
Your time has expired.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jose Martinez. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about agenda item 26. I just submit to the board that this continued and proposed action is unlawful and violates county policy of equity, as well as the county's prohibited political activity, because the progressive pride flag is a social political tool of advocacy, and if its imposed presence harasses certain peoples, it also creates a hostile work environment for LA County employees based on visual, emotional, and religious oppression for people like me, Christians, Catholics, Muslims, Jews, etc., who do not accept principles of the progressive pride flag movement. I further submit that by flying our traditional federal and flags alone, on county property, we can coexist in peace and harmony no matter who we are or what we believe. To open the door to flying flags that represents any particular group or organization or ideology like Pride or even BLM,
your time has
only
expired.
further divide instead
Next
of
speaker, please.
And once again, we have Hyphen Im. You may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. Again, my name is Hyphen Im with Faith and Community Empowerment, and I'm speaking on agenda number 21. I just want to say a big thank you and shout out to Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath for sponsoring this agenda item to do a study of the AAPI in LA County. Contrary to the model minority myth, many AAPIs, whether in aggregate or disaggregate, show many areas of great need, and yet they are seriously underserved by the county. AATIs make up 17% of the county population, but are poorly underserved. I am looking forward to working with the county with the study to bring to light and to address the needs of the community for equity and inclusion. So again, a big thank you to all the supervisors for supporting the study.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Alejandra Aguilar. I do apologize about the last name.
Alejandra Aguilar Avellino. Alejandra, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Chair and Supervisors, my name is Alejandra Aguilar Avellino, and today I stand before you to advocate for the passage of H.R. 8061, the Crime Victim Fund Stabilization Act. The absence of H.R. 8061 critical support threatens the well-being and security of countless families across LA County who rely on vital services to recover from domestic violence and sexual violence, amongst other crimes. I urge you to support H.R. 8061. Without it, community-based organizations throughout California and Los Angeles County, those lifelines for our most vulnerable, face devastating setbacks. These organizations will have to make tough choices, such as downsizing staff, slashing services, prolonging wait times, or in some cases, shutting down entirely. This burden will disproportionately affect providers in rural regions and those serving historically marginalized communities.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is T. Carter. You may begin.
T. Carter, are you there? T. Carter. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker.
Our next participant is Terry Rains. You may begin.
Okay, and then we'll go to in-person speakers next. Terry, go right ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Great. I wanted to thank you for changing the date to April 8th from April 30th to honor Jane Fonda. I am dismayed, however, that all 5 supervisors voted at your April 23rd meeting to honor her on that particular day. And I'm most curious as to why Supervisor Barger is abstaining today when she voted yes to do the honor at the April meeting. So I would think she would want to clear the record and vote one way or the other today. But I do appreciate you changing it. I'm just sorry that it took what it took to wake up your staff and all of you to the fact that you really should be aware of immigrant populations, as you talked about all during this meeting. And this was such a disingenuous action to the Vietnamese community. I live in Westminster, and
thank you.
Home
Your
to
time
Little
has
Saigon.
expired.
And
next speaker, please.
Oh, it says 17. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to speakers in person. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Howie Tew on agenda item 24. Good afternoon, Chair Hoover and member of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Howie Tew, and I am proud to serve as District Representative for Assemblyman Trita, who is in Sacramento this afternoon. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for proposing the agenda item to change the date on Jane Fonda Day. As you know, Assemblyman Trita sent a bipartisan letter and penned an op-ed that ran in the Los Angeles Times on May 9. I appreciate the Board of Supervisors' consideration of this important item. Tying Jane Fonda with Black April were an unfortunate timing on the part of board, and thank you for the opportunity for them to correct the mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Lan Nguyen. I'm trustee for Maganda Unified School Districts. I speak in favor of item number 24. I applaud the board's proposal to change the Jane Fonda Day to another day other than April 30th. I urge you to support this new designation. For your action would go a long way to heal the wound that has not been healed for almost 50 years now, simply because the Vietnamese Communist government continue to ignore the most basic human rights and the dignity of the Vietnamese people. As an elected official and a long-time activist in the Vietnamese community, we invite you to visit Little Saigon so that you can show you how the Vietnamese refugee community has overcome the war and rebuilt their community, their life in triumph. We want to move forward with what we have accomplished, but after the war. But your action of approval, item 24 today, is needed for that healing purpose. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Harvard, and Board of Supervisors. My name is Nam Quan Nguyen, Council Member from City of Westminster, Orange County. I'm here today before you to speak on behalf of the entire Westminster City Council, as well as the Vietnamese community. To show support for item 24, I also would like to express my sincere appreciation in which Madam Chair Harvard and Supervisor Solis for introducing motion to move Jane Fonda Day to April 8th instead of April 30th. This is the right decision, which clearly indicate that you are the true leaders for listening to the will of your constituents. And I urge the board to listen to the voice of the people, support item 24. Again, thank you.
That's incredibly kind and generous. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ngon Nguyen. I am here to speak in favor of item 24 about moving Jane Fonda Day. I would like to thank the board for introducing this item and for listening to the Vietnamese community. Black April is an incredibly sad day, and the pain from that is still felt. Thank you, and I ask that you vote yes on item 24. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am Professor Reverend Dr. David Win Alexander. On behalf of Vietnamese American Baptist Church, also Vietnamese American Brookway Christian Center, and International Baptist Church Mission Doctor, we were here to speak in the favor of the item 24 about the moving Jane Fonda Day. We want to thank the board to introduce this item and for listening to the Vietnamese community. Again, we thank you very much for reconsideration, and we ask that you vote yes on the item for the benefit of the Vietnamese community. Again, may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Emmanuel Petruscu. I'm the Chief of Staff to Assemblyman Tri Tha, and he couldn't be here this afternoon to speak with you. He's detained with his legislative duties in Sacramento, but he wanted me to come here and speak on his behalf. Assemblyman Tha represents the largest Vietnamese community outside of Vietnam, and when Jane Fonda Day was announced on the same day as the fall of Little Saigon, also known as Black April in the Vietnamese community, the input from the community and the concern was overwhelming from not only the Vietnamese community, but also from the veteran community. And Assemblyman Tha and many other leaders in the community spoke out and used their voice and spoke up for the Vietnamese diaspora. And today, he just wanted to say thank you for listening to a community that's often marginalized and whose voice has been ignored.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Red Chief Hunt on general public comment. In 2004, there was an injunction filed, Ed Jones versus the City of Los Angeles. That was 20 years ago. Today, 20 years later, we're in twice the amount of trouble now We have 120,000 homeless people where we started out with 60,000 between the county and the city. Now, what is the problem here? We've come to not really work out the logistics to the homeless crisis. I said 67% of the people can be housed. The other 33% needs tents and be designated area. We've been telling you guys that. But the whole problem is with this whole thing is that once we try to go get a fair market rating houses, we don't have enough. Not unless you claim eminent domain, you're not going to clear up the problem. It's 20 years in process.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Dr. Franz Jordan. I'm from Drew Child Development Corporation based Supervisorial District 2. I'm here today in support of proclaiming May as Trauma Prevention Month from Supervisor Solis and Hahn. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and Hahn, for your leadership in recognizing the month of May as Trauma Prevention Month and transformational work that community-based organizations are doing to prevent trauma and violence. Trauma and violence prevention in the South Los Angeles community is crucial in supporting the healing and resilience of vulnerable children and their families. Prevention efforts that address historical challenges such as socioeconomic disparities and gang-related violence, proactively strengthen community well-being, support youth development, reduce health disparities, and break the cycle of violence. Through early intervention and equitable access.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Next speaker, please.
Diane Zimmerman. Public comments first. Our elections are considered to be critical infrastructure, but this county does not follow the laws regarding critical infrastructure. Because the Dominion machine circuit boards and other parts are made only in China, they are not to be used in any action that is determined to be critical infrastructure. That means that no portion of our elections are to be conducted using any component from a foreign adversary. That also means that no part of our election system should be online, yet it appears that the registration to the tallying of our votes, it is either online or open to Wi-Fi access. Does this board realize they, not the state, have the authority through their LA County Sheriff to determine how elections are handled? They have the authority, you have the authority to go back to paper ballots, same-day voting and results, photo ID, proof of residency, must be legal, etc. How familiar is this board with the election system that you are forcing us to use?
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. You're welcome to share. You asked to speak on one item? Can you identify the items you'd like to speak on? You've already spoken on one, so.
6 and 24.
Yes, okay.
And 24.
Okay,
Thank you.
You'll get 2 minutes total. Thank you. So an additional minute.
Thank you. Number 6, strengthening the Los Angeles County workforce. The main reason that so many are working from home is that you forced the masks and the vaccines on all of them during the so-called pandemic. Those that did should be the ones to pay for this investigation that you're planning, not the taxpayers. You had the authority to go against the state mandates. Mandates are not laws, and you refused to do so. Number 24, moving Jane Fonda Day. During the Vietnam War, Jane Fonda visited North Vietnam to support the North Vietnamese troops, like a mini USO tour. During that trip, she had a photo of herself taken sitting in an anti-aircraft gun and said she wished she could use it to shoot down our planes. Keep in mind, this was during a time that USA pilots were being shot down and captured and tortured by the North. Nothing against the Vietnamese today. Everyone I know that's Vietnamese is wonderful, but at the time, that's appalling. I was a young housewife, mom, and I remember distinctly the news coming out with Jane Fonda having done this, and I can't think of anyone that didn't just break down in tears because we all liked her so much as an actress. I have never supported her since, and I cannot believe that we would even have a day, let alone change a day, and I'm just appalled. Number 10, number 26, I thought we already settled this, but maybe that was out in Santa Clarita, and then maybe you forced us to do something else, I don't know. Seems like in public, just the United States flag and maybe the California flag. Otherwise, we could have a flag for everything you can imagine. Flag for brown hair.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. You received your full 3 minutes. Thank you for being here today. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Janet Asante. I live in Supervisorial District 2, and I'll be speaking on item 20 in general public comment. Reducing the pretrial population is an essential step in decarceration, and as we know, decarceration is needed in order for us to close Men's Central Jail. Item number 20, presented by ST2, takes an important first step in articulating how to make the new pretrial services being created as care first. A lot of the folks who have died in LASD custody were pretrial, as you know, and in the last 16 months, 60 people have lost their lives while in LASD custody. So it doesn't ban things like pretrial electronic monitoring, even though I believe that it should. It just ensures that the ATI work group, as the ATI work group voted, JCOD should continue to build something centered on care instead of law enforcement and surveillance. So our community wants and needs care first pretrial services. Over 500 people connected to the Justice LA Coalition have sent letters, and 81 people have called the Board of Supervisors asking for you all to pass a care first motion. And as you know, 225 people attended last month's Alternatives to Incarceration event, where county leaders committed to building these types of services. And so we want to give our deep appreciation to those who are not only trying to bring care first pretrial services across the finish line, but also treating this as the emergency that it is, knowing how there are so many people who are dying in custody pretrial and continue to face vast amounts of consequences like missing birthdays, funerals, missing work, and not being able to contribute to the care and well-being of their families because they are incarcerated pretrial. So this is an emergency, and we really appreciate you all taking your time and reviewing the evidence and really making sure that this goes through at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Ellie. I'm here with SC Justice Group. We're in SD5. I'm here on behalf of our membership and the Justice LA Coalition. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell and Supervisor Horvath for attending the Alternatives to Incarceration reconvening in April. We had many of our members present, and they were really excited to hear that you are both committed to a care first reality. And I'm here today because our community wants and needs a care first pretrial services. Over 500 people have sent letters, and 81 people have called your offices, urging you all to pass a care first motion. Nearly 60 people have died in LA County Jail since 2023. Many of them were in pretrial. Care first pretrial services are a crucial key to reducing our jail population and closing Men's Central Jail. So this motion doesn't ban pretrial electronic monitoring, even though research shows that that approach isn't effective. It simply ensures that the ATI,
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Veronica Montenegro.
Can you pull the mic right in front of you so we can hear you a little bit better? Thank you.
My name is Veronica Montenegro. I'm the Chief Community Resiliency Officer at Rising Communities. Our organization serves as the community engagement partner for 5 communities based in District 1 and 2. Together with community stakeholders, we have tackled trauma prevention initiatives in these communities and helped build coalitions. Today here, I'm on behalf of these communities. We are in support of item 12. We want to thank Supervisor Solis and Han for your commitment to the work and for recognizing that recognizing Trauma Prevention Month. May as the Trauma Prevention Month, we appreciate your support and encourage you to stay involved with our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jorge Rivera. I am the co-founder and co-director of the Healing and Justice Center and resident of the 5th District. And I'm here today to express our heartfelt gratitude to Supervisors Solis and Hahn for bringing forward the motion item number 12, the motion to make May Trauma Prevention Month. Your commitment to acknowledging and addressing trauma within our communities is a significant step toward healing and justice. At HJC, we define violence as anything that hurts the body, mind, spirit, or heart of another living being. Our mission is to support individuals, families, and communities in developing the tools and the skills necessary to heal and prevent further violence and trauma. Our organization is located in the 1st District, and we are actively involved in the East LA and Puente Valley CAP, Community Actions for Peace spaces. Our efforts are concentrated in the San Gabriel Valley, and we are committed to helping advocates and community members develop the skills and resources necessary to break the cycles of trauma and violence. We strongly ask for your support on this motion, and we thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay. My name is Diana Walker. I am the program manager for Drew CDC, which works in District 2. I'm here in support of Agenda Item 5 and pending Agenda Item 12. Drew CDC has led the Trauma-Informed Care Initiative in Los Angeles County through the Emergency Child Care Bridge Program for foster care children, benefiting over 5,000 child care providers. These providers receive comprehensive training and coaching, equipping them with practical strategies to support children who have experienced trauma, thereby enhancing the stability of these children's lives. Drew CDC has also provides a trauma-informed, attachment-based training program to parents and caregivers of children at the Drew CDC centers. This approach ensures that the children in the care of Drew CDC receive modeled in their homes, promoting self-regulation and wellness. We believe the potential of cuts to this funding could negatively impact the clients we serve. We, the Drew CDC, support the decision of May becoming Trauma Prevention Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Horvath and Board of Supervisors. My name is Jose, and I'm going to voice my support for Agenda Item 5 and pending Item number 12. I'm here to echo the sentiments of my colleagues about observing that you all have been observing the profound impact that trauma and violence prevention efforts and endeavors have on supporting the overall well-being, physical and psychological health of our most vulnerable children and families, and really encouraging, and our organization, Drew Child Development Corp, will continue to champion trauma and violence prevention and really sides with your efforts to do so. To ensure psychological well-being for those individuals that have been traumatized, as well as the community at large, really ensuring that trauma-informed care and understanding for all. Drew CDC is also a part of the Community Action for Peace Coalition, or CAP, which is a community-based approach funded by the Office of Violence Prevention's Trauma Prevention Initiative. Our organization is within the Willowbrook CAP in District 2. And then we are really looking forward to working together with the county, the Board of Supervisors, and continuing to ensure that our communities are protected from the negative impact of trauma. And we really want to thank, again, Supervisor Solis and Hahn for championing May 2024 as Trauma Prevention Month. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning to Board of Supervisors. My name is Monique Nguyen from Downey. I'd like to address on item 24. And thank you for the board for approved to change the date from May 8 to April 30 to April 8. April 30 to me, still I have some time. Then this is a very sad day for us to have to leave the country to come here. Thank you for this country, for the U.S. to let us come and supporting us. But that is a sad day that Jane Fonda, I love her as a actor, but she doing something on the against the war. So maybe what I'm here partly because of that. And thank you more for this, for approve to change the date. I appreciate.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, I was here last month and I was the last speaker, and I'm here this month and I'm the last speaker. I'm speaking on 3 items that you have on your agenda. They are item 10, the demographics, item 21, Asian Americans, and the last item is on the economic benefits, the CIO, item 46.
And are you also speaking on general public comment?
Yes, general public comment,
Okay.
excuse me, general public comment. And I have copies for all of you that I've written down that at the termination will distribute to you. Took the time to put this together this past month. Under item 10, the population study, you need to understand that the County of Los Angeles has the 8th largest concentration of military service veterans in the country. Los Angeles is 42 states in this United States that have less and do less for their veterans than this county has been doing in the last 10 years. And I want to commend you for what you're doing, because in the second thing that I want to discuss is item on the Asian American program. Yesterday we had a program in the history of this county, and for the first time at Patriotic Hall, we had an event that you, Supervisor Horvat, Supervisor Solis, and all of you played a very important role. And that is recognizing our significant Asian American Pacific Islander military service veterans. If the 3rd director of the Department of Veterans Affairs, Mo Nakasako, a combat wounded veteran of the 442 100th Regimental, was here today, he would just go over the wall with this, because we not only recognized the contributions in World War II of the Nisei Americans that fought in Europe and the MIS that fought in the Pacific, but also the contributions of our latest veterans, the Vietnam War that I was a part of, and others. And this is something that is significant to the history of this county. So thank you for that. We support your motion to do that. And last of all is the report on CIO, on the current work that's happening right now for information. We are in favor of that and wholeheartedly recommend it. And last of all, under the public comment, 2 months ago, back in March, I'm here to officially place into the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors records the following request. Thank you for issuing a commemorative scroll that recognizes World War II veteran Army, the last living in the nation American prisoner of war who witnessed the dropping of the atomic bomb on Nagasaki, a prisoner.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Bob, Supervisor County of Los Angeles and the Police Department. My name is Jimmy. I'm a representative of for Cali Bosa TV number 9 and Lido Saigon Cali TV. So I'm coming here to speak for item 24 about moving Yen Fonda Day. So I would like to thank us for introducing this item and for listening to the Vietnamese community. So Vietnamese community thanks America. So God bless America. Thank you, Bob, Supervisor of Los Angeles and all of Police Department and all staff of Los Angeles. Thank you very much. Yeah, have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers in the room? Are there any other speakers on the phone? Okay, with that, we conclude our time for public comment. Thank you to everyone who came to speak on our items today. We appreciate you being here today. Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers on which we will be voting.
Following items are before you, 1 and 2,
4, 6, 7, and 8 as revised, 9 and 10, 12 and 13, 16 and 17, 19, 21 through 23, 24 with Supervisor Barger abstaining from the vote, 25 and 26, 28, 30 through 36, 37 with Supervisor Barger recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 38 through 43, 44 with Supervisor Barger recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 45 through 47, 48 as amended, 49 through 62. On item 63, Supervisor Horvath rescinds her recusal previously announced pursuant to Government Code Section 1090.5. Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Barger both disclose they are entitled to receive a salary per diem or reimbursement from County Sanitation District Number 20. 64 through 69, 71 through 94, 95A and 95B, 95D, 98, 99 with Supervisor Mitchell abstaining from the vote, 100 through 103, 1D through 3D, and 1P.
Moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And at this time, it would be appropriate to hear adjournments. Supervisor Hahn will begin.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn our meeting today, that we adjourn in the memory of Nancy Hill. Nancy made history as the first female paramedic EMT in Los Angeles County. She dedicated over a decade to emergency care at Rancho Los Amigos and broke barriers in a male-dominated field. Nancy's family told me that she credited her career to the advocacy of my dad, who in 1969 established the Mobile Intensive Care Paramedic Training Program for Los Angeles County firefighters that expanded emergency medical services in the county. Nancy is survived by her loving husband, Russell, daughter, Marlo, and she will be greatly missed by her 8 grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren. A devout Christian, Nancy's faith was a cornerstone of her life. Her legacy of love, dedication, and pioneering spirit will be fondly remembered by all who knew her. And I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Sean Burroughs. Long Beach is mourning the loss of a local baseball legend. Sean Burroughs, a winner of the Little League World Series, a 2000 Olympic gold medalist, and a first-round pick in the MLB draft, passed away on May 9th at the age of 43. Born in Atlanta, Georgia on September 12, 1980, Burroughs was the son of 2-time MLB All-Star Jeff Burroughs and showed his baseball talent at an early age. His Long Beach Little League team won the Little League World Series back-to-back in 1992 and 1993, and he went on to play for the Woodrow Wilson High School. He was later drafted by the San Diego Padres in the first round of the 1998 MLB draft. Burroughs also won a gold medal in baseball with Team USA at the 2000 Summer Olympics in Sydney, Australia. After his professional baseball career, Burroughs returned to Long Beach Little League, where he coached his 6-year-old son. Burroughs is survived by his son Knox, his father Jeff, his mother Debbie, and the Long Beach baseball community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Karen Buckle Lombardo, who tragically lost her life at the age of 57 on May 7, 2024. Karen was born in Bournemouth, England. For 30 years, she served Burbank Unified School District as a beloved and dedicated educator. In 1990, she began her career with the District of Joaquin Miller Elementary as a bilingual teacher. In 1993, she transferred to Bret Hart Elementary, where she nurtured and educated young minds for over 30 years. She took on multiple teaching roles, including performing arts, chorus, intervention, and kindergarten. Karen touched the lives of thousands of students, parents, and colleagues. Her profound impact and loss on this community will be deeply felt throughout the city of Burbank. Her passion for education, her support for her students, and her unwavering commitment to excellence will continue to inspire and influence future generations. She will be missed by all who knew and loved her. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Michael McDaniel, who passed away on April 23rd at the age of 67. He was born in Burbank on June 24th, 1956, and graduated from Burbank High School in 1974. Michael dedicated 33 years of service to the city of Burbank, working as a supervisor of the city's print shop. He retired in 2020. Outside of work, Michael was an avid history buff and military memorabilia collector. He was passionate about honoring our nation's veterans and was an active member of the City of Burbank's Veterans Committee for 30 years. He helped create a Veterans Memorial book that honored those from Burbank who died in wars. Michael was also instrumental in the redesign and placement of the new Veterans Memorial statue in McCambridge Park. His love for history also extended to the early history of Burbank. Michael, along with his close friend Wesley Clark, created Burbankia, a website dedicated to the people and stories of Burbank. They also co-wrote 3 books together that trace the city's history throughout the decades. Michael was beloved husband to Neva and a proud father to Tim, Drew, Ashley, Nathan, and Aaron. He will be remembered for his contributions to the city of Burbank, his commitment, his community, and his unwavering love for his family. He's survived by his wife and 5 children. Also, that we adjourn in memory of John Nugent, a longtime resident of Claremont who passed away April 11th at the age of 90. He was born in 1932 in Fresno, California. He graduated from Fresno State with a degree in journalism, and he was active in the First Armenian Presbyterian Church, where he met his wife of 48 years, Daisy. He served numerous congregations throughout his life, but ultimately decided to retire as a pastor in Claremont. He joined the Claremont Presbyterian Church in 1989 and served until 1998. He was cherished by his community and will be missed. He's survived by his 3 children, Susan, Beth, John, and brother Albert, 5 grandchildren, and 1 great-granddaughter. I also move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Esram Bashe, age 22, Moheb Samuel, age 22, Stephen Pfeiffer, age 20, who all passed away in a tragic car accident in Pasadena on May 11th. Esram was born in Houston, Texas, and is survived by his mother and 2 siblings who live in Uganda. Mohib attended Maranatha High School in Pasadena, where he played on the varsity soccer team. Mohib is survived by his sister, Emily. And Stephen attended Maranatha High School in Pasadena and was studying kinesiology at Pasadena City College. Stephen is survived by his grandparents and his parents and many, many, many fellow students. All 3 will be remembered by their friends and family and will be missed. I move that this Board of Supervisors adjourn in memory of the following individuals who were identified as indigent veterans by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner and were subsequently buried with dignity and honor at Riverside National Cemetery in the last month. David Earl Sherber, Air Force; Paul Arthur Davis, Navy; Arthur Barry Kranz, Army; Richard Kenneth Leslie, Army; Chris Papa George, Army; Scott Brian Leeper, Marines; Albert Richard Bogninsky, Army; and William Jaros, Air Force. May their contributions and sacrifices in service to our county and our country never be forgotten. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell? Okay. I believe Supervisor Solis is not here at the moment, so I will... Oh, she didn't have any adjournments. Okay, thank you for that. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Peggy Moore, prominent political strategist, activist, and community organizer. Margaret Peggy Moore passed away on May 10th, 2024, and she was 60. Moore and her wife, Hope Wood, were killed in a car crash in San Diego County. Peggy Moore was born and raised in Oklahoma in a Pentecostal household by her mother, who was active in the church choir. A woman of faith, Peggy would walk to church every Sunday morning to connect with her community. Though she left Oklahoma when she came out as a lesbian for fear of her safety, her faith remained. She was a member of the East Bay Church for over 25 years, going weekly to the 8 a.m. service. Peggy's career spanned over 30 years of leadership and engagement in government and public affairs, as well as organizing work within the political, corporate, and nonprofit arenas. Her work is highlighted by her deep relationships across the state of California and within the Black and LGBTQ+ communities, and her commitment to supporting others to lead. Peggy had a reputation for being a compelling public speaker and for getting the job done, especially when it meant building a diverse team to produce something big and having fun while doing it. She was the founder of Sistas Steppin' in Pride, the Lesbian March and Festival, which took place during the last weekend of August in Oakland. The event lasted over a decade and was attended by thousands with local food, arts, and craft vendors, musical and dance performances, and a space for community and local political activists to engage with others. Peggy was a veteran political operative, having worked on campaigns for mayors, members of Congress, and presidential candidates. She served as California political director for Barack Obama in 2008 and served on his political team through 2013. Peggy also successfully ran Libby Schaaf's mayoral campaign in Oakland and served as the former mayor's senior advisor. Peggy also served as Hillary Clinton's California political director in 2016 and was general consultant for Diana Becton's winning campaign for Contra Costa County District Attorney in 2022. Peggy met her wife, Hope, while campaigning in 2008 for Obama. They founded Hope Action Change in 2019, an organizational development consultancy and coaching firm that focused on diversity and committed to causes aimed at empowering other women of color and protecting the rights of same-sex couples. Peggy and Hope will be dearly missed. Absolutely. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of James Noyes, who passed away this month at the age of 81 after battling a long illness, and he was a resident of Las Vegas. Is that how you say his last name, Noyes? Noyes. James was a former director of public works for Los Angeles County and was a dedicated public servant. His leadership and commitment to public service inspired many. His drive was a major force behind many of the public works successes. In 1966, Noyes started the Flood Control District, which empowered the county to provide flood protection, water conservation, recreation, and aesthetic enhancement within its boundaries. In 2001, he was appointed as the Director of Public Works, and during his time as director, Noyes played a crucial role in shaping the strategic direction of the department and enhanced the level of service provided to Los Angeles County communities. He is survived by his wife, Susie, and his sons, Chris and Mike, and his 2 grandsons. Happy to have all members on that. And finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Roger Corman, who passed away on Thursday, May 9th at the age of 98. Corman was born in Detroit in 1926. His family relocated to Beverly Hills when he was a teenager. Though Corman joined the Navy for an officer training program and earned a degree in industrial engineering through the GI Bill, he dreamt of joining the film industry. In an almost 70-year-long career, Corman directed more than 50 films and produced more than 350. He mentored many in film, providing guidance and training to aspiring filmmakers and writers. Some honored him by having him make cameo appearances in their films, including Francis Coppola's The Godfather Part 2 and in Ron Howard's Apollo 13. Corman's legacy was working fast and with low budgets. Many of his films, including The Little Shop of Horrors, The Wild Angels, and Attack of the Crab Monsters, became highly profitable and earned him a reputation as the king of B-movies. In 2020, Corman created the first and hopefully last Corman Quarantine Film Festival, to which he urged A-list filmmakers to make short films for less than 2 minutes long each. Dozens of filmmakers submitted entries demonstrating the love they had for Corman's artistic vision, and he is survived by his wife, Julie Corman, and their 4 children. And we do have one more adjournment, which I know we requested. Thank you for the copy. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Sam Rubin, who passed away on Friday, May 10th, at the age of 64. Sam was born in San Diego in 1960 and launched his news career after graduating from Occidental College. He first joined KTLA 5 Morning News in 1991. On the air, Sam brought his infectious personality and charm to his news reports, interviews, and feature segments. Sam was one of the most respected entertainment journalists in the history of broadcast. Viewers were greeted daily, knowing they could expect the best of the best to deliver their entertainment news. For entertainers, being interviewed by Sam was considered a rite of passage. No one says it better than Sam's son Colby, who shared on KTLA, "You were the kindest soul. You were the light in every room, and you were a beautiful human, and you will never be forgotten." Sam's impact will always be remembered by his friends, his peers, his loved ones, and by those who tuned in to watch him do what he did best, day after day. He is survived by his wife, Leslie Gale Schumann, and their children, Perry, Rory, Darcy, and Colby. And we can all add on to that. Thank you very much. We will take all the motions as seconded. If there's no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the action. And that concludes today's meeting. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, June 4th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. We are adjourned.